folks. It is July 29th, 2022. It is the National, but not here. Although we will make vague references to it, I suppose. It seems only fair. Vague references. Depending on, of course, scheduling, I may have someone who is currently at the National, may make a cameo appearances. No promises, but links have been provided, and if they're able to drop in, they're able to drop in. So we'll leave it at that for now. So let me quickly grab a couple comments here. Good evening, Josh. I assume we'll talk about the largest car show happening on Monday in Hamilton tonight. Your price will be better than National. Probably. Probably.
Yeah.
Paul, good evening. Sub Carlos is hoping eBay auction would be better with the big spends at AC, but nope. Yeah, it's been hit and miss. I have seen a couple of things. I was able to pick up a couple of items, and I did get notification that my card stuff is shipped out. They were really delayed, actually. They were about a week delayed.
Wow.
They were. I think they were getting bunched up with people ordering a bunch of stuff, which is fine. But I was like, it really had to be Friday when you finally did it with Holiday Monday. It means I don't get it until Tuesday. Oh, come on, guys.
Oh, shit. My cards must be trying to catch up with the PSA because they do so, they've done so well with the backlogs. Hey,
yeah.
If that works.
For them, I know they've moved. So I know they actually have some staff at the National to take in some items and to do some stuff with them. So that basically, if a big show comes up, you expect there to be a slowdown. That normally happens. The intake, though, has actually been right on. I think their intake is as of today. So they're right caught up to the moment for the intake. It's the shipping department that's been slowed down a little bit.
What's that, Yannick?
I think last time it's exactly what happened to me. I actually ordered just right when it was the last Dallas show, I think. And basically they were maybe like 4 or 5 days behind because they were attending the show. So it's totally understandable.
Yeah. And I will say they did catch up 2 days because they were, I asked for my shipment on the 22nd. They were actually on the 20th as of last night. And then they got caught up the 2 days. So I think they went and just sent off a bunch of stuff at the same time. And then I got my tracking number, all my information today, so they have shipped it out. So, okay, at least it's en route. It'll be early next week, which is fine. I haven't had it mailed in a couple of weeks, so honestly, it'll be fun just to have something come in. So,
excited.
No complaints there. So, All Valley Collectibles, good evening. Hopefully I'm not crazy, wondering if card prices are really out of control. Well, I guess it depends on which way you're looking at. Some card prices.
I don't know.
Some card prices have been going down. Some at the National have been high. So I guess it depends. It depends on who you ask and what you're asking. I will say that there was a card that I had on my watch list for a long time, and I mentioned this before. I keep some stuff on the watch list to keep an eye on it to see what happens. I decided to go in and make an offer, and they had turned me down a bunch of times. Well, I made an offer, and I knocked off, I want to say, $130 off on my offer. Like, I think it was $350 what they wanted. I suggested $225, and I ended up, I think, right around that price. So they ended up finally taking it. So it was one of those things where they had been higher, and I think they got a point where, like, they were tired of just holding it. So it's one of those things. Sometimes being patient helps. Sometimes if you wait, the opportunities present themselves. So I don't know. You let me know. Out of control in which direction? So I'd be kind of curious what you're referring to. So Baz, good evening. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll touch on the National a little bit. And for those of you who enjoy it, we're going to have a little Beckett bashing tonight. We're going to have some fun with Beckett. It is time. We are back. Hold on, everyone. Settle in. You know what this means.
Should have cropped Eric's face on that one.
I know. The $1 Million Man needed to come back. This was his moment. This is exactly what he's here for. He's a ringer. He sits in the back until the moment is right, and then he arrives. So let me explain. Really quick, obviously the social media rounds, obviously there's been a lot of announcements and different things that have been coming up out of the National, but one of them was that, people saw the images of Beckett presumably showing a new slab. And then Beckett almost immediately, just so we understand each other, I'll show it in a couple minutes, but the point is that it's not a new slab. Beckett immediately went into denial mode, saying, oh, we're just prototyping, we're getting feedback and whatever. And then some people correctly pointed out, they're like, so you're prototyping it. You didn't tell anybody you're prototyping it. You let people think it was a new slab and then immediately had to shut it down, and you made displays for it. Are you stupid? Like, are you actually just stupid? Because, by the way, you could do the prototyping. That would actually make sense. You could totally do that. You could say, hey guys, we're thinking of some new designs. We're bringing designs to the National. We'd love to get your feedback. That's how you do it. It's called communication. If that's what you want to do, bring some samples, different versions, and say, hey, we'd like to get some of your feedback. If you come by the National, check them out. Tell us what you think. Tell people in advance. And then they don't assume. And then they don't assume that you're actually... And there was a site and everything. There was all kinds of stuff. And it's like, that seems like a lot of work for something you say is not actually what we all think it is. And it's like you went to a lot of trouble. Just, for example, and I'll post stuff up from Instagram. I did grab some screenshots, but I'll give you closer pictures of it. But the point of this posting here was literally they had to say, again, not our new slabs. And this is from Beckett. So they had to tell people multiple times, oh, these are not the new slabs. They're a proposal. I'm like, so then why are you showing us a proposal and making gigantic versions of it at your booth at the National?
I think they're looking for feedback, as CSG did the same thing. Well, without doing it on purpose, they listened to the feedback and they did change their slab top.
They did it in a more conventional way though. CSG understood there was some dissatisfaction.
Beckett has never done conventional.
Exactly. That's where the failure is. It's not. By the way, it's not a bad idea to get feedback from your customers to try to improve
before you do it. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but lead with that. Start with that, and then people are like, oh, okay, so you just want our feedback? Sure, yeah. I like it or I don't like it. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. And then, yeah, of course, that's fine. But it's the way you did it. It's the way you did it. It's always the way you did it. All right, Eric, this is your moment. Have the floor. It's been weeks since you've had a proper moment. The floor is yours.
Have at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Because I'm Carlos podcast. Let's get ready to rumble! This has been, without a doubt, the greatest week in hobby history.
Yes, I did turn down his microphone, by the way, in case you guys are curious.
In 3 days, I have been too excited, too giddy, and too happy. I am ecstatic that these people have showed the entire world how utterly ridiculous they are as a company. Carlos, one thing you did not mention.
Oh, I didn't want to spoil the whole thing for you. I just wanted to lay the groundwork. We can keep going.
If we look on their Instagram account, their little symbol is the same as the slab symbol. Not only are these asshats trying to pull a fast one and saying, oh no, this isn't real. I assure you it is. They tried something new. They came prepared to present this new slab at the National. They paid thousands and thousands of dollars to have giant size slabs made, giant size cards made, such as a Jordan rookie. I mean, these things have to be 5 feet tall. They spent thousands on this promotion. Look above at the top, the B and Beckett in the ceiling is the same design. They had 100% intentions to move forward with this in all aspects of their company. It is on their social media. It is on their ceiling sign. And the entire world said, this is garbage. And quickly, within hours of showing the world what all their brain trust has come up with, they are quickly putting, no, just kidding. Just kidding. Not real, just kidding. Meanwhile, their slabs are still falling apart. Their cards are upside down.
They haven't addressed the counterfeiting issue from back at the end of 2020, just for the record.
They have counterfeiting issues. Their website is a joke. Everything about this company is a joke. And they thought they would fix it with new slab tags and a new symbol for their company at National. And we'd all forget that this is the worst company in the business. I am so happy that the rest of the world has seen what I have been trying to show. And I didn't have to do any work. I have been doing the $1 Million Man laugh at home for the last 3 days.
Good for you. Way to say it right. Well done.
Sorry, I need to unmute myself. I wanted to let Eric have his moment. I just needed to pause him for a second. We'll pause for 1 second here. I'll read a couple of comments. Paul was asking the right question earlier, and I did show it. Lord knows, Paul. None of us know. But I was hoping. I knew that if we left Eric alone to his own devices for a couple of minutes there, he would not disappoint us. I had no idea what the hell he was going to say. I had no idea how he was going to do it. We got pretty much what I was hoping for, what I asked for. And there will be more. We shall continue momentarily. What's that, Yannick?
Those are small golf claps.
Oh, yes. That's just a starting point. That's a down payment. That's just to get us going. We'll revisit that. But let's grab a couple.
Eric has been up for 3 days.
Like he's been. This man is wired. He's been mainlining electricity straight from his plugs. It's terrible. All right. So was that Eric Road Dogg or Michael Buffer? Was it Howard Finkel or Michael Buffer? Lots of people like the Michael Buffer. Road Dogg. There you go. Good evening, Shaw Cards. Josh here. I wish Carlos and Jeremy Murray for a one-on-one with Eric. He would be the moderator. Oh, I would love that. That right there is ratings, my friend. That is ratings.
Top.
The face.
Yep.
Top tier.
Yep. Beckett pulled a. It's just a prank, bro. Facts. New Coca-Cola. Yeah. No thanks. True. Yep. How did they get better? Lord knows. We'll talk about that in a minute. But good evening, Michael Hamm, and good evening, Chris J. as well. Worst company in the business. Did HGA file bankruptcy? Well, in fairness, Beckett's been doing it for longer. They've been screwing up for much longer. So yeah. I think their body of work right now. HGA is like the young upstart in screwing up. They're putting up amazing numbers, but right now Beckett has demonstrated a consistent track record over time. They're putting up GOAT-like numbers. Their war is off the charts, season after season after season. But HGA can certainly catch up. But if HGA does file bankruptcy, then their career ends short. Beckett's been at this for a while, and right now they're showing no signs of slowing down. They're playing every day, playing to lose, but they're playing every single day. Consistency, guys. We appreciate the consistency. I like how Eric tried to get you to play the $1 Million Man clip. He didn't try. I played it, and I did. Bob, you got to go back. I did play the $1 Million Man clip, and I did it. Beckett Trump's Bruins card still. There you go. Yep. Good evening, Shade. Perfect. So good stuff. All right, caught up on the comments. But yeah, I would say my biggest issue with the whole thing was, like, as usual, it's the rollout. It's how you did it. It really is. It's how you did it. And the problem with how you did it is we run into this problem where every other company, all you had to do was just, look, if you were serious, number one, I don't believe you. For a lot of the reasons that Eric outlined, I don't believe you. I think you were actually trying to premiere that, and then you got enough blowback that you suddenly decided to backtrack it. I think that's what you did. You were cowardly. You should just roll with it. If that's what it is, roll with it. But let's, for the sake of argument, just for the hell of it, just for fun, let's pretend that that is in fact the case and they were trying to do it. Well, then you still screwed it up. It didn't matter. You still screwed it up. You did it a different. All you had to do was tell people, hey, we're planning a redesign. We want your feedback. Could you tell us what you think? We're going to bring some samples, check them out, give us some thoughts. That's it.
Put a vote.
People would have done it.
Get people to vote.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. People would have done it. They would have said, oh, I like this one a little bit better. Bring multiple examples, different fonts, different types of labels, whatever. If that's what you wanted to do, that's how you do it. And by the way, the National is a great place to ask a bunch of people what they think. They can look at a bunch of them and go, yeah, that one's kind of ugly for this reason. Okay, give us feedback. Tell us why. What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? You could figure that out.
You could have a booth for choice and Eric as the spokesperson for them. Which one you like? A, B, C, and D.
I'm frankly disappointed they didn't directly call in Eric to consult on this matter.
I would have.
No one has greater expertise. No one is more of a subject matter expert on Beckett. Nobody stares at them, frankly, more so than Eric. Who better to tell them what they're doing wrong?
They would have paid you in Bobby Orr cards, Eric.
Yeah.
Probably printed on one side, but still. But yes. So let's take a look here. So Brandon says, y'all don't love the new Beckett slabs? Well, I'm a little ambivalent. I really don't care one way or the other.
Actually see them. That's the best we could see. That was that board. That's it.
I will see if I can find a better picture of it for you. I think there was one on, there was a site, actually, that people were showing off. I will see if I can find it for you. If I can find it for you, I'll show it. It has a little better picture of the slab itself. To be honest, like, I don't have a moral opposition to it. Here's the thing. I don't like the bulkiness of the Beckett slab anyway. Like, changing the label a little bit. What's that?
You have no morals.
That's true. I don't.
One
But-
thing, I'll try to make this short. Cut me off if I go too long. But seriously,
Go ahead.
the one thing that Beckett was kind of okay at is that their label was different. They had the metal label. Everyone else had paper. They actually were unique in that. Don't change that. That's what you had. That was one thing you had going for you, that you were different than everyone else. And
But I hate the white labels. When you go below 8, I think, what is it, 8? I think it's if you go below
Yeah.
8, then you get the white one. The white one is hideous. It's
Right.
it's horrific. Just make them all silver up until the gold one.
C.
Just hideous. That was the thing I never understood. I understood the idea for differentiating. You want to make the gold one the 9.5 and higher? Fine. So that's fine. Great. No problem. No problem there. It does differentiate you. And the black label is fine. I have no issue with that either. But fix that lower end. That white one was never good. It never looked good at any time, at any point. So it's like, okay, well, but like I said, to pick your poison. If they're being truthful, the rollout was bad. And if they're lying, well, they're lying and they're stupid. They look like pick
They're
your
lying.
poison. Pick your
They're
poison.
lying,
That
and
timing
they're
to do
they're
it.
just making them look even worse. At least come out and say, "All right, we tried. We hear your feedback. We're sorry that you didn't like it. We dumped $100,000 into this, and you guys don't like it. Okay, live by the sword, die by the sword. Don't lie to us now, and almost scold us on Instagram, saying again, not our new slabs."
I'm also still not completely clear on how this redesign, had it been the actual attempt, I'm still not sure how that resolves the counterfeiting issue. As far as I can tell, the slab is virtually unchanged.
Because they redesigned it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That the issue isn't the label, theoretically. The label is a label. There was nothing even in those mock-ups that would indicate you don't have holograms, you don't have like special serial numbers, barcodes, something to give it a little bit of a security feature, something on there. You can do special ink that is like, rainbow, and there's a variety of different things you can do that adds a security feature to the actual slab. As far as I could tell, it looks like the normal slab, but with a new label. Oh, and they fixed the logo in the corner.
So that's it. Hit new label, and all the other stuff's still going on over here.
Yeah, it's basically
Look,
the same.
new label.
Yeah, yeah.
Look.
You can still counterfeit it the same way.
It worked for HGA in the beginning,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Look at these labels. Who cares? Who's grading them? What the plastic
AGA had
like?
the timing too that no one else had.
Nothing else matters. Look at these labels.
Yep. So good evening, Paul. Absolutely. Have we discussed what the hobby is really about tonight? We'll get there. Bob here says, just consider the source whenever it holds up that sign. He's a big fan of your sign. Good evening, Jeff.
I'm a big
Absolutely.
fan of all.
Let's Daps Man pick the Beckett slab. Ooh, that's combining synergies. Daps Man, let him make the decision. He can make a show about it. Exciting. Marketing. Good evening, Ziggy. Okay, perfect. I figured Eric would be the biggest fan. I know. What the heck? Wow, Eric. Beckett would never lie. I know.
Just want to say hey to my man Brandon from Dallas. How you doing, buddy?
There you go. And did Eric and Brad have their mandate next week? Next week.
Yeah, listen to this. So you guys can't tell Brad. I owe him one. So I am going to say, Brad, here's where we're going to meet. This is the restaurant we're going to meet at. And then I'm going to stand him up and I'm not going to show up.
So
Oh.
basically what he's going to do is he's going to do the
No
restaurant
steak
thing.
dinner.
Well, it's gonna be like the end of The Sopranos. It's all going to go to black and we're going to wonder what happened.
Yep.
I'm going to totally stand him up. I'm going to tell him exactly where to go, how to just go in, get a table. And I'm going to just never show up.
Interesting.
Good for you. Good for
Interesting.
you.
That'll teach him. That'll teach him.
It's either this Friday or Saturday, but one of those days I'm going to stand him up.
That's some
That's
4D
it.
chess right there. That's some 4D
Good
chess
plan,
right there.
Eric. Good plan.
If Michael Buffer and Dr. Becker had a baby, equals Eric. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know who that should have been more. Did Bobby finally move into the new building? Not yet. That is tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the new building that can be seen from space.
Yes.
So right now, this is the last vestiges. Enjoy it. This is actually the background. So when Bobby would do the videos, this is actually what was behind the boxes, the wall.
Well, it was the IKEA cabinet.
Yeah.
So,
But this is what is behind. So this is the same room, but without less stuff in it.
Like no stuff. Well, I got a few things. I did get a few nice pieces, so I can bring it out and show you guys in a little while.
No, that sounds good. Sounds
I
good.
can't wait to see Burrell headquarters. It's going to be awesome.
Me too. From space and all.
From space. Absolutely. 100%.
I'm in space right now. There's a lot of space around me.
Well, Eric is rolling in a truck in Manila, so we've got an international and interdimensional flavor. I like it.
He's the thriller from Manila. Nice.
Yeah, the thriller kind of expired, but he tries. At least part of it is still true. At least part of it is still true. So yeah, I want to open it up though. We did want to have a little bit of fun off the top, and I'll let Eric rant some more because it entertains us all. We were having some fun with it. So here's my question. My question going for this is, as usual, my biggest issue with Beckett is execution. Like above all else, it's execution. See, that's Dr. Beckett calling to asking for his name back.
I get calls from Chad all the time.
Terrible.
Just Chad the place, not Chad the person.
Well, there you go. At least you're not getting calls from Jordan.
Lithuania. Oh, Jordan too. Yeah.
Jordan's another one, yeah. But yeah, I'm curious though. I'm sure some of you guys at least caught that, and I showed a couple of the Instagram posts. Is Beckett literally the most incompetent company of the four? Let's use the four because we can go the seconds here. We can make fun of Tag later. For the sake of argument, though, out of we'll call them the traditional four. CSG got in late into that, but we got PSA, we got SGC, we got BGS, and we got CSG, which is a late comer into the game. But is Beckett truly the most incompetent of these four at this point? Like by far? Like it's I feel like it's even close. I feel like they've lapped the field in incompetence right now.
A couple times.
Their website, the whole thing.
Well, they're redeveloping that too. So hey.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the website has needed updates. Here's what I can tell you. I am seeing like I use the My Collection thing because it's free and at least I can use it for certain checklists and stuff. It's clanky, but it still does some usage utility. But I'll say this: I can see on the login page, I can see vestiges of what looks like a new website design. So it feels like it's getting rolled in like in pieces. I'll see if I can show you guys just what I'm talking about. Oh, hold on. I think I see a little bit here going on. Oh, hold on. We might actually have a little bit. I can actually show you what I was talking about a little earlier. So here we go. I can actually do that. So here. So this is kind of. So you see this? So they're saying this is not the redesign, but at the same time, you've got a website on Beckett.com that is showing the same flip with the not redesign.
Wow.
Like, guys, your contradictions are really stacking on top of each other. It's very difficult to get past the fact. I'm not making this up.
Now, Carlos, now this is like you're in court and you're telling me you're not the person on the camera right now, like walking away with the bar and the broken glass in the back.
Yeah. And like you can see here, by the way, you can see elements of redesign here. You can see that they're going with because look at the logo in the corner. Look at right there. Look at the different font, different aesthetic. You see that color that they're emphasizing. It was on the booth. Like the branding effort is underway. Like you can tell this Beckett Collect thing that they've got on here. They're trying to introduce some new elements. You can see that. And right here's another example. This is with like a silver. And look, that silver there has like a rainbow thing going on. So you're telling me this is not a redesign attempt? Like, it's just not? Are you sure? Is that your final answer is what I'm asking. And then here are the traditional ones, but this is for the Beckett Marketplace. Like, look, is it great? Not the best I've seen, but is it an improvement over the old one? 1,000 times better.
I know, guys, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I know, just, Carlos, can you go back down to the B, please? Just go back, guys, I don't mean to interrupt, and people in the chat, I'm sorry, but what you're seeing on the screen right now is not real. You do not see a B with a star, in the middle. This is not real. This is not happening, according to Beckett. So, ignore your eyes. Your eyes are lying to you. This is not happening.
That B is cool.
I know. And here is the with the broken fish boy. So we've got that. We've got that going on. So and to be clear, I'm not going to harp on it because I am more dignified than that. I'm going to act like I've been here before.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh no, Bobby, it's too easy. If you make it too easy, it's no fun. It literally is shooting fish in a barrel. It literally is shooting fish in a barrel at this point. It's like, no, man, you've taken the fun out of this for me. If it's that obvious, I'm not going to take it. I'm patient. I can wait.
Yeah, 7 days without fish makes 1 week, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone else looking and seeing that it's just a thinner version of the tuxedo, and there's black all the way around the collar.
But remember though, it's not the holder, because in that case, it's literally a rectangle that's all black, because it never shows the inner sleeve. It never shows the. It's a total mock-up, because it literally has the card free floating in a perfect cutout, which isn't real. Like you're gonna have spacing around the corners. You have to. And Beckett has done traditionally the inner sleeve, so theoretically you would have space for an inner sleeve and whatever. Like if we're being real, that picture, the last one, is 100% a mock-up. Like nobody could consider that to be anything resembling a real slab, because it would make no sense. You'd leave no room for error if you put the thing in wrong.
CGI.
You'd leave nothing in there.
Why would they actually try to bother on getting more better plastic?
You're asking why?
There's 100 things, Yannick, that would make a lot more
Not
sense.
necessarily just Beckett. I'm talking like the industry itself. Like sometimes too, I'm sorry, even
Well, it is cost, Yannick. It is cost. Like if you have a supplier that's supplying you with switching to it.
But I would actually try to get better quality over a label or.
Well, I don't think they'd have to do a
feel or.
I don't think
you guys like. Okay, example. I have a Beckett here. We all know it's thicker, right? Like, do you like the thinner stuff? Do you like actually like the corners are rounder, or the CSG? I own one. I do like the plastic. It's really like it's like glass.
Yeah, but the thing is, CSG got to start from scratch. So when they made their modification, they only changed the label. So for them, it was a little bit easier. They started off with a slab that people generally liked already. They liked the design of the slab already, and then it was just fix the label. In this case, we're looking potentially at like, well, can you get another supplier, a manufacturer that can give you this plastic? Can you maybe you have to do new molds? Does the new plastic hold up? Is it scratch resistant? Like you have to test it. Like go, okay, is there anything wrong with this plastic? Do you have anything to be concerned about? We know what this other plastic will do. And when CSG did their thing, they did their testing because they were starting from scratch. They said, okay, so we're starting net new. We can test a bunch of plastics until we get it right. This one's super clear. It's got these properties. Somebody like Beckett, they've already been doing it for basically 20 years. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it, is it UV protect the CSG? Or is it just fancy looking?
I think it's possible. It's one of those things where I
like to know which ones actually are.
Yeah, I remember there being a mention to it. Let me catch up on a couple of these here.
I've heard of something.
Did Bobby get robbed? No, he's moving. Moving, Baz, moving.
Oh.
Haven't seen many national videos, but I assume it is in this hot event. I think one problem is they're having trouble with the Wi-Fi and internet. So you're getting less. You're not getting lives from the show floor like you traditionally would. Right now, it's a problem.
I hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also creating a problem where if somebody maybe wants to put up some footage and then be able to upload it right away, then they can't, and then maybe by the time they get back to the hotel. So I think it's causing delays in some people being able to get their stuff if they don't have good internet.
How many people are trying their Wi-Fi at the same time too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And, and I'll tell you what the other major thing is at the show right now, because people's cell phones are not working, they can't get comps.
I want to come back to that though. I want to come back to that. That's a fun conversation. I want to have it. I'm going to read a couple of these, but I want to get back to that.
Hitting the fan teaser.
I'm a big fan of that because I wanted to get back to that. I want to get back to that piece in a second here. I was thinking mocking up some examples to announce the rollout of Beckett Beta without doing another company slab of the marketing. Beckett Beta looks like a real move to me. There you go. Tag best slab and best grading info. Calm down, Michael Ham. I assume I know he's trolling, but still, calm down.
Are they at the National?
No.
Really?
No.
Why wouldn't you?
They spent all the money in the infomercial. They spent all the money in the infomercial. It's already gone.
I just can't imagine that I just don't understand it. That just dumbfounds me.
They're the company that never was.
It makes more sense to promote on a YouTube show with people without float with whose heads float. It makes more sense, obviously. All right, so I just landed a Type 1 photo of Joe McCarthy and Connie Mack for Open Day 31 Yank Stadium. In your opinion, what grading company slabs 8x10 photo the best? Most of them don't really do 8x10 photos.
PSA does.
Yeah, PSA. I know they've got the big slab for that for sure. And I think they've got PSA. I think they've got PSA DNA as well. If you had any autographs as well for that, but they do have the big slab for that for sure. Beckett has a slab that could hold like a poster, a life-size poster of these people if you really wanted to, because their standard slab is basically that. Does any of the other ones do it? I don't. CSG doesn't have anything like that, and SGC I don't think has anything like that. Not for 8x10.
Every time you see
SGC
a Type 1 of like a Charles
SGC?
Conlon, all that stuff
Large
from back in the
something.
day, it's in the PSA slab. On Heritage Auction, it's always on the PSA slab.
Yeah, but for like 8x10, that'd be a pretty big slab.
I know it was beehives or something they had.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I know they've got a bigger slab, but 8x10 is a really big slab.
They don't
Yeah.
have tons,
Big-
but I'm sure I've seen some. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at the tie cup sliding one, that's in
Yeah.
an 8x10.
Okay. Let's think back on that one. PSA for sure, though. PSA for sure, and BGS for sure. But the other one I'm less sure about. But those two I know for a fact. Spill risky. Hey, be careful.
Nice
6 on the
hamming
wait
it
list is
up.
Beckett Beta. Yep. There's not new design. Seems to be a lot of places on the website. It's written not to be new. Exactly. But that was kind of my point. It's like you threw it everywhere and you're saying it's not a new design. That seems kind of odd. Love a collection value investment. Yep. Beckett discussion mixed with Honey Spike. 40 Creek makes for a fantastic Friday night. Love it, Josh. Love it. B and lettering looks clunky. Fair. A shield with a letter in it. How original. Yep. And here's Dakota here. Man, those Beckett slabs are so sexy. He also likes fat Wisconsin women. Hey, listen, these are proclivities. It is what it is.
It's
Dakota speaks
cheese.
the truth. Yep.
Cheese.
Jeez, yeah. Love these companies who think they know what they're doing. Yes. Dakota doesn't speak shit because he ain't live and it's Friday night. Wow, Paul.
Damn, Paul.
Jeez, Paul. New Beckett slab rating is 5. Is a 5-year-old designed it? Probably. Tag is better plastic. Allegedly, that's what they claim. I need the proof is in the pudding. I need to see that. What if I get this? What if I get the tag slab in hand and it suddenly disintegrates? Prove it. Prove it to me.
We don't know.
I need more. Fish boy, he is battered and fried. Facts. PSA slabs feel flimsy. Yeah, they're thin. They are thin. Like, let's be clear. They are thin slabs. There's no question. Like I said, if we're just talking slab, I prefer the CSG slab. I think the slab is really good. I think the clarity of it is really good. If all things being equal, I prefer that slab. That's when I did that video, I just said, look, if it's just aesthetic and the look of it, I like the CSG slab. I like the setup of it.
Corners.
Yeah.
I like how
All
it
things
feels.
being equal, I like it. But if it's resale or whatever, well, then PSA makes sense. I'm gonna use the one that makes sense, the tool for the job. Certain tools need a certain thing, and that's what I'm gonna do. So that's how you do it.
I got my package this week, today actually, of my Batista that way.
Yep.
And it came with an extra, never seen anything like it. It's called Hobby First.
Hobby first, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there were a lot of generic ones back in the day. Interesting.
No, it's right now live.
Is it a regular label or is that see-through?
It's actually a regular label. It looks
Okay.
like it got cut with scissors, basically.
Probably. That makes sense to me.
And I got like a grading voucher type of thing. But
Nice.
what blows me away is there's 2 spots in the weldings. I guess you can overcook them, like when you're.
Did you get a free toaster with that?
Welding.
Well, at least if you got a free toaster, look, I would feel better. I would feel better about it.
Because like there's bubble, like it looks like melted plastic right there and right here.
Yep.
They can. If it's using vibration, it wouldn't go into the corners like that. It would be across the board. It would be, either down one side or the other. I don't think it would do the corners, unless someone.
Sorry, I'm reading a couple of things while you're doing it. So if you needed to set up, I wasn't looking.
Does it look like it's played with?
No, I guess it's just probably low quality. I'm guessing. The person, the seller was really nice. He's trying something.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess
I
it was
wasn't
hobby
even
second,
expecting-
really, not hobby.
That
first.
was a toss in anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
as a
didn't
toss
buy
in, it's
that.
fine. Yeah, as a toss in, it's fine. It's
It's
fine.
a toss in. Actually, I think the person that I looked at everything, he customized labels too that actually says on it just for collector type of thing.
Yeah,
So
fine. That's fine.
if
Whatever.
You want to
Yeah.
have a nice fancy label with a
As long as it's not misrepresenting anything, it's fine. That's fine.
no, exactly.
Okay, so let me read a couple of these here. Bob here says, you read the Angel potential shopping Otani? Yeah. Right now, honestly, if you're the Angels, you consider shopping everybody, even Fishboy.
I would.
CSG's new label is way worse than Zoe one. I know that's Dakota's take. I could not disagree more. The old one was garbage. True trash. The font on it was garbage. The spacing on it was garbage. Everything about the old label was trash.
Color.
Yeah. Like the new one is very generic. It's very basic, but it gets the job done. It's unobtrusive. It stays out of the way. The other one was literal garbage. It was absolute trash. Otani to Seattle confirmed. I'll see it when I see it. Yeah, Michael Ham agreed. Missed the green label. I don't know if you guys need to get your eyes fixed. I don't wear these for fashion, but y'all might need to consider getting some of these. The B logo reminds me of Rockstar Games. Yes, that's actually a good call out. That's true. They had the R with the little star on it. That's true. That's a good call. Internet causing comp issues. Yep. So here it says, so this is Dakota talking about the comps thing. Now this is actually interesting. I like this. Because here's the thing. I agree to a certain degree with this point. However, this brings me into the comp conversation, which I like. It works except for the part if it's a category, because some people will go, they'll have certain things they want. If you are collecting a set or you're working on, certain specific, subset of something that you're working on, you're probably going to have a pretty good, ballpark idea of what the going rate is on a lot of stuff, because you've probably been doing some research. You've been checking eBay and doing your research ahead of time anyway. You should have some of the prices kind of committed to memory in different grades potentially. You're collecting a vintage set. Maybe you're looking for a certain card. You're going to know a couple of different price points at a couple of different grades, more than likely. And then you can figure it out from there. But sometimes you run across something that is a little bit less common, and then you're kind of flying blind. And it's one of those things where not having the ability to look and see if any recent ones have sold, it becomes problematic because you are flying in the dark. And you need to have more than standard. Dakota here, when he's talking about this, he's talking about he has gone to shows where he's gone in blind. And I've done that over the years, but I'm focused on very specific lanes. When I used to go to the expo, if it's a Medano card and a lot of these different types of categories, I know them pretty well. So like I know more or less what the going rate should be. Like, okay, maybe I don't know that specific set, but I know it's a jersey autograph. Okay, those tend to go right about this range if it's this type of product, and I can figure it out. But if you don't know it that well and you're trying it, or maybe you're doing a different player that's not your normal, or team or whatever, something that interests you, the dealer could be right on the money. They could be way high. They could be way low. And you're not going to be able to pick up on that necessarily without having that additional information. I don't have a problem with somebody wanting to have that information. People do rely on comps a lot. It's a crutch for a lot of folks. But even the people that sort of know what they're doing, guess what? There's a lot of stuff where you don't know enough. You're literally guessing. By the way, you just paid triple what the going rate was because you guessed. It seems like it should be more for you, but actually the going rate is a third of that. Nice job overpaying.
You can agree the last 2 years everything was so out of whack that you're like almost like where's the zero ground to start with, like something you might think is $400, the guy across the table wants 1,000.
Well, you have a price discrepancy even where you have comps. Like I'll give you a real example recently.
You have a reference. Right?
Yeah, I'll give you
well,
a real example.
It's called competition.
Yes.
There you go, with the extra syllables and the whole bit. But I'll give you a quick example. Dave sent me a post from Facebook where somebody on one of the message boards there, where one of the groups posted that they were selling the StarQuest Golds, and those ones have been very popular, especially the hockey, because they're out of 100, that late 90s cheap set, but they were actually very hard pulls. A lot of them didn't make it out. I got mine years ago. I got my Medano probably about 10, 15 years ago, maybe a little earlier. And I paid $60 Canadian for it at the expo because the person didn't realize what they had. Over the years, it's gone up because those ones are tough to come by. I think the last comp on one that sold was maybe about $600 or $700 US. So they've definitely gone up over the years, quite a bit. You're never going to get it at my price again. But the guy that was selling was breaking up a set. And for the Medano, he wanted $2,250 US. So it's like, boom. And it's one of those things where like, it's high. I know it's high. But the problem is, if you don't have comps, I know that some of the other players have gone for 1,000. Yeah, he's way high, but he's doubling instead of like 10xing. But he's just making it up. So it's like, okay, but I know it's too high because I know at least what the last couple of comps have gone with. So that's fine. That's okay. But yeah, he can ask for it. I have no idea. It's good luck with it. But imagine if you're trying to do it. They're hard to come by because I know the last one that sold was maybe 6 months or a year ago. And then the one before that was 6 months or a year ago or 2 years ago. They come up every year or so. They're not super common. And the ones that are in sets stay in sets. And the ones that are in player collections that are stuck there are stuck there. So what's the valuation? The last one went for $700 US. But if another one comes up, okay, what's the valuation now? Is it the same? Is it less? Is it more? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. And I have a pretty good gauge on that market, but I'd still be guessing.
I mean, let's simplify this because this is the real deal. Okay, is what is a card worth? A card is worth how much someone is willing to pay for it, and how much someone is willing to accept for it. And looking at your phone at a table at a show has nothing to do with those two things.
Mm-hmm.
There's price tags on things. Either you want to pay that price and you think and you as the buyer believe it's fair and you're willing to hand over the money, or you're not. If you want to offer them less, it is now up to them to decide whether or not they want to take less. That is how anything in this world is decided upon its worth. How much someone is willing to pay and how much someone is willing to accept.
You're not
Looking at your phone has nothing to do with that.
You're not incorporating trade night.
Oh, the trade night. That's important.
Yeah.
So let me read a couple here. So Big Scott, good evening. Hi from Bobbles at the house at the National. Absolutely. The guys are there at the Bobbles. Hopefully you guys are having a good time.
Party,
Thank
party.
you. Absolutely. Have fun. I know they did a couple of lives from there as well, so I'm glad they're having a good time there. Bottom line, competition is great for checks and balances and keeping the grading companies on their toes. Facts. That is 100% true. I agree with you, Carlos. Long-term collectors don't need made digital comps. Collectors now rely on analytics. Baseball has gone downhill, and baseball as a whole has gone downhill from 30 to 50 years ago. No, 50 years ago, I love the romanticizing of it. Baseball 50 years ago was not better. The players are better now. They are. The era was a completely different era 50 years ago. 30 years ago, yeah, but some of those guys wouldn't do as well. Some of them would do better. It depends on the player. I think people are misconstruing the style of the game from the current version of it because they'll look at a Nolan Ryan and say, well, he pitched 200 pitches in it. Yeah, Nolan Ryan was a physical freak. Most of the guys trying to do that and throwing 100% all the time, their arm blows out. The guys in the turn of the century that pitched 500 innings, they weren't throwing 100% on every pitch.
Hold on.
They didn't. They couldn't. It wasn't possible.
They used whatever they could do to move
Yeah,
that ball.
but the point was deception. Their job wasn't to blow it pie the guy every time. Their job was deception. We get outs. The point is to get outs and eat innings. That was the name of the game. Today, the guy comes in trying to throw 100 miles an hour. Well, your arm mechanically can only handle doing that X number of times before it goes. And I don't have an answer on that. Your odometer is different than somebody else's. Well, if you didn't throw 100 miles an hour, if you threw 92 instead of 100, you'd actually have more pitches in the tank. That's how that would work. But you won't do it because then you don't get scouted. You don't get paid as much money. The guys are incentivized to do that. Well, that means they last less innings. It's a completely different style of sport. And the batters, they get paid for home runs.
I went to a little leagues there a couple of weeks ago. I didn't even know they get the kids to take a break after 30 pitch, after 40 pitch. Like they have to legit time out. They're checking the kid and making sure that they actually don't blow their shoulder or their elbow before high school.
Yeah, well, they try to put a pitch count on that early. Now, what that does do is it does weaken the arm because when the kids are young, you've got a little bit more flexibility. To be honest, though, they shouldn't be throwing 100% to every single pitch anyway. There should be some attempt to be like, well, use a little deception. Use location. The location of the pitch can work. You don't have to throw as hard.
Ephus pitches all the time.
Listen, an Ephus pitch is not a bad move, man. It's not a bad move.
There was that one kid. It was a U13 tournament. 84 pitches. 84 pitch the young guy did at age 12, and he didn't give up a run in 84 pitch.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
So one other thing I'm going to touch on with the digital comps, though, as well as about that. The other piece of it is that sometimes you can have a pretty good idea about a market and still be flying a little bit blind. Because one of my favorite ones is the vintage guys. The vintage guys will be like, well, it's like, okay, well, so you know vintage, cool. Okay, you're a collector. Maybe you collect T205s, T206s, a lot of the standard ones, maybe some caramel cards. Okay, cool. One of my favorites that I've shown here before. It's the same picture as the T206 Honus Wagner, the famous one. M116. It's a magazine card from Sporting Life. I'm familiar with it because I used to completely devour the SCD magazine back in the day. That is the same pose, the same picture as the T206 Honus Wagner, the famous one, that would go for millions of dollars. You could get a really nice copy of that Honus Wagner. But here's a question, without looking it up. Okay, it's a Honus Wagner. It's contemporary to the era. It's the same pose as the T206, so it's a famous pose. It's a nice card. It can be very, depending on your aesthetic, it's either attractive or it isn't. I leave it to you to decide that for yourself. Question, how much should we pay for it? I have the answer to that question because I've done research on it in the past. I was curious what the going rate was. But if you don't know that, yeah, you might know how much the Wagner would go for in a caramel card. You might know how much the Wagner goes in this other, but that isn't necessarily the same issue here. Is that rare? Is that more common? Should it go for more or less?
How often though do you come across the occasion to buy that card? I would say in my situation, buying anything over even, I would say maybe up to $500 that I would go jump in without even knowing what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, here's your problem. You'd be about 90% low.
Yeah.
It's probably about $4 or $5 grand, give or take.
But I'm not talking necessarily the situation. I'm talking like when you actually do need. I wouldn't need a comp, as in when I go to a show with my budget and what I'm looking for, I already kind of know what I'm going to be paying and what I want to be paying for that stuff.
I get it. My point is when you don't.
Yeah.
My point here is if you come across, if you are a collector of that era and you've got a certain budget, you know there's certain stuff you're chasing. The stuff you're chasing, you've already done the research. So you already have a ballpark. You know more or less what should be happening here. You come across that card. You come across it, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, but this is an opportunity. I like that card. I didn't even think that was a thing, but then this dealer has it. So now you're like, oh, and all of a sudden you don't have access to the research material. Now you have to leave the floor to go and get some internet access. Not because you don't know the material in general, but that's a very specific issue. You don't know exactly how much is available for that one.
Well,
So you got to ballpark it. You're gonna have to. You need the information. So not having it to answer this kind of question, basically, there are some dealers who will stop because they lack that information. And DR here says, would a lack of internet access mean more sales or fewer sales? Fewer. Some of the collectors are not going to have the confidence to pull the trigger on something because they don't have the confidence. Is this dealer putting it high? Okay, I know what the dealers around. If it's a more common card, if it's a commonly traded card, without access to comps, you could still walk around the show floor and see like, okay, everybody's rated about $100. You're at $300. Okay, you're high. Or you're at $50. Oh, okay, you're probably the best deal in the room. So you could figure it out if it's a commonly traded card. If it's a little more obscure, that research is worth its weight in gold because then you're not trying to figure it out you're literally feeling around in the dark, hoping for the best.
And if it's in the wrong slab and it's overflated by 2 or 3x, then what? You know?
Yeah, you're missing a lot of information. There's a lot of information that you're missing. So again, if you know the stuff, great. You're already well equipped. You're good to go anyway. To be honest, if you're a dealer, if you were smart, you would have probably put a price on the back that would have given you the ballpark of comps anyway. That way you wouldn't have been relying on the technology.
And that's my point. I said that earlier. All these dealers should already have stickers or a book or behind the counter telling them what they want for the card. All right? When someone says, how much is this? You either look at the sticker on the back or you go to your book and you tell them what you want for it. It's now up to them to decide whether or not they want it that bad. But listen, we're all older guys here. We're not, 20-somethings just getting into this. We bought cards before the invention of the cell phone. Okay, it is possible.
The invention of the cell phone? Are you talking about like the brick phone, or are you talking about the smartphone?
You know what I mean.
It might still be it might still be accurate, but like before the invention of the cell phone in the 80s, I wasn't buying cars before the brick phone or the car phone. I can't help you there. Bobby, that's your department. I can't help him there.
Yeah, actually, I found all my old phones right up from when I first got a phone. So we went from big to little to bigger.
Miami
Carlos Sr. still has in the garage.
I never had one of those phones.
In the garage, Carlos Sr. still has the car phone. It's like in a briefcase. Yeah. He actually had that back in the day. Yeah. They were good though. The reception on it was fantastic. It was because it's basically a gigantic antenna. It's like a suitcase, and then you have the thing on top.
Step above from military grade back in the day.
Hey, listen, man, it worked. It worked, and we had the brick phone. And he actually kept it because some of that old technology, he would throw it in the garage and just put it up for fun. He'd keep it just because obviously it has no use today. You couldn't use it even if you wanted to. But it was kind of a neat thing. And I think my buddy did an 80s themed party. And I said, hey, can I borrow the brick phone? Yeah. So it just so happened we had one, right? So I was like, hey, can I borrow the brick phone? Nice. But they worked. They did the job at the time. Kieran is a guy who enjoys 4 seconds of fame and had a ton of money to throw around. He's a bit of a narcissist. Perhaps. Mayhaps. But yeah, he's talking about here. Hockey Barn Collectibles was talking about the great curator throwing a big price on a Ultimate Warrior Donruss Americana sticker auto. Yeah, he just throws a big number on it to see if he can get anybody to bite or talk him down to a price that's still really high. But that's been kind of his MO, but just fine. Look, you can price things whatever you want. Some people get really offended. It's like, dude, put $50 million in if you want. Doesn't mean anybody has to pay it. They can look at you strangely and go like, why? But look, it's your card then. Enjoy it as a museum. If I don't like his channel, simple, I don't watch, but man, the curator guy comes off as a bit sketchy. Fair. I think it's a reasonable take. They need to go talk to Greg Maddox about pitching. Yes. Greg Maddox was a pitcher in the old school. He was a guy who used location. Yeah. Square. But he's the last guy to like 340, 350 wins. it's not a coincidence that he's one of those guys who can actually win. It's like
Scherzer is
he was a
just
pitcher.
win. Isn't he just? Does Max Scherzer has the 300 yet? Or he's just
Absolutely
gonna
not.
win?
No. Scherzer is pretty far away from that. He'll still do very well. Like by the
I'm
time
just
his career's
curious because he would probably be the only one that is the closest to it.
let me see. He's at 196. He's not even at 200
No,
wins.
he's not even like it's not even in the ballpark.
The modern guy's 200 wins and change is going to be what the old 300 was.
Yeah.
The guys who are 200 plus wins, they'll be there, but and multiple Cy Youngs, they'll get that. But the guys don't win enough games. They don't pitch. They don't pitch enough.
Change some of those criteria to get in the Hall in the next few.
They will now.
decades there.
Yeah, if a guy gets to like 240, 250, they'll get Hall of Fame consideration because of that. That's enough now in today's game. Curator gets a bad rap at times too. Yep, he does alternate cards. You have tremendous ups and downs, but he knows what game he's playing. Yeah. No, I'm not going to take credit away from him. He knows how to market his stuff. So like, you don't have to like him. But then, to the point from earlier, don't watch it. You don't like it, don't watch it. It's fine. Beware the hype men and charlatans. It's been a while since we got a charlatan.
I didn't even know who the guy was until you talk about Toronto.
There you
And
go.
basically, I never watched ever again.
There you go. I said, you suck for baubles. We take that as a term of endearment around here.
Thank you.
I think Mike Cam is right. Dude is dying for attention in a pathological way. Ooh, pathological. We like that.
Why are you
I'm a
posting
business.
on IG
Yeah, he posts a
Eric?
lot on Instagram.
Yeah.
just now?
Yeah. You just liked my post.
Nice.
Thank you.
I think Mike Cam is right. Dude is dying for attention in a pathological way. And good evening, Will. Hobby business. Good evening. I just liked you twice by signing in the other phone. Hit that like button. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ask the guys in the house. And it is free tonight. Eric was so excited to talk Beckett that he has sponsored the like button again. It is free yet again tonight.
I don't even care how much it costs. I'm paying.
Huge
for it.
wallet,
I'm
Eric.
pumped.
Huge wallet.
It's like, thank you for your contribution, Eric. Very generous of you. Very
You're
generous.
not
pleasure.
taking from your
My
budget
pleasure.
money for Toronto, are you?
I think we've given him bulk rate, man. We've given him an extended time rate, so he's getting about as good a rate as he's going to get. Ask the guys in the house. Open question: is the lack of digital comp availability due to poor Wi-Fi causing issues for collectors in the house attending the national? I think that's a good one. So that's for Bobble's house. So you guys can answer that if you want. Paul here. Eric was walking around with Tough Stuff because he hated Beckett back in 1864. Facts.
Tough Stuff was a good magazine.
It was, but I made the joke actually in the Discord. I just said, Psh, go hand out Tough Stuffs then. Get the people up to the date, the latest info, man. Okay, so here's the thing.
Michael,
The joke about comps. The thing I stand by what I said earlier. You don't necessarily need them if you've done your research. If you've done research, all good. But there are some times where you do like having an anchor point and not relying on the dealer's sticker as your anchor point. You don't want that. That should not be your anchor point that you're using here. You want to use something else. That's what Beckett was for back in the day. If you were paying full Beckett, then I hope you really needed the card. But most of the time, you negotiate it down. It was a starting point. It was the beginning to negotiations. So a lot of times these comps should just be the beginning of negotiations. Go from there. Start at this number, and then if it's $100, okay. Would you do 70? Well, I'm gonna need. Would you do 80? And you try to find, this happy medium where they're annoyed and you're annoyed and everybody wins.
When's
Yeah.
the last time you would have compared, the latest Beckett brick with all the prices compared to, let's say, a 1960, just to see how far apart, basically, like, let's say you only had paper comps compared to what's the last eBay comp for.
Yeah, that's fine. But like I said, though, it can mess up. Look, I'll give you an extreme example just for fun. Let's say you did your research and you came across and you said, oh, you want to go buy a 1951 Bowman Mantle. Well, 1951 Bowman Mantle is traded often enough. You should be able to get a comp. But let's say you screwed up and the only comp you wrote down on your piece of paper was the 52 tops. So how much should a 51 Bowman Mantle be? The answer is less. A lot less. Oh, but the 51 Bowman is the rookie, so it should be more. No, incorrect. That is wrong. That is very wrong. If you try to use that math, it's going to work against you. That would be terrible. It's a silly example. It's a stupid example, but I'm doing that on purpose here because the point is you could have what seemingly should be, oh, what's the difference? One is 51, one is 52. A big difference. But the rookie should be worth, not in this case. The rookie is not worth more in this case. It's the other way around. Because the 52 tops has a couple of very specific things going for it that make it different. If you don't know
one's
that.
not, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, if you don't know, like if you just don't know, To you, it's like, well, one's 1 year and one's the other. What's the difference? Big difference, huge difference. But it's
Back
like
in
you
the
don't
day
have
of
it back.
price guides, yeah, you're right. Back in the day of price guides, didn't have much choice.
Exactly. So, like I said, it should just be an anchor point. It is a nice data point to have. If you don't have it, you don't have it. But I guess the message here is, well, guys, if you have certain things you're looking for, do your research, and before you walk in the door, have an offline version. Have a note on your phone, or have a piece of paper that you wrote some stuff down. Give yourself something to be armed with. That way, you're not making it up.
With my book, I make sure that, in near mint or near mint condition, if you're not even talking about a card or something else, it's usually the top price that somebody would pay, and then you allow for condition and work your way down from that way, rather than starting at this point and going up. It's mine's working it down. This is the pretty much top price you're going to pay for this thing, due to scarcity, rarity, or availability. So.
Oh, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it seems like everybody took my book literally at the show, because, or it's actually twice as much. Everything that my friend has sent me, which is probably 50 different hockey items, they're all well beyond my book, and nothing. I can't buy any. So next year, I guess when we go to the Chicago, I better bring more money. Or I don't know. I just can't believe some of the prices on some of these. I just said,
Well, that's been
really?
a lot of the feedback I've been hearing. So, folks at the Baubles
Real
house,
high.
Big Scott or Baubles or anybody else, obviously you guys got a little bit of feedback here and there, but a lot of the feedback is that some of the dealers seem hell bent on keeping their stuff and taking it back with them so far at the show with some of the prices they've been going with, and they haven't been willing to deal very much. There's been very little room to work with. The answer to this question, though, is yes.
Well,
Yes.
you think it would be the opposite. People would be more naive about, let's say, hockey, because they usually deal with baseball, football, basketball. And, hey, we'll just put that out. But everybody is, everything that I look at or ask a question on, it's like $60 for a pin that goes for $10 on eBay. It's like, really, 60? Like, you can't even negotiate. Would you take 30? It's only $10. Would you take 8? 60? 8? Like, hell of a trade night.
Look, right now, a lot of these dealers are operating on your garage sale rules. Just make up a number and hope that someone falls for it. Just hope it works.
And it works. There's no Wi-Fi.
Exactly. Imagine if Beckett magazine became the hottest product of the show. Isn't the new CEO a tech guy?
Wow.
Maybe he's jamming the Wi-Fi. Conspiracy. I like
Maybe.
little conspiracy.
Going with that.
Yeah, we're going with it. You gotta laugh. By the way, wouldn't it be perfect though? Wouldn't it be better for a narrative if somehow Beckett was, evil genius enough to come up with that?
Wow.
And come up with that, but yet struggle at rolling out slabs. It's like, this is where you put your attention. Radio jamming to avoid Wi-Fi signals.
Yeah.
But you can't get the slab thing right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. You gotta laugh at some of you young guys who buy $50 to $500 to $10,000 cards who use Center Stage app when checking out a $3 to $5 box. True. It's fact. Is your grocery list written on the back of that sign, Eric? Possibly. Relaunch Tough Stuff? Yes. Good evening, Tom. Garage sale rules, you mean how about a quarter? Well, you're getting both of that. Look, I guarantee you, if I asked enough dealers, there would be people who would be like, how about quarter? Look, there's the low ball tire kickers, the low bid tire kickers, and then there's the dealers who are like, everything I have is $10,000. You're going to get both. Trust me, both those people are in the room.
I always tell them I don't bring change for $1.
Exactly. But it's going to be more fun when they run into each other. When the low ball tire kicker runs into the super high end, that's the confrontation I want.
There's the fight. Yeah.
That's the good one. That's what we need to fire up Thunderdome. Entertain the people.
That would be it.
But yeah. So we'll leave it open-ended tonight, guys. Any topics you want to touch on, we can. I know some of the folks, Baubles House, again, thank you guys for leaving a couple of comments. Appreciate it as always. Hope you guys are having fun, like I said. Hope if you guys are attending the National, have fun. So that's good. Glad you guys are enjoying yourself. Yadek brought up a good topic, though, that I like, that I think is a good one. I saw a little bit from the trade night. It was very busy. I could see there were a lot of folks there. Apparently, a lot of folks had to wait in line and stuff. So brisk activity there for sure. And trade night, I would think would be probably where more transactions got done. So I think that's kind of interesting. So I think that's probably true because obviously you're dealing with people who are a little bit more plugged in to more realistic pricing. So it certainly helped. I wouldn't doubt that helped move some transactions around. But we did notice that it was super packed. There weren't enough tables there. There were people like setting up camp on the ground and laying out cards and slabs, and it was the guys are usually pretty well organized, but this felt like a less organized one than last year's Chicago show. This felt like it was a little
it's
bit more
hosted by
haphazard.
the venue itself. That's why.
Yeah, but Card Collector 2, they host that along with a couple of other folks, and they're generally pretty good. So because they've been doing it the last several years. So this isn't their first time doing it. They're usually pretty good at figuring out the logistics of it.
I think it's the venue.
Yeah, it felt like something was off as far as that's concerned. Like they run a tighter ship generally. So and it felt like it was a little bit sloppy by their standard. Because last year Chicago, it looked like they ran a nice tight ship. Obviously there was a lot of activity, but more or less people were able to get stuff out there, tables, and they had chairs and stuff. But yeah, it was a bit out of control. It was kind of weird.
My opinion of this is, why do you think it was so out of control this year as opposed to years past? Well, I'm going to stick with what I've been talking about since January. A lot of people didn't listen, and people are stuck with cards now that they have a shitload of money invested into and can't get rid of for that money.
And because of that, they sold off the tables and chairs?
And the only way to try to get some of this money back is to take one big card and turn it into 5 smaller cards and move those. And they're trading like crazy. They don't want to spend any more money. They have no more money. They're in too deep. And the only way to get out from this is to try to trade with somebody who's not in as much financial of a crisis as themselves. That's why.
All right. Shut it down.
And it translated to no tables and chairs. Awful. Do
you guys remember cases to access a table, right?
I know, right? If you get the really big one.
Oh yeah.
I asked Carlos, like, how would you organize basically a better trade night? Like you go like vintage, you go newer stuff.
You're not. It's not a card show. Here's the thing: the venue will cooperate with you to a certain degree. I'll say it was good. It was good that some people were at least willing to. That the venue was willing to work with them because they don't have the hotel access that they would have had in Chicago. In Chicago, you could set up stuff at hotels. Now, in future shows, it'll be interesting to see, given that a bunch of those hotels were overrun by folks that weren't staying at the hotel, taking up space all night. If you're a person who was renting a room in the hotel, you may not necessarily be into that. That might not be your deal. So hotels may be a little bit more weary of being like, no. But if you arrange it in advance and they have a space and you can set up tables and stuff and you do something with them in advance, then maybe something can be worked out. This case, the National was willing to work with them because of the venue. They understood you can't do it in the casino. It's not going to work in the casino.
Neo mentioned on his video this morning that some hotels will let their lobby be used, but you have to show that you staying in that hotel type of thing.
Yeah, but that was like I said, that was an issue in Chicago, where a bunch of just randos were there, grabbing tables and just setting up all over the place. I wouldn't think that would be necessarily something would fly. Like, what does the hotel get out of it? It's like we don't get any money out of this. Like, what you're bothering our paying clientele. Like, that's not great. So here, just DR says, do you remember a time when people smoked inside card shows? That'd probably have to be 80s, and no, I don't.
No.
Not around these parts. You probably have to go back to the 80s for that. Halfway building in 0506 Young Guns BGS 95, but if they change the ugly logo, I'll stop building it. Well, there you go, Albert. There you go. So, not a fan of the new logo. 357, good evening. So here, Michael's Ham said, guys in the chat said, what's the next best show to go to? So you guys can answer that. I would say Dallas personally. Dallas feels like it's the next big show if you're going stateside. It depends on what you want, right? Like if it's hockey, obviously we got the Toronto Expo. That's for us. But I'm just saying in general terms, the Dallas show is well attended and it's got a lot of dealers and it's built up a lot of cachet and it's every couple of months. So you can be flexible with the calendar. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to like about it. And Dallas also has access to airports, has access to hotels. Like there's a lot of good going for it. There's a lot of good going for it.
This is the next national announced in
Chicago.
For Chicago, it's official.
Chicago 2023. Chicago 2023.
I might want to go to Dallas.
I'm kind of hoping to do. Ideally,
shorter to Vegas, right?
Well, Vegas is a different conversation entirely. Vegas, I go because it's Vegas. They got a car show. Good for them. I'm busy.
Yeah. There's no hockey in the state of Texas. I was in San Antonio last year. I went to I drove in different directions, long distances, to go to 4 different card shops, and one had hockey and they had like half a case, and it was nothing really interesting there.
But you know what's interesting? I will say something to you,
Process.
Eric, about this. There is some, but it doesn't show up at the shows or the card shops, and I don't know why. Because I've bought Dallas Star Medano stuff, like nice stuff, from people that are in Dallas and in Texas. So they're in the state and in the city, but they're not working at card shops and they're not running stuff at shows. Although I will say Wes, one of the guys from Dakota and the Discord and everything, he was able to find a steal of a deal, a cup, a dual patch. I think it was Jamie Benn and Medano, the dual autograph patch, one of the ones that I've been looking for a long time. He was able to get it at the Dallas show. I was like, what the heck, man? And the price was a steal. I would have bought it all day at that price, easily. They could have us double and I would have paid for it because it was a good price. So it's one of those things. It is there, but it's just, I guess you just have to be there at the right time, right place. I guess the right dealer who happens to have one.
There's a lot of hockey collectors actually in Dallas. I've known.
There were, yeah.
I've sent a lot of stuff down there over the years, and they surprise me every time because you look in Dallas. Okay.
Yeah, I whenever I get extra Medanos, half the time I'm selling it to Texas. I'm selling it to a buyer in Texas. So they exist, but I guess they're just operating kind of in isolation. That's kind of they're just there, and some of them are accumulating nice stuff. Some of my duplicates are very nice because I'm keeping a really good copy, but the other one's not bad. It's not a bad card.
Decent collectors that exactly.
Yep. So here we go. Let's look at here. Here we go. Here's some Baz. I saw some protester collectors in trade. I holding July 1st signs. As you should. As you should. Thank you, Baz. I can't move any other time. Lesiak cards. Terrible. Devastating.
I'll buy them.
Yeah. Burbank show in August. There you go. That's another one. I will say California is a hotbed for a lot of shows and stuff with Burbank, and Burbank's got the shows and stuff. They've got a lot of stuff going on consistently. So if you just want consistent options, there's a lot going on in California. And Burbank is running stuff out of the shop all the time. And they got a lot of inventory, and they roll through a lot of inventory. Some of that stuff doesn't make it out of the state because it's just floating around in that space there. You're going to Chicago in 23. Right now, that's the plan. The hope is the intention. It's going to require a lot of planning. The hope is to do National 2023. I'll try to plan it out in advance. And I would love to do a Dallas show in 2023 if scheduling allows, just to check it out as well. And those would be the only two shows that I would plan for in stateside. Of course, the Expo, that's a standard. That's always in the rotation. And then just go to Vegas because. Just because. Come on.
Why not?
Yep. Jeff Wilson.
If you guys had come down to National this year and gone to New Jersey, I could have driven very easily. It's like 5 hours.
Yeah, but AC is like a no-go. Like it was 100%. I'm enjoying watching the few vlogs that I have seen. I enjoy watching them. It's fun, but it's not a FOMO thing for me. I'm sitting there like, nah, Jersey still sucks. No, it's Atlantic City still blows.
I just got off school yesterday. Technically, AC is like 10-hour drive from here. But I would have drove all day today to be there tomorrow and Sunday, and I said, you know what?
Yannick, just to put it by comparison, look, I'll make it easy because it's always travel time, money. Those are the usual things, right? Okay, look. Okay. The hotel could be free. It could be a 10-minute drive. It could be across the street. It's Atlantic City. I'm still out.
Yeah, but
I won't go across the street. I would not go across the street.
Bobby will understand. No. I would have turned it into actually a motorcycle trip. I would actually roll my motorcycle all the way down.
Listen, as long as you've got an angle that works for you, it's all good. But like Atlantic City is like
to go on a long motorcycle.
I will pay not to go to Atlantic City. I will pay specifically for them to rebuild that wall, bring me back the wall, and put it around Atlantic City. Jeff Wilson bought a $100,000 Jordan Star rookie. Yes, that is right. Yep. Chicago Sports Spectacular, November 18th to 20th. There you go. Big Vegas show in October. They are starting to do some Vegas shows, so that is good. Repeat that, Yannick.
Probstein bought himself an OPC Gretzky 9.
Okay.
Or I can't remember today. You just showed it on Instagram about an hour ago.
Eric, your homie Probstein. I thought we were going to get that reporting from you.
Are they still $250,000 or something now?
Did you see the picture he took with someone wearing an anti-Probstein shirt? Did you see that picture?
Yeah,
I did see it.
Yes. I show my own option on Probstein with.
You know, you could look at it and say, hey, the guy can laugh at himself, and what was he supposed to do? But because I'm extremely prejudiced on this, I look at it and say, see, this guy just laughs. He thinks it's funny. He doesn't care.
Well, yeah. Why would he care?
Shirt.
Why would he care?
What do you want him to do, Eric? We're gonna go again into this? Like, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
He's
I
wearing
think-
this guy's wearing a shirt that's basically accusing him of shill
Yeah.
building, and he's
Yeah,
just
that's
breaking off
funny.
it.
yeah. I
Only
think
you
it's funny.
not funny.
Yeah,
I told you I'm prejudiced.
It was
obviously we can see that.
it was a family member, and it said antique.
hmm So
Oh.
big Vegas show in October. Yep, they are showing. I am enjoying that they're doing some Vegas shows with some consistency. I do appreciate that. I like that, and I hope they keep doing it because maybe I could cycle in one of those Vegas shows. That'd be kind of fun. But again, look, Vegas is Vegas. Vegas has plenty of attraction without a card show. But if you can squeeze it in, look, if I'm going to Vegas, I'm going to Vegas to enjoy Vegas and maybe take in a UFC card. That would be like the two things that I would aim for first, to be honest.
Hockey, UFC the same weekend.
If you happen upon the right time, right
I'm in.
place,
I'm in.
I'll pop in and check out a show and walk the floor for a little bit. Sure, yeah, why not? Since I'm there. But like, no, man, I'm going to the UFC. I got plenty of poker to play over there. Lots of dealers from other regional shows too. Yep. Lots of dealers national scene and other shows. Should clarify above. Oh, okay. Yep. Sounds good, Paul. I like this one. 357. Carlos, you can buy a 2011 Trout rookie PSA 9 for less than 1,000. Unless it's 1,000 yen, that's too high.
I just got word that my wife is watching. She's in Florida right now with her mother. So everyone say hi to Michelle. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Mrs. Eric.
Hi.
Yeah,
Good
okay.
stuff. It's a family
So
affair.
we're gonna make fun
It's your wife or your mom or whoever.
I don't know. I don't know if Mom's watching. We'll have to wait and see if she pops up in the comments.
I think that's fair.
Mom's
Collectors
always
Fest show in Syracuse, New York, September 11th, about 440 tables. That's not bad. 140 tables is pretty solid. The other one, again, I don't want to overcommit to next year's schedule. The National is one that I'm going to try to get in just for the hell of it, just to say that I went with one.
I've done
Just to
it,
get that
done.
The Dallas one is intriguing to me for a lot of reasons, so fair enough. And the other one that traditionally was interesting to me is the East Coast National, because they would do that one in New York, and because they tend to have a lot of vintage there. So that was always intriguing. So that was always one that I kind of was looking into it. Hey,
Yeah.
question asked, question answered.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Hey,
Evening,
Mom.
Kathy. Evening, Kathy. Say hi to Eric's mom, everybody. Say hi to Eric's mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Vegas show like Celine Dion. You could.
House.
You could.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of these musicians who have been in residency forever. I think Celine Dion's been doing it for years now. Britney Spears was
Yeah.
making money like for a long time, so there's a lot of them.
Everything's possible in Vegas then.
There you go. So Michael Ham saying hi to Michelle. Thank you, Michael Ham. Appreciate that. Josh, is that just Chantilly show? No, the Chantilly show is in Virginia. VA is Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one looks pretty good every time.
It's
I see,
interesting, yeah.
footage
The
of
problem is any of those are out of the way. Like the whole thing, the
Yeah.
East Coast National thing, it being in New York, there's a lot of options. Like it's actually very straightforward from Southern Ontario. It's a heck of a lot easier for me to figure that out. We could totally do that. That'd be easy. Yannick, that'd be a thing where if it's East Coast National, we go like, Yannick, we're taking a drive. You want to take a drive?
Okay.
We're taking a drive. We could totally do it.
Oh.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Easily. And from what I've seen of the show, it would be an interesting show because if you like your vintage, they've got a decent amount of it traditionally. I don't know how it's looking like these days, but traditionally they used to have a fair bit. Chantilly, obviously Virginia, you got to then plan it out a little bit more. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but like I'm not like those guys who can run around and do that kind of
we'll
thing. It's
road
not-
trip with Brad in the caravan or bus.
There you go, exactly.
Winnebago. Let's
There you
go.
go. So Jay, good evening. Jay, hope all is going well, Jay. There are better shows than Chantilly. Well, Jay, there you go. Jay, a vote against Chantilly from Jay. Fair enough,
There
Jay.
you go.
You got any other counter proposals? Look, the two that I know that I'm going to try, again, keywords being try, because it's going to involve a lot of planning. It's not just snap your fingers and make it happen. It's like, so basically National, I'm going to try to figure it out because Chicago, sure. A Dallas show would be fun. Like I said, for the reasons I talked about. Vegas trip is just a Vegas trip. That's a different conversation.
We can squeeze two ball games on the south and north side.
I know. But that's the thing for me is that you've got so many things you could do.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, if they put Cleveland back on the rotation, I didn't mind my trip to
Yeah.
Cleveland. Cleveland was fun. I had a good time. There were some good restaurants and
Quick
stuff.
drive.
Yeah, like it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. We had a good time. We went to the baseball game. Like we had fun. It was a good time.
How
And,
far is Cleveland from Toronto?
6 hours.
give or take, yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I drive fast, so
I'm at you guys' place by. It takes me about 7 hours, 8 hours to get Toronto. So another. I don't know.
oh,
which
you're
way.
far in Quebec. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a situation where we'd plan it out, and then then you'd have a layover. We give you a layover, and then reset everybody's batteries, and then just go from there. That would probably that'd be the plan.
Anyway, it's
Be just
pretty
scheduling
cool.
it up.
Look, I'm coming in September for a 4-day wedding, and airplanes are $300, 350 with taxes. It's
Mhm.
90-minute flight then.
That's not bad.
Yeah, for the
That's
short
not
flights,
bad,
it's not bad.
actually.
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
short flights, not bad. Walmart section is greater than Chantilly. JJ Obama coming in with the heat. That's 2 votes against Chantilly. Dang. Like I said, I haven't been there, so I have no
Don't know
context.
either.
I have no
only
context
go
to
from
answer.
what I see on the tube there.
Yeah, so Jay here says Dallas is fun. There's a non-sports show in Philly that I really want to go to.
Yeah,
That's fair. That's fair.
That show I'd like to go to.
Yeah, so like there are shows for sure. If money was no object, it's a different conversation. I do enjoy watching breakout cards and some of these young guys who are going from show to show to show. It's fun. I don't have that kind of time. I don't have the time or the inclination or the resources to be running around, flying around from one to another. Hockey Barn Collectible says it right. Get the Saudi money and do the show circuit. Yes, if we get the Saudi money, different
That's all it
conversation.
is.
We'll get the
Saudi
we'll get the
money
private
plus
jet and we'll fly in from one to the other. No problem.
Yeah, Vegas to Chantilly, Vegas to.
If I get the Saudi money, Bobby, I am setting up seasonal residence in Vegas.
Yes.
It's like where? It's like, are you living beside Celine Dion?
No.
Hey, Celine, how's it going? It's like, Carlos, you never go to the show. Why do I have to? She's my next door neighbor. Celine, how's that going?
I hear her practicing
Keep
all
it
the time.
quiet.
Yeah, it's like I don't need to pay for that. I live there, bro.
Do you guys believe this lottery is the second highest of all time, and it's over $1 billion?
Oh, this is a Massachusetts Powerball.
It's Mega Millions down here.
Is it multiple states though? Or is it just Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Multiple states.
Yeah, for that kind of a jackpot, it has to be multiple states. Yeah.
Over $1 billion. You get a payout of like 400 million.
It's okay.
Eric, you
Kind of
could
a
win
ripoff.
and buy Beckett.
I
Yes.
would. You know what I do on the first day?
Burn it to the ground. Just
Burn
shut
it
down.
to the ground.
And still have enough money left over to go to Chantilly.
There you go.
I like it. I like it.
Walmart cards.
Yes.
I
Very
like
much
it.
so.
My
Yeah.
wife just texted me because she's still watching. Said she bought 3 tickets.
I like it.
The rest of you are screwed because I got 3 chances of winning.
So Eric's name has been adjusted accordingly, based on his revelation there.
That is correct.
Financial advisor.
He's a financial advisor. Indeed. Interesting.
Yep.
We
Moving
get
up.
649 in Canada, a Lotto max, and I think it never really goes higher than 70 million. So
Well,
Yeah.
here's
What are you going to do with 70, right?
Yeah, Yannick, I'm going to tell you my
Absolutely.
I'm going to tell you my strategy. I find, and this is just my opinion. Again, small sample size. I don't pay that close attention to it. But I always feel like I joke with Carlos Senior. I go, the problem with the lottery is that it's always like really young guys who are going to blow in 12 seconds, or really old
Or-
people that are about to die. So I go, well, geographically, demographically, it's like, frankly, you're closer than I am. You got a better shot at winning this than I do. Knock yourself out, bro.
And you hear those people who win, they go, well, I'm still going to work. It's like, are you stupid? Yes, you are stupid. Yeah.
Not with that kind of money.
Bobby, here's the thing. I would do it for the trolling. It would be so much fun for me. It'd be like, I cannot define the levels at which I do not need this job. I am literally doing this for my entertainment only.
Yes.
It's like, Carlos, would you be willing to? I suppose. I can deign peasants. It's like, Carlos, you can't keep calling your managers peasants. Silence, peasant.
Well, with this move that I'm doing, I've come across so many different things. So I found some old T-shirts that I thought you guys might like to look at. Some of my
Yeah, here we go.
old T-shirts.
Come on.
Some old t-shirts, all right.
Old Bobby used t-shirt.
Oh, Ren and Stimpy. Nice.
Oh boy, it's the 90s.
Well, what's kind of funny about it is all the ones I see online don't have the shoulder. So I wonder if this is a special Canadian one. I got this.
What's that? Who's the manufacturer? Who's the manufacturer on it?
There is none.
there's no tag?
They're all in the other. Oh, manufacturer.
Yeah.
It's a pirated shirt. Counterfeit.
No. Oh no, I bought it like first day. I can't.
Worn out, I assume?
Yeah, it's kind of worn out.
That's fair enough. I get it. I just thought I'd ask. So Jay here says he bought 10 tickets. Mathematically correct to play as long as one person wins. Yeah, that's fair. Payout of 600 million plus currently. Yep.
Oh, it's even more than I
I
thought.
wonder how many of us are going south there just across the border to get tickets.
If you're in a border town, you would be stupid
a
not to
lot
take
of people
advantage.
who
When
do
the
it.
jackpot gets really crazy, I guarantee you, folks at border towns are like, "What's your business? I am buying a lottery ticket." Understood. As you were, like,
Fair enough.
you don't need to explain anymore. You know, did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you my little my favorite like? I've watched some stuff from a distance, but my favorite border guard story like that I was actually involved in. My buddy and I went down. We were going to go down to a Buffalo Bison's game, and it was during summertime. And he's a teacher. During the summer, he doesn't work, and I was working shift work at the time. And we got like this border patrol agent that was like came in with this attitude right off the bat, and it took all my willpower not to say the smart ass thing that would have got us detained, because he's like, what are you two? And this was like we were like in our late 20s, but we were driving down to go to the baseball game, and he's like, why aren't you at work? And it's like this accusatory, like, why aren't you at work? And I'm sitting there like, I work shift work like you, peasant.
Yes.
and this was a teacher, so he barely works when he works.
Yes.
So during the summertime, that goes double.
Yes.
So I'm sitting there like I work when I need to work. I don't work when I don't need to. But today's my day off, bro. Leave me alone. I want to go watch a fucking baseball game. Jesus.
Really?
Yeah, like it's like, and at that time I was working retail, so I'm getting paid nothing. It's like, can you leave me alone? Like this is the day where I finally get to just chill.
The
I just want to
day.
go to my fucking baseball game. All right, I have to work the other 6 days of the week. I'm getting paid nothing. Can I enjoy my one day off? Jesus, I don't need sass from you, sir.
Not at all.
No, not from you. Enough.
I pay your salary with my taxes.
Clearly, but it was one of those things where it's like it's so unnecessary. He was having his little control moment. I'm sitting like, what for, dude? Just let us go watch a baseball game. Chill out. You're not that important. So hold on, I got to zoom in on it. Is that for the? That's for the. That's for the book. Gotcha.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
That was 2003. We did these.
Gotcha. Why did you decide on the small logo for the front? Why didn't you just put it in the middle for the big one?
It was kind of like a little side one, and then the back was the bigger one.
Okay,
So we didn't want to go big. It was 2003, I guess. We didn't want to be too over ambitious, right? So we just kind of left it at that. Oh yeah, I
For
forgot.
the amount that I paid for these,
One for Eric.
I should get a T-shirt.
Okay, you're on. So this is when I was a coffee salesman and played for Selena Coffee. That was our team, and there you go.
Nice. All right. There you go. I like. Is that so? That's got like the mesh going for it. That's got the mesh going.
It's the mesh, yeah.
I actually think the mesh is good. I think the mesh is fine. I think those are solid.
Yeah, and it's by Kobe.
Kobe. Nice.
Boy,
Kobe.
he's involved in everything.
I know.
I know.
So
I got some really good ones here, but keep going.
So here we go.
I'll
Let's
do
see.
it.
Yeah, I believe you have to be American residents to claim the Mega Millions. Canadians who win
I'll
better
do
have more
it.
trustworthy friends. For a nominal fee? For a nominal fee?
Yo, you'll never see me again.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey, what's gonna be funny is watching you try to run away. It's like Carlos, why did you do that? You know he's gonna try to run away. I know. I just want to see him try. We're already at the getaway location. We're just waiting for him when this idiot walks in. It's like, did you honestly think you were gonna get away? It didn't matter where you went. You could have gone to an underground volcano base, and I'm already sitting there with a beer in hand, going, "Mr. Sanderson to Orr, we were waiting for you." It's like, Yannick, it's like, pour a drink for the English muffin. We're gonna have a discussion. We have much to discuss. If Carlos was allowed, he'd be allowed to drink beer on the job. It's like, buddy, we're in the day of work from home, and you don't have to have video on the call all the time.
Ooh.
I don't need to win the lottery for that.
Oh, this is a concert I went and seen at Massey Hall.
Andrew Dice Clay. All right,
No way.
that's old school right there. There you go.
Yeah. So me and my friend, we had seats center row, center stage, 3 aisles in the first 2. We didn't realize that we got those tickets. That's where you get picked on. And we went, oh man, and we were dodging and kind of looking away because he rammed the whole first few rows.
Yep.
So that was an interesting concert. Anyways, way.
There you go.
I enjoyed it.
And by the way, also secondary to this comment, y'all forget when I've done the live streams where I actually am on call, and I'll go away for a little bit, and it's like on the job.
Yeah,
You've gotten to witness it. I've already done it.
This is a funny one. The old bodybuilding days.
Oh, World's Gym. There you go.
Not much to it.
We've
Yeah,
been to
well,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the day.
That's yours, buddy.
There you go. Eric, that orange Yeti is so bougie. Facts.
Ah,
Has Bobby moved to a little set as redecorating? Bobby's moving.
Yep.
Mr. Burrell will be at the New World headquarters by next week. In fact, tomorrow, the process begins. The move shall commence.
I can't find my Def Leppard T-shirt. I seen them when they first came to Toronto, and when they had two arms, obviously. But this is the last time I seen Van Halen.
All right. What concert was that one? So World
2007.
Tour 07. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's at Maple
Sammy?
at the ACC. 07, that was the last
That
time.
was Sammy.
Nice.
No, actually, it was the first time that David Lee Roth kind of got back together.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
Fair.
so David, that's why I went.
I saw with Sammy Hagar in the 90s.
I've never saw Sammy. I saw Van Halen 4 times, but no Sammy. But I saw that other guy. I forget his name. Oh, he didn't last long, and he wasn't very good. I saw him at the where was it? Ontario place.
He might,
Okay.
It starts with a C. His last name.
he might be from Massachusetts.
Oh,
Indeed.
so you know his name then.
Mm. Interesting. Moving on.
Gary Sharon. That's who it was.
Okay.
You know it,
you go.
Eric.
There you go. So we'll be dealing with those bordered bricks in a few weeks to visit New Hampshire. It's one of those things where, like, look, I laugh because it's like, at the end of the day, I understand they have a job to do, but some of them get a complex about it. It's like, guys, look, most of us are just like, we're basically just crossing the border to do some business. Most of the time, it's going to be shopping. It's going to be a couple of things. Like I said, me and my buddy were literally going there to go watch a baseball game, have a beer, and sit there and watch a game. You can find better people to hassle. Get a life, man.
I never have problem going to the U.S. I always have the problem coming back to my own country. Can you believe this shit? Every time
I keep
get
saying,
on the border,
Quebec, huh?
it's coming back.
It's like,
to
do you have a passport, sir?
Fuck off.
And the last one, this was one I always loved.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
The beach body.
There you
Which
go.
way to the beach, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's my old T-shirt. I got a Alice Cooper too, and a couple others. But
Just out of curiosity, so in the new place, are you going to have like a space dedicated for your stuff, or what's it going to look like for your perspective?
no, that's going to all be in storage for the most part. I will have a nice place. I will have the garage to have my fun.
Okay. No, that's fair. I was just curious. I was laughing because because I was chatting with, and I know Dakota. I know Dakota is going to be moving at some point here in the next while. And he actually, from what I understand, and he'll give more details when the time is right, but from what I understand, he may or may not have a studio of some sort. There's a greater than 0% chance there's a studio that may already be in the house.
Uh-huh.
So it's just a matter of adjusting it accordingly, which is an interesting add-on. It's a very unique feature to have a new locale. So I'll leave it to him for that one. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what that looks and sounds like when the time is right.
There's a lot of people moving in the hobby right now. You have Rick, the vintage card. You have there's a few other guys I've seen. They're moving too. I said, wow.
Everybody,
I don't hear it.
everybody say goodnight to my wife. She's going to bed.
Have a good night, Eric's wife.
Good night, Mister.
Right.
Love you, baby. Bye.
How long, Bobby, you live where you're at right now?
Where
How long
I
you been
seven
living there?
7 years, and before that, the condo. I lived there for 20 years.
Okay. So it's not like
Before
you
that-
moved from somewhere you've been there forever.
No. The condo I was there kind of seemed like forever. Yeah, I bought that back in 90 whatever. When cars were
And another
nothing.
question: are you actually going? You're going farther out?
No,
Are you
actually,
going
I'm
out the
about
city
10
or
minutes
nothing?
away. No, staying within, and it's only 10 minutes away, just a little bit more south, closer to the beach.
Look at you. Have a good evening, Michael Ham. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you chatting. Good stuff.
I think he's saying night to my wife and blowing her kissy face.
Maybe.
Well, the problem is you're over in Manila. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I just
Psst. You don't have the stolen Powerball money yet, so you can't even Learjet over to deal with this situation.
I can't even be back on the country because of the arrest warrant. I'm stuck here in
Wow.
Manila for a while.
Just
Ev-
like dozens of them. It's from Marcel alone.
Well, and that's ever since July 1st.
Look, there were rules, man. No meant no, and you didn't get the hint. No meant no.
He came 10 minutes from my house. I couldn't help it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I left Canada. I stayed out of Toronto. He came to this next city over.
Benny VDBC, I got you.
There you go.
There's a reason.
See, we got the clarification.
Hey, Mike.
Mhm. Oh, wow. What a ham.
It's like, don't worry, Ham. If you can briskly jog, you will speed away from him. It will be
Yes.
the worst high-speed chase ever. Will the U.S. government trade someone for you to come back? They'll trade us somebody to keep him there.
Who would we trade?
It's like, look, we'll give you this, this, and this.
Think about
Toss in the ham sandwich, and we'll leave him where he is.
Yes, the Michael ham sandwich.
Mhm.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, look at you. But yeah, it happens. It is what it is. Okay, so let me see what we got. We did talk about the National already a little bit. We're good. Quick question. I know that we talked about it last week. It's still weeks away, but you know that 52 Tops Mantle, the SGC 9.5, it is cleared now. It is actually over 6.5 million with buyer's premium.
Are they estimating 10?
The estimate is 10. So,
But yeah, I heard a lot of speculation way before any of them came up, and they were speculating 5. Now we're at 10, which is maybe going back a year or so. So we'll see. It's at 5 right now. Like the buyer's premium, I can't afford the buyer's premium on this thing.
yeah, the buyer's premium right now already has it past. So it already says it's already past 6.5. So with the buyer's premium, it's already 6.5. It's got 29 days left. So it's got a lot of time, lots of time. So it's already at this level. So here's my
I
curiosity.
didn't know it had that much time. I thought it was ending like in the next few days. All
No,
right.
still a while,
Oh,
still a
no.
while, still a while. So here's the question that I have. We'll do a little early prediction on this one. So right now it's 6.5. You got 29 days left. Whether there's late activity or not, that's not for us to find out. We're going to find out when we do, soon enough.
Can you zoom in on that, Carlos?
I can try. Yeah.
Some
Let's
are
see
saying
what
the
we do.
9.5 is nicer
That's a
than
beauty looking. That's
the
a
10.
really nice
Yeah,
clean.
the centering
My
and
God.
everything looks pretty solid. So let me see what I
Oh,
can do here.
super solid.
Yeah. So
Wow, look at the corners on that. Holy jeez. Man.
So
How
do
did-
you guys think he was drunk?
Look at
during
the
this
color. Holy registry right on. Oh man. Huh.
what's
It's
his
just a
name? You
little
would
off
say
on the right.
the razor sharp blade division.
Wow.
Well, this one here goes back to the 80s. So this is one of the ones that was in the
Mr.
Mr.
Mint.
Mint find. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was because I think he found like a case of 52 tops.
Some guy had stacks and stacks of them. He brought them out on a platter.
Yeah.
He had boxes that he opened. that he opened.
Yeah.
Said,
So
"Oh,
this,
come back."
this is literally packed fresh from back in the 80s. So it's one of those things. So it's one of those things where it's got a good let's put it this way. It's got a good provenance. It is a lot more. It's a lot easier to be a lot more comfortable with this one because this one goes back many, many decades at this point. And then they eventually got it graded. And we've talked about this before. From a resale value, that's one conversation. But SGC is solid. This is their lane. This is what they're good at, generally speaking. So should be good.
So do you think a PSA would go for more if it was a 9.5? I
Well,
don't think so.
No. But there are 3 10s in PSA.
There's a 10 right now at the show, and that's from the Diamondback collection.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, though.
link I sent you, there's a 10 right there.
Yeah, I would argue the 9.5 is probably nicer than a lot of the 10s that I've seen. I believe it's nicer than a lot of the 10s that I've seen.
Just a little OC on the back, but I mean, otherwise that
Clean.
front, I didn't
clean.
see slight registry, like.
Yeah. But there's no doubt it's a premium copy. Let's put it this way. When we talk about premium, this is a premium copy. And if you're going to spend big money on the damn thing, this is probably the kind of card you spend big money on. If you're going to bother, with due respect to Luka and LeBron, this is probably the type of card that you spend big money on if you're going to bother with it.
Yeah.
And-
if I had to spend 10 million on a card, it would be this, not one of those two clowns.
Yeah. And
The last line went for 5.2 a year ago.
it was 5.2 for a PSA 9.
For
5.2
PSA
for PSA
9.
9.
Yeah.
So this is obviously better than that. And also at the same time, Other factor, again, here's what's interesting. I think that with the market the way we have it, this still has the ability to kind of fight through that static a little bit because, again, it is a premium copy. So somebody who wants to park their money on something, this is not a terrible decision for that. Again, not my price range, but if you're going to
They
do
don't
it,
come out for sale every week, you know.
yeah. But at the same time, the other piece of the puzzle that you kind of have to bear in mind is had we been in a hotter market, the fractional guys would have gotten in on this too.
Yeah, and that would
They would have made a
it.
really strong play. And I bet
Yeah.
that would have really helped the price point, and it would be very interesting what that would look like.
So that kind of happened with a year ago with the 9 for PSA, correct? Wouldn't it be?
Yeah, but it was
In
a
that
private
time
deal. That
period?
one was a private deal.
Oh,
So-
that's right. It was.
Yeah, so that one was like
That's irrelevant actually at that point. Private
yeah,
deals.
exactly. So I like this because it's open auction. I like this because it allows the people who want to bid on it. Look, there's enough time, and the story's circulated around now, so most of the players are going to know it's there.
Oh, yeah.
So if you want to bid on it, you know what you need. You got 29 days to get your affairs in order, get everything situated, figure it out.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think Heritage has a little bit of if you're going to bid that much on it, I think Heritage does some background checking. So you've got enough time to do all that and be ready to go. So that you can take care of your bid, make your bid without issue.
So who's taking the throne back? Onus or Mickey Mantle for the?
Oh, this one
highest
will
value?
pass the Honus. This one will pass the Honus. It's already right up against it. I think the Honus was 6.6.
Yes,
It's already- this is 6.5.
What grade was the Honus,
last
though?
the last one was in the
6.5?
Gretzky Onus. You know?
I understand. No, I understand. But that is also the trimmed one. So, but again, it could do very well. This one has amazing provenance for what it is. It's got great provenance, and it's already right up against it. The next bid is going to take it to 6.6. So it's already right up there. So it wouldn't take much more. It'd just take a couple more bids.
I would be curious to see a 10 and the 9.5 going the same time. Which one would, you know? The card
Honus-
takes the lead.
Honus?
The top with the slab wins the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Sorry, what's your question? Repeat that question.
If let's say if you would put both head to head the same time for auction, the PSA 10 or that 9.5, you know, who
Wow.
in the
We have to
crazy
see what-
mind of
I think
who
it
would go
depends.
the
I think
10.
it depends on the sophistication of the bidder. Because here's the thing, I make fun. I poke fun with
it
biggest
comes back
bobbles.
to
Is
your
that
last video, the
Yeah.
comp
Yeah,
difference,
yeah,
you
for
know,
sure.
the deficiency
But
in the market.
in vintage, it negates it a little bit. Because in vintage, eye appeal is so key. Like this card is so clean. It is such a clean example. And it like if you're a connoisseur and somebody who has the big bucks, you're looking at this one and going like, okay, go look at the 10. This
Yeah.
one looks good. This one is
I want the
clean.
best looking one.
Real clean. It's one of the best examples I've seen. So it's like, it would be hard for me if I was in the tax bracket, I'm throwing my money at this thing because like that's about as clean a copy as you're going to find for that, without questions about like, okay, so how did you manage that?
Yeah, I don't know where you find the information on that. I think it's best that you should all look up the Mr. Mint that find. It's a very interesting story how he went over to this house and had
It
some
is.
money, and then the guy called him back and said, "Oh, I got more." He comes up with a serving tray full of mantles and stacks of. It was just a great story.
Yeah.
One of lore, you know.
Yeah, it helps a lot that, like I said, they had the book, the Mr. Mint's book back in the day, where he documented a little bit about that. There's a letter that accompanies this that was from him from Al Rosen back in the day, and there's a lot of little pieces of provenance that again make it a little bit more interesting. And even on the label, they acknowledge it's from the '85 find, so it's actually got like a little background in the history of the hobby that you can go back in time and go look up Sports Collector's Digest when they were still a real magazine, and go look at what was being said about it at the time. The scholarship exists. You can actually find out more about it if you're interested.
$1,000.
Great articles in SCD from way back. Yeah.
If my
Yeah.
memory serves, I think this find was here in Massachusetts. I think is where
Oh, it had to be in Boston, didn't it?
I'm pretty sure. If you look it up, I think that's where he came and found.
So you're saying you didn't bury it far enough?
I don't know where it was, but you might be right.
I think it was here somewhere.
I hope you're not, but I hope.
So what's the advantage of bidding early on this? I think it's just a flex. I think honestly it's just to lay some claim to be like just get it in on
I
there.
bet on the card 1 million there.
I think you're holding
No one's
back.
gonna
I
get-
think you're holding back.
Yeah.
You know, your big bid until late. You want to try to get it in as late as you can.
Yeah.
Does it extend time with bids? So does Heritage do the extended bidding?
Yes.
Okay, so they do the extended bidding. Gotcha. Professor Oak, good evening. Thank you. Cheers to you as well. Break out those 10s, and I bet they wouldn't come close to resubmit. No. The 10s are very generous. By today's standards, those 10s were very generous.
Yeah.
So good evening, Joe. So here, would you prefer the Mantle or the Eddie Matthews 52 in that grade? Well, the Mantle, personally. I have nothing against Eddie Matthews, but both
Not
are,
mine.
look, if you're a vintage collector, both are great. But the Mantle is iconic. The Eddie Matthews is an amazing card, but the Mantle is iconic. It's a different level.
Put Cobb or Ruth in there, then we kind of say,
No, that would be, if you want to do that, that's a more interesting, like,
sure.
but if you're talking 52 tops, Eddie Matthews and Mantle, it's like, we're doing Mantle.
Yeah.
With due respect.
Oh, sure.
So when you have a question like that, I kind of came up with this a long time ago.
He came up with the thing.
Question, should I buy this or should I buy that? I call it the grandma test. Ask your grandma.
Ew.
Ask your grandma.
With the chocolate stick. I stopped you dead in your tracks is what I just did. Stopped you dead in your tracks. You couldn't continue. You could not advance past that point, could you? Go ahead. Tell us about your grandma.
Wasn't my specific grandma.
Ask.
It was the grandma test.
Whatever you say
Go ask your grandmother.
about chocolate sticks.
Have you heard?
And she'll slap you, cheeky bugger.
Have you heard of?
Is it Dunkin' Donuts to get chocolate sticks? No.
If grandma has heard of Mickey Mantle,
Mhm.
there's a chance that grandma has never heard of Eddie Matthews. So buy
Sure.
the Mantle.
Yeah. If you're a baseball historian guy, you can respect the Eddie Matthews card, but the Mantle is the iconic card. The Mantle is the one that's a household name. It's the one that people know. All that for sure. Also, probably like all I always joke about all the years of hobby experience we have and the maturity of combined 12 years on a good day. On a good day.
Generous.
Yeah.
And then it's not evenly divided either.
No, it's not. If I win the lottery and buying this card, I won't lose. No, I'll be honest. Like, look, far be it for me to offer #invest advice, but if it's a legitimate auction and the people that are bidding on it are serious about paying it, and everybody does what they're supposed to do, whatever this sells for, I'm not going to say it's going to go up in value for sure, but I'm saying it's about as solid as it gets because, again, it's a premium copy of an iconic card with a ton of provenance. You could do worse.
It's pretty much a one of one, you know.
Yeah, like it's very few. I'm sure there's always a possibility there'll be another find, but they become fewer and further between every year that goes by. It gets harder. It doesn't get easier, so the likelihood is lower that you're going to get.
70-year-old
And in
card.
that, and we talk about it with the '79 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky. Okay, great, you got a box. Go ahead, open it. You think you're going to get a 9 or a 10? Maybe,
Exactly.
but not likely.
A 7. Likely
Yeah,
a
not
7,
likely. So
possibly an 8. A 9
with
or
that
10.
with that centering, the color, the registration, Christmas. Again, it's not a perfect copy. The back is a little off center, but like overall, aesthetically, that is a beautiful card.
Well, see, I like
And even if you
the back
come
is
up with
off
one-
center at 9.5, right?
And I think that's reasonable. I think that's fair. Yeah.
And imagine if you would come up with something that sharp or that beautiful today. How would you explain it, or you're trying to explain your tracks? So where does that card come from? And even that, it would be like has to be trimmed, or it's not true, or
Yeah, exactly. Well, there is pack pulls. There's a lot of them. They did that one. What was it? Leighton Sheldon from Vintage Breaks. At the last national was it before the pandemic or something like that. They pulled what was it, a 53 a mantle? And it got
I think
it got a 9, I think.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And it was like, $60,000 card at that time. Wow, but today it would be, a lot more.
Yep. And then Michael Hamm here is 100% right. It's not just a card; it's a story. And I agree. The provenance actually helps this card a lot.
exactly.
That's the reason why SGC put it on the label, because it is from a famous find. It is from a noted find. It is something you can actually look that up because we have that history from back in the day.
What level of provenance did come with that? I'd like to know.
I think it comes with a letter from Mr. Mint from if memory serves me, the Al Rosen.
Okay.
It comes from a letter written about it from the original owner that he received from them, because it's basically been the original owner more or less, and he had to be convinced to grade it.
It's on
He
the
didn't even
auction.
want to.
There's photos of the letter and everything.
Yeah, and and obviously Al Rosen has the book where he talked about that specific find, so you get a lot of information about that, what he sold it for back in the day, and and information about that. So you've got a nice, beautiful provenance built into this card, and you kind of know where it's been for a very long time, for the last several decades. You actually know the hands it's moved in, and it hasn't moved a lot. So it's only being brought up now because now's the right time to sell it, and there's a lot of money to be made here. Vintage sports cars, good evening. The National's all a flex. Dealers basically showing off the collection. Expenses are so huge for the show, even big buyers are flexing. Fair enough.
You know, I would say the Expo is not. It's furthest from a flex.
Oh no, but he's talking
Or
about
the National.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, in regards, the Expo is no flex.
Well, most of there are dealers that definitely flex, but for the majority of them are there to sell.
Yeah.
They actually want to get their money back.
Yeah,
they actually
exactly.
want to pay for the trip. They're not there to just be like, hey, I want to show off my cards. There are dealers that'll put like $100 bills on the table and some cards and stuff. And like, they're just trying to show off.
Yeah.
But most of them are like, no, my intention is to sell the inventory. I would like to make money. That's my job here.
I don't see a lot of the prices way off either.
I thought everyone was great, and I think forget about the exchange rate and all that. I just thought everything was pretty fair and on target, and yeah, I think so. I agree. I don't think anyone was really trying to gouge anybody, even during the height of the
But hockey really wasn't affected prior to 1980, so there was 79.
right.
So we didn't really have to deal with that. Nothing really went up between there. So key rookies, other than that, no, everything
Yeah,
stayed
it was pretty
good.
under
So
control. It was
we were
pretty under
lucky.
control for the most part.
We were lucky in with that regard.
Yep. So DR here. Thanks for the advice a few weeks back, guys. I started a YouTube channel for fun. It's been a blast. Good stuff. Appreciate it. Feel free to promote your channel. Knock yourself out. Is it under DR or is it under the other name? Whatever it is, feel free to throw it in the chat by all means.
Is it live? Is it just you posting a video? What are you doing?
Yeah, feel free to share some of the details by all means. You're more than welcome. You're more
Invite
than
us
welcome.
all on. Come on. What's going on?
52 Tops Fine was in Quincy, Mass. So there you go. There you go, Eric. That's for you.
Sorry, Bobby.
Yep. The mantle was nothing over the backyard's
You
crew.
don't
Just
live in
saying. Those
Quincy.
guys have a story. Story.
That's true.
I wanted a satchel page card that's sitting in the Oval Office. That would be awesome. Well, there you go. They don't have the card yet, but I would want the half-cut fish netting RPA. Facts. The 52 mantle with the glasses drawn on it from the old Sports Illustrated story was there for sale.
Yeah.
Yes, I did see that. That's right. Fanny Pack Flex. Touche, Mr.
Yeah.
Ham. Facts. There are only 2 Eddie Matthews rookies that earned a PSA 9 and 0-10s. There are 6 mantles and 6 3s. So you sure you want the mantle? Yes, I am.
But I think the percentage being sent in is far greater with Mantle than is Matthews for sure.
It's not even that. The Eddie Matthews is still... Eddie Matthews is great. It is also the last card of the set. It's got a lot going for it. It's not a mantle.
Grandma test.
I don't care if there was one PSA 10 and 1 9 and 1 8. The answer's still the mantle. It's still the mantle. It's still the mantle. I'm sorry. Respect Eddie Matthews, but it's still the mantle. The mantle is still the answer.
Why don't you go Mantle? Can't go back.
No.
Hashtag grandma test.
Yeah. Well, Grandma was with Mantle, right?
Moving on.
They're probably
Did you
dating
say
at
you
the
had
time,
to
huh?
bring a chocolate stick to grandma before the question or after the question, Eric?
I used to have to bring a dozen.
during.
A dozen chocolate sticks. Jesus. You and Grandma fighting over the chocolate sticks? Goddamn, son. Good Lord.
And a pint of milk. Is it milk or yeah?
It's glazed somewhere. We already established that. That's canon. We already established that. That's canon. Again, the total maturity at 12 years, if we're lucky.
I think we're 9 years now. We're going.
We might have to downgrade.
Going
Yeah, we
down.
might have to
Going
downgrade.
down.
We might have to downgrade. It's not getting better. It's getting
Public
worse.
service announcement. Mother, please turn the channel off and go to bed.
There you go.
This is an adult channel.
Yeah, well, it's also in prime time. We're into prime time. I'm sorry. But anyway. But yeah. I think it's one of those things where the provenance of it and the story of it and the iconic status of it pushes it up above everything else. Again, you talk to the baseball card guys and you say like, oh, unlimited funds, you can do whatever. A lot of them are gonna go for that mantle. It's not even the money as an object thing. It's just there is a certain iconic status to it. It's not rare, but it's also not common. And at this point, especially with the price point it's at, it's not easy for people to get into that anymore. Not at this point. You're not going to be able to just waltz into somewhere and go get one.
Somewhat common, but uncommon in that grade for sure.
Yeah. So far, it's me doing videos and have fun with different topics and mail dates related to specific collections. Channel name, Hobby Business. Good stuff. Sounds good. So if you guys want to check out Hobby Business, you're more than welcome to. Check it out. Give some subscribers.
Yeah.
You're
There
gonna
you
have to watch Hobby business.
Hobby business. There you go. Good stuff. Happy to hear it, DR. Keep at it. It's one of those things. You just got to keep kind of chugging along with it, and it'll keep getting better as you go along. And as you put up more videos, you'll have more fun with it, I think. So that's good stuff. Beautiful. Okay, so one thing I'll do here, we're just shy of an hour 50. I'll do the second. If those of you who are hanging out, appreciate you. Appreciate the comments as always. Like button is free tonight. Use it willingly. Use it liberally. Have fun with it.
Subscribe.
It is free. And subscribe.
It's
And
free to
subscribe.
do that. Yeah.
That's true. Well, we're getting close. I'm getting close to 4,500 subscribers, so getting dangerously close.
Wow.
Dangerously close. I know, right?
Jeez.
I know.
That's when the big bucks start rolling in.
I think it's going to take a lot more than that.
14 million, I think you were talking about.
I think I'm about 14.9 million shy, give or take. My first stop when I get across the border will be Dunkin' to order a chocolate stick in honor of Eric, as you should. As you should.
Get a chocolate milk with it. Your life will change.
It'll be chocolate and it'll taste like chocolate. Yeah.
It's just, your life will change, man.
Chocolate's
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Chocolate's good, but double chocolate is redundant.
Your life
Just
will-
look at what happened to Eric. Like, do you not want to be like this man?
Hands, man.
Mm.
Did you ever have the chocolate extreme at Dairy Queen? Blizzard? It's chocolate over
I was-
chocolate on top of chocolate.
We did the drive-through the other day because I've been working really hard and I burned enough calories for about a dozen blizzards. They had a mud pie one. That's the only one that I seen. It was an Oreo mud pie. So, and it was just dirt in the glass, and I said no. So I went for the cookie dough and Reese's Pieces.
I'm a
Blizzard.
Reese's Pieces guy every time.
Reese's Pieces, man. it's
Well, they were
always-
invented in Michigan,
No.
in Massachusetts. So, right? ET
For
phone?
real?
No.
I think that's
Okay.
fair.
I
think
don't
that's
know.
fair. So here we go. Let's look at here. Mr. Bob Lewis, good evening. Bob Lewis from the
Bob
Gosh,
Lewis.
National.
it's showing up late.
I know.
Showing up.
Love.
Can we interest Eric in chocolate turkey leg? Ooh, combining the elements. Look at this guy. Speaking of food, any ketchup flavored chips a thing? Are ketchup flavored chips a thing in Canada? They are.
Oh,
Not
forever.
for not for me, but they definitely are a thing, no doubt.
For 30 years, 40
Yeah, it's
years.
been a
Not
while.
fan, but they are.
It's so gross.
Yeah, they're definitely there for sure. It's definitely a thing.
We had flavored chips long before the United States had flavored chips, and they don't even really do salt and vinegar until maybe just a few years ago. My favorite growing up in 1971 was smoky bacon. Still is
Smoky
today.
bacon. Fair.
Yep,
Fair.
Humpty Dumpty.
Valid. Any word from Brad from the National? I have been in touch with Brad here and there.
No, we don't care.
I have been in touch with Brad here and there. He's making peace right now. Listen, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that Brad and Bobbles may have met and conversed at the National. Fisticuffs were averted. We may have achieved peace in our time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
They did chocolate sticks.
I don't know. I don't know if chocolate sticks were
With
involved.
you.
I don't know if chocolate sticks were involved. I'm just saying it seemed to be a peaceful exchange of ideas.
A double and a chocolate stick.
Now, mind you, there's still days left, and Thunderdome hasn't been fully constructed yet.
True.
So there's still time. But at least for now, it appears that a solid ceasefire and a truce has been called. Right now, the National is currently neutral ground. Everyone is agreeing with their mutual agreement that AC sucks.
Yes.
And right now, that's binding them. That is binding them in camaraderie. Man, this place blows. Right? I know.
Tides that bind.
That's what I'm saying.
Great
But yeah,
news.
so-
I want to go on record saying I'm rooting for Bobbles.
fair enough. You can put your bet. You can put your bet in when the time is right. I will let you know the odds.
He likes the underdog, so that's good.
Yeah, I like it. Don't forget, he did play hockey.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Brad did actually play
Watch
hockey back
out.
in the day.
Yeah.
Watch out! I don't
He
know.
went to major, junior, senior, or something.
Yeah, he,
Yes.
he played in the
Quebec Major Junior. Yes.
Junior hockey league. Yeah,
Yeah.
like seasons or something. Right?
Yep. Paul here
I
says,
gotta,
"Hey
find
Bob."
I gotta find a puck and get
All right,
him
so
to-
hold on. I want to acknowledge this first. The Oaks. Ogilvy. That's my old buddy from university. Oaks.
Oh.
He used to actually live here back in the day. Oh, early on when I got this place.
He moved away because you could call him Oaks.
Could be. No, Oaks was his nickname. I didn't come up with it. His name is literally the Oaks.
But it's, yeah,
Look, he picked his own name. What do you want from me?
pretty difficult one.
But yeah, good evening, Oaks. Hope things are well. What? No bulk submitted Thunderdome? Not yet. Not yet. They have to fix the connectivity issue. Make Cornet, good evening. Other than that, AC works well. Good stuff. No Wi-Fi unisites at all. Sounds good.
We're gonna have to do a Thunderdome.
So we might have a cameo appearance here. Hold on, Mr. Lewis. If you're good, can you give me a thumbs up?
Oh,
Bob with the Corona Extra. How's it going?
Mr. Bob.
Doing well from the
Guns
National.
out, guns out.
Live from the National.
he's got the wife beater. Oh, it's the
Yeah,
girlfriend
right.
beater. It's a little wide. That's
I
the wife
got
beater.
another
It's the
guy
thinner.
here too, actually. Look at this. Vintage oddball hanging out. So
Oh, he's got Rick Vintage oddball cards. Guys, I don't know if you're on Wi-Fi or cell. I don't know what it is, but
Bad.
you're operating at 180p.
So hold on, I'll log in and come back.
You're good.
Okay, sounds good. No, he's gonna switch over to the other one because right now I know they're sharing a house. They're hanging out at the house. So I don't know if he tried Wi-Fi or the other one. At least back in the house, at least they can get Wi-Fi or cell or whatever makes
It's
the
a
most
lot
sense.
cheaper way to go, though. That's
Yeah,
great.
100%.
People are doing the house thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just asked him to pop in, at least say hey for a little bit. So obviously they don't have to hang around and use up too much bandwidth. But if they can give us a little background, that'd be kind of fun. So Brad jumping around Bobbles to add to his friend Bubbles. He likes guys that can't see.
I guess the key was a nice place to hang out with a home or an Airbnb over there. Like,
Yeah.
Well, if you think of
you
the
hang out.
hotel prices, right,
Mm-hmm.
on a nightly basis, if you go Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, well, yeah, 4 or 5 days at 200 and change, like,
It can add up. Yep, no doubt. Vintage sports cars here. I had no problem connecting to the Wi-Fi today. It worked well. Well, you were in the minority. A lot of people struggle with the Wi-Fi too. Cellular was a no-go. I definitely heard that. Parking was not good. Yep. No, that jives. That jives.
By putting it out there, basically, you have no choice that everyone needs their car to go, right? So
Paul here says this makes some people's Razr phone look good. Paul is notorious for his questionable video. Although on Instagram he actually had decent video. So I'm just saying the conspiracy might be on. Maybe the problem was he wanted to give us 1p, not even 180p, 1p on Dakota's channel, and then as soon as he went on Instagram, he's like, "Oh, my video's fine." Was that Max Headroom from the National? Could be.
oh,
There's a callback. Didn't a lot of people warn that AC's an armpit? Facts.
It is.
All right, so let's take a look here. It looks like Bob's looking a little bit better here. Bob, give me the thumbs up when you're good. You let me know. So we'll see. We'll have to see if Bob switched over. I'm kind of curious if he's doing Wi-Fi or if he's doing cell. We'll have to see. Bob, you good? Thumbs up or thumbs down, Bob? All right. All right, Bob, are you on cell or Wi-Fi?
I'm on a cell phone right now, but it hasn't been the best for either, to be honest. Am I any better?
You are
Yeah.
much better than you were a moment ago. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's been you guys are hearing that it's been a down year for the National?
no,
I've been hearing there's a lot of people there. I've been hearing it's been a struggle to prices depends on the dealer. Some of the dealers are not being very are being very stingy on the dollar,
Tell
on
us all, Bob, please.
holding the line. Tell us your experience, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah, they have not too much willingness to have some wiggle room on much stuff. So we'll see by Sunday if their tunes have changed. But I actually I brought some cards to sell. I did that today in a big. So tomorrow I'll go to the show with an exorbitant amount of money. And,
Dozens and dozens of dollars, you say?
What is it? Tens of dollars, yes. It's gonna
I love
be
it.
crazy.
Eric's cash flow, yes.
I love it.
My allowance.
Well, I don't know. So Bob, I don't know if you saw any of the text message thread, but I was telling Ed Wesker I was telling him that he kept talking about these dollar bins, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing? Stop being a peasant. Go to the $1,000 bargain bins. Stop being a cheap bastard. I want to hear about 8, 9, 10 figure deals minimum. I don't even care about get out of here."
Can't believe I found this in a $10,000 bin box.
If I want to go to the dollar bin, I'll go buy Trout Rookies. I'll go buy garbage like Trout Rookies. Come on, man.
I am not lying. The most exciting thing at the show has been on 3 separate occasions, pretty much once per day, I have noticed some commotion and a crowd of people. And upon further examination of said crowd of people, I see Gary V in the middle.
Oh, great.
He's out amongst the people causing a ruckus. So And,
Good old Gary
usually
V.
usually when that happens, I'm near another table and a dealer. I just hear the other dealer like groan sarcastically about like whatever is going on behind him, and it usually involves Gary Vee. So it's kind of interesting.
Interesting.
Good. Yep.
Hey, hey, Bob, would you mind
What?
putting the mask on since you have a corona?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that your
That's
19th?
Too easy, Eric.
Look, that's the closest he gets to comedy. Usually the comedy is mine or Bobby's job. It's usually our job to bring that. That's usually
Sarcasm, yes.
Yeah.
There has been some really cool cards. The 9.5 SGC mantle is here. It's like in a heavily guarded area. But I saw a 1949 Bowman Jackie Robinson that was autographed, graded a 9. Yeah, so just unbelievable stuff that you never really will see. But from the guys that I'm hearing about, it's so Rick specifically, he is very specific and I guess there's no other way to say it. Really specific stuff he's looking for, that rare stuff that he's not really finding a lot of it. There's a lot.
So one would say he was looking out there for vintage oddball cards. What you're saying?
Exactly.
Like his show.
Rick, feel free to come on the shot, Rick. Come on.
Squeeze in.
Yeah. Bob will accommodate you. Come on.
Yeah.
This is our first opportunity. It's my first opportunity to say, Rick, good evening. How are you guys doing over there? How's it going?
Great, fantastic. We're having more fun just at our place here with 7 of this than the actual card show itself.
Yeah,
I believe it.
It's really
I believe it.
To me, it's been a disappointment, the show itself.
Right.
Prices are way too high. The dealers are grumpy. I mean, literally grumpy. I mean, it's like they've been, I don't get it, because last year's National was totally the opposite of this one. So
I think there is a young wave of like collectors here that are all like, wearing expensive clothes and like really like expensive shoes, and they got their cases, and like, I'm seeing that in full effect. And I don't know. I just feel like dealers are would consider themselves old school, or kind of like they're just tired of sort of that mentality. Like dealers are. So when I had mentioned that I had sold some stuff, right? So when I put it out on the glass, the guy's looking at it. He looked at probably 6 or 7 cards, up to 25 cards or whatever. And it's like, just throws one at me. He's like, where are you at on that? And I gave him a price, and then he kind of like looks up from it and looks at me, and he's like, okay, you're for real then. Like, because which he kind of went on. He's like, most people were like, they want to sell a $200 card to me for $195.
Yeah.
And they're not willing to budge. So then I feel like there's been a mentality of the dealers of just like, well, we're not budging either for you young, punks or whatever. So I don't feel like there's a lot of that. And again, this is not across the board, because I have heard from other people that like, they were able to really strike up a conversation with the dealer, come up to like a cash trade deal, and really get some good cards. Both parties are happy. A lot of that, but for just as many as good stories I've heard, George Diamond Yard Sports Cards, he's like on 2 separate occasions, dealers were just outright like pricks to me for no reason whatsoever. And then just the engaging in like, there was a maze, something like a swell or Sewell maze.
Swell, Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, and George, having perused the whole show for a couple of days, is like, this is the only one that I've seen at the show. And the dealer's like, oh, well, good for me.
So what you're saying, Bob, just so I understand it, obviously it was AC, and frankly, that was never going to happen. Like literally, it could be across the street, and I'm not doing it. But the point is that you're saying that with their grumpiness and my inclination towards being a bastard, I would have gotten so much like the footage that I would have gotten. It'd be like, it turns out, sir, you are but a young Padawan when it comes to being a jerk, and you don't even know the levels that I can get to. I can push buttons you didn't even know you had.
Yeah, there's unreached or unseen levels of Carlos that we haven't seen. I have no reason to doubt that whatsoever. And really on here, I have a feeling that they would have to surface in order for things to really get interesting. I'm having an okay time because really the show itself was secondary to just kind of hanging out with guys like Rick here.
There we go.
There you go. Oh, look at you guys. Look at
Just
you.
one big family.
So Rick, how long is it going to be before you stuff Bob in a bag and roll him down the hill?
Oh, I tell you, we got stories to tell. We got
Oh
stories.
boy.
That would have been honestly, that would have been the first thing that I would have done when I greeted him. I would have put the bag over and start tying it up, and it'd be like, "Find me the hill."
So, what you don't want to do is we got a bunch of cards here, and Bob's drinking, and of course he spills his drinks. And people say, smell the cards. You can smell the what are the cards?
We've created a new variation. Yeah.
So you guys needed the plastic wrap for the top of the table just to protect it from Bob.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Bob's Provenance.
Mm.
So Rick, no, didn't catch anybody sleeping? Because you and I know a lot of weird, unusual cards, and you can usually catch somebody sleeping, but nothing.
It's not that he can't catch them sleeping. They don't have anything to be getting caught sleeping with.
Really?
Exactly.
That bad?
I'm just been really kind of disappointed. I don't know. I mean, I asked one dealer, "Hey, how much for this card?" He says, "It's on there on the back, 7,000. 7,000. Do you have some room with 7,000?" No, it's 7,000, and it's worth 5,000. It's like it's just.
It's all good.
Oh, you spilled the beer again.
That box was way more important than it looked.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
That's all good.
somebody just tipped it over.
Hey, and it's probably going to be easier now that people are starting to come back into the room. Like it's going to be a bunch of commotion in here. So I'm just glad
There you go.
to pop on. Give you the live synopsis.
That's
If you
right.
guys are on for a little bit, maybe I'll jump back in now that I got the link a little bit later. So.
That's fine. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys, Rick. A pleasure to see you. A pleasure to have a quick chat with you here. Maybe down the road we'll get you to come back on and chat a little bit because it'd be kind of fun to do that. I'm glad you guys are having fun though, and it was good to get a little bit of a perspective from the show. Try your best to put up with Bob as best you can. But if you need to ditch him somewhere, if you need to throw him in a ditch, listen, you have my permission. We'll help you hide it. Like it's fine. It's fine. I've been preparing for this. I've got protocols. I'll send you an email. I've got protocols. I got places you can hide them. I got it all covered for you. Allegedly.
Rick, you
Bob,
gotta cut them off at
one
19.
of those scratch and sniff beer cards that you're creating.
Yeah, it's a rum scented cards for sure.
All right, excellent.
That's what I'm saying. Like I said, guys, don't worry about it. You guys just shoot me a message. I'm half Colombian. I got this covered for you. It's literally what we do. Just saying, we got protocols, we got procedures. Don't worry about it.
He's got people.
Same.
We'll see you guys later, Yannick. I picked up one card for everybody here. I only picked up one $2 card for Yannick, so don't be expecting any care packages from me from the National. Just saying.
There you go. Fair enough.
Very little hockey. I mean,
You Canadians would not have appreciated this show.
No, we're talking.
Well, we already talked to Bob. You weren't on, but we've already talked about this. Hockey is literally one subsection of what I collect. I collect vintage baseball, and I've been doing it for almost 30 years. So for me, it's like, yeah, whatever. I don't care.
You're from Canada. That's what we Americans think down here. That you guys all are just hockey all the time.
That's the advantage that we have. The tactical advantage is you have no idea what the hell goes on here.
That's right.
We're watching you though.
I
Don't worry.
have no idea what goes on most places, Carlos. So
I don't think you know what's going on in that room, Bob.
it's only 10 o'clock, so give me time.
There you go. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate you pumping in and giving us a little insight. Happy to chat with you. We'll talk down the road.
Yeah, guys. See you guys.
Take it easy, guys. There you go. A little live coverage from the National. That was fun.
No hockey. And everyone kept asking, why aren't you going to the National? There's hockey. No, there isn't.
It's overpriced.
I guarantee you there's some sitting around on tables, but it's not going to be up front and center. It's one of those things where it's going to be kind of hidden behind some stuff. So
Crosby rookie, Ovechkin rookie.
yeah, it's going to be really. It's going to be the really high. It's going to be like the basically the surface level stuff. It's got to be the right names, and it's going to be higher dollar because to make it worth their while to carry it over. That's going to be. And I 100% agree here.
Probably
So
won't be many 50s Parkers or stuff like
So there
that.
you go. Favorite YouTubers,
Mhm.
Bob and Rick. Good stuff, Mark. Good stuff. Love hearing the show perspective from that show. Absolutely. Yeah. No, when I saw Bob, I just pinged him on the side there and I said, hey, you want to pop in for a quick cameo, chat for a little bit? And then Rick being there as well is a great bonus. I hadn't chatted with Rick directly, so that was awesome. But yeah, it's good to get their perspective though, because these are guys that are walking the floor, right? And they're not necessarily. They'll probably make some videos, but it's not necessarily going to be vlog.
They're
Like
there every
we're
year.
getting it mid-flight. We're actually getting a taste of it a couple of days in, what they're
Yeah.
feeling and experiencing. It's good to know.
Seems to be the similar feeling for most of the people that are there. You know, overpriced, not willing to deal. Like, man, you can't run a museum, can you?
Well, some people seem to be trying right now. The thing is, the feedback I've been hearing, it's good to hear from different people. Because if you hear it from enough different people, then you start putting the pieces together and say, okay, it seems like we're getting consistency. The stories are being very consistent from different folks. So it's like, okay, I like that. I like
But I
that.
heard it was really busy. But I don't know if the venue, because of the change in venue, it's hard to tell. Or gear, you know, like we did last show at the expo, it was hard to tell. It seemed busy, but at times it didn't. So anyway,
I think at the expo we had a similar problem in that it depends on the dealer. It depends on how flexible they were with pricing. Like I said,
Yeah.
my buddy Steve is very good at pricing the stuff to a certain level. He understood his material. He understood how to price it accordingly. He had no problem selling material. He sold a ton, and he made a lot of money. So it's one of those things that you can. He bought intelligently and had room to move on the price if he needed to. And if you bought in bulk, you could get a better deal. All that stuff was available. So therefore, people were able to work with him. And he was able to sell out a bunch of stuff and made out like a bandit. Other folks, the stuff just sat. And it sat and it sat for the whole weekend.
yeah, it does
it's hard.
happen.
Yep. What, you don't want $10 Lindros score rookies? I know.
I wouldn't take them for free.
Isn't he from Boston?
No.
I know, right? People don't understand HTC having lower value sound like children. Yes, that refers back to one of the videos. Yes. So here I'll answer this one. Hockey. Good evening as well. What keeps Carlos interested in cars and no longer following sports? The challenge. For the most part, it's not that I don't follow any of the sports; it's that I follow very little. I watch baseball predominantly in the playoffs. Stretch run and playoffs is where it's more interesting for me. Hockey, I'll watch the playoffs a little bit as well. Football is probably the one that I watch the most, but I don't really collect the cards very much. So funny enough, the one that I watch and follow the most is the one that I really don't collect the cards. I'll collect some Favres, but that's its own thing. Just that one specific thing and certain specific ones. I'm very picky. But outside of that, no, I'm not touching it. UFC, I do watch and collect some of the cards now.
With the Jets or no Jets, just
No, I stick to the Packers. There's enough good stuff there. There's enough good stuff that you can stick to that and it's fine. But what keeps me interested in the cards is the challenge. I like to build certain subsets. I like to build certain sets. I like to do that. What's funny is that obviously watching sports helps. It keeps you engaged. It keeps you interested in whatever. Like that's honestly part of it. But honestly, if you've been doing it long enough, the act of the collecting and putting together the sets and building the checklists and finding these things, the hunt, that in itself is an activity on its own. Like I actually don't need the sport to participate in it.
Maybe if I would collect, younger prospect, and you get excited watching the sport because the better he does, obviously the more value that his stuff should be.
Yeah,
But
I'm not ignoring. I don't ignore what's going on with the players because obviously Soto, I keep an eye on what's going on. I will catch some of his games and some of his at bats and stuff.
Especially the next 48 hours should be really interesting.
Yeah,
for
it's very interesting.
any trade in baseball.
But I do enjoy. But the key is, even with Soto, while I do pay attention to what he's doing, obviously, the challenge for me is trying to find these well-priced items. Look, the challenge is I want to find it at a good price. It's not just buying it; it's finding it at a good price. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. That's the piece that keeps me engaged. That's the part that keeps me interested. So to answer this question, the part that keeps me interested is the chase. It's looking for the deal. It's looking for the right bargain. You don't always get it right, but that's what's fun to me. So here, Carlos.
Any new poker stuff?
Not yet. I've got a couple that I'm monitoring on ComC. I think all my ComC stuff has been brought in now. So I think my balance now will be stabilized. And I've been selling some stuff on ComC. So it's been going, which is nice. So I might be back in the market to buy some more now. I just wanted to make sure I had balance in there so that the rest of it could get processed, because you pay as they process the cards. So, but I think I've got more than enough now, so I think we're solid. And I want to start shipping some stuff. I think it'd be kind of fun. So that might be the first live stream with Rick. I think there's been a couple, but only a handful. Rick doesn't appear on too many, so it was an extra special treat to get Rick to come on and do one, because he doesn't come on to do too many. And obviously, it was kind of fun having it with him and Bob, kind of contributing to that conversation, getting their perspective. That was really good. I like that, and that was kind of a fun side bonus, which is great. And I know there's a bunch of YouTubers there at that house, so they're hanging out and having fun. So that they gave us a couple of minutes and filled us in a little bit. That was great. Surprised Eric wasn't national spending time with Brad. His best friend forever, Brad. It's true. Is all this footage approved by Cardlotta Content Auditing Board? Ooh, good question. Eric, are we covered? Or are we good? Did we get the stamp?
No, scholarship is not high enough.
No hashtag scholarship stamp?
No.
You filled in the paperwork, didn't you? You're supposed to do the poopy pony intellectual property paperwork, man.
Yep, I sent it in. Christine,
Yeah, it's on Eric's list, guaranteed.
We'll see. Later on. I'll be like, oh my God, what is this paperwork? Didn't Lindros play for the Boston Flyers? Facts.
shut up, Bob.
Do you collect Favre as a Falcon? His rookie card. I've got a couple of copies of his rookie. That's different,
Who
though.
doesn't? Even I have some.
Yeah. Fanatics blocked AA Sports. Oh my God. I would like to know if what that's based on. Did AIH Sports say that? Or is there actually information that's been blocked? Because I don't think Fanatics knows who AIH Sports is, and I don't think they care. I think that sounds like something you would say if you want to feel special.
I don't even know who that is, so who cares?
Yeah. If there's one thing we can say about it, so to Carlos, they keep it real. I think you give him a little too much credit. He says words. Selling a few WWE cards must be a SummerSlam boost. Curious about this. This is something I was thinking about. I don't know yet. I want to do a little analysis. I know that obviously SummerSlam's coming up, so that's always good. And Vince McMahon is quote unquote retiring. So I've been giving some thought about what I think is going to happen with that market. I think it's going to help certain things. Other things it might actually stall. I'm getting my head around it. I want to think about it a little bit more. But obviously SummerSlam big shows are always going to be a boost for certain people. And wrestling is entertainment. It's an entertainment thing. So if somebody's in the spotlight, that helps. That usually helps. It's murky though, right? Like it's a weird form of entertainment. So it's very difficult to predict. Some of it is really easy, but some of it is very difficult to predict.
Can you resume wrestling, today's wrestling compared to what I grew up wrestling? I've been disconnected of wrestling completely since 2000.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But,
sorry, what's your question? Are you saying connected, or what are you referring to?
Like, where's wrestling going now? Basically, like it's like really more entertainment, or there's still kind of like the wrestling part of wrestling, or it's just a big show, or it's just like I said, for a guy who who grew up basically idolizing the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant and all these guys.
Gotcha.
I'm going with this compared to
okay. Now that makes it easier for me. Now I follow you.
Because I try to see what's going on, and I'm like, okay, man, there's just talking for hours. There's like
I get it. Okay, so here'd be kind of the way that I try to answer this for you.
Please.
If you actually go back and look, there wasn't much wrestling on the wrestling show back in the day you're talking about. Like, if you actually go back, it doesn't hold up. They actually were talking forever. They started every show with a talking segment. They would talk for 15 or 20, sometimes 30 straight minutes of talking. That's actually all they were doing. They were. Go back and check. They got into a point on Raw during the Monday Night Wars where the opening segment was someone would be on the microphone yammering on. Somebody would interrupt them, and then they'd babble at each other forever. Eventually, it would lead to a match by the main event by the end of the show, but literally it'd be like 15 or 20 straight minutes of talking. The highest rated segment on Monday Night Raw ever was The Rock and Mankind / Mick Foley. This Is Your Life. It was 30 straight minutes. There wasn't a single wrestling move in it. It was the highest rated segment ever on the show. And that was in the apex of the Attitude Era. People would be shocked how much of that stuff does not stand up. Some of it is frankly terrible. But it was new at the time. We had never seen anything like it. It was fresh. You had no idea what was coming next. So, and you didn't have PVRs and stuff, so like you had to watch it, right? So the problem you run into today is that you compare it to that era, and then the problem is that a lot of people that try to compare it, they look at it through nostalgia-filled glasses. And I'm like, guys, if you actually go back and watch it, there are segments that hold up, and there are matches that hold up, and there's stuff that frankly sucked. It sucked then, it sucks now, and it sucks forever. It's actually terrible.
People had VCRs though.
Yeah, they did, but it was used not as liberally.
Carlos, are you trying to say that you no longer smell what The Rock is cooking?
I think some of those promos do not hold up very well. Some of them do, but some of them do not. Some of it is like, dude, that's weak. That's real weak.
Who would you guys call the best shit talker from back in the day? Wrestling.
Oh, are you talking? Am I putting on '90s glasses though, or am I talking about today?
And anytime, any era, whatever.
But the problem is any era doesn't
Rowdy
work.
was the funniest.
The problem is you have to adjust to the era.
No.
Stuff that worked in the '80s doesn't work in the '90s. Stuff that worked in the '90s doesn't work in the 2000s.
True, but come on, we're
Disagree.
just talking.
Who do you think holds up?
Rowdy, I think.
I think
Shit talker, you know,
I
like
think
who's really kind of were trying to get your buttons and like going. I think
He would, but he would have to change up a lot of his. He's a smart enough guy that he would have been capable of adjusting, so he would have been able to adjust. But a lot of the stuff he did in the '80s, his promo, he actually couldn't do the promo. It literally wouldn't work. He'd have to completely change it up. Now, is he a guy who's capable of changing it up? Yes. He has the talent to be able to read the crowd and be able to like, okay, let me figure out what I need to say to you to make it work. I think DR's got one. Jake the Snake is a guy. Jake the Snake is the kind of guy who can adapt to all eras because he's actually doing promos now as a manager, so he can still talk. So a guy like Jake the Snake is a guy who's able, but his promo of today is different than his promo of 1980s. It's different than the promo of 1990. So you can do it.
That's what I had.
Yeah. Jake is a guy who fits in your profile, Yannick. That's a guy who fits. That's a guy who 100%, give him any era, he can figure it out. He'll figure out what to say and how to say it. He knows how to do that. He's that kind of guy.
Time.
Rowdy, I think Rowdy is definitely a guy who's smart enough to adjust. But he wouldn't be able to use the same promos as back in the day because they wouldn't work today. He'd have to complete. He did a bunch of his promos in blackface. He literally wouldn't be able to do the promo. He literally wouldn't be able to do it.
Getting away back in the day with stuff he said that there's no way you could.
Yeah, but he would adapt. But he's a guy who would adapt. He's a guy smart enough to adapt. He would be able to.
Eric, was that Shitty Snake or Poopy Pony? Anyways,
Poopy Snake.
Poopy Snake.
Wow,
you can't have two poopies. Come on.
We're merging them now.
I have a whole poopy line.
I was going to say you're going to have to start trademarking if you're going to have a whole line.
Jeez, that's creative as Beckett.
There you go.
I like the best shit talker of all time. Junkyard Dog. He just bark.
Sure. Okay. I'll take if I'm going to talk about a guy on the microphone, I'll take Jake the Snake as an all-time transcendent guy. He's one of those guys. Roddy can adapt to his era and his audience. He understands how to do it. Ric Flair in his prime could get the passion going and get the crowd riled up. He understood how to deliver it. He was also a guy who for a long time could adapt because he started in the 70s. So he was able to adjust the 70s, the 80s, and then even in the 90s, he was still able to deliver some amazing, and in the 2000s, and later on in his, as an elder statesman, he was still able to get the crowd riled up because he could be impassionate. The topic would switch over. He'd have to adjust the topic, but he'd talk and people would listen. He could 100% do that. Another guy who became really good at it, especially as time went on, Stone Cold. Because when Stone Cold couldn't wrestle anymore, he could still be entertaining on the microphone. He could still be like, I'm just going to talk. That's what I'm going to do here. And he understood how to do it. But I think the point here with Bob that is correct is that almost everything that we'll see in WWE today has already been done 100 times. So it gets hurt by comparison to what's already been done. So the problem is I've already seen it. And if I've seen it done better, well, then your comparison, even if you're doing a good job, it hurts it by comparison. Because it's like, yeah, you're delivering to me beat by beat. You're giving me a beat by beat repeat of this other angle or this other feud that I've already seen. And if they already did it, then you're going to have to really be amazing to stand up or surpass the original. It's very rare you can surpass the original because I saw the original. So now I'm going to naturally compare you. I will still see some, if we're talking about wrestling though, on AEW, I'll still see some matches that will still show me things I haven't seen or sequences I haven't seen. It's very rare, but I will still see them. Where they struggle is that their storylines leave something to be desired, and they got to work on that. But WWE at this point gave up years ago even trying. Now, to be fair, Vince McMahon says he's retired, so Triple H is going to get to take over. The problem is I can't support that company. I can't support that family. So I really don't care what they're doing right now. I'm not paying attention to them, other than peripherally. They're dead to me. Until Vince is dead, Stephanie's dead, and Triple H is dead, and they sell it to somebody else completely, I'm not even looking at them. I don't care. But will the product get better? Potentially, with Triple H focusing on the creative portion. He's a much better creative mind today than Vince is. Vince is well past his expiry date. He should have been put out to pasture 10 years ago. But the product will improve. But I'm not going to be watching it. That's just a personal preference thing.
I voted the British Bulldog, so.
As a
England
promo?
never changes.
As a promo? Or is it ever changing? I like the British Bulldog, but he was very simplistic. Like, he could do what he could do, and that's what he could do.
Yes.
This best. The Iron Sheik? The Iron Sheik is ironically entertaining. The Iron Sheik is ironically entertaining.
Yeah.
Look, the best part about the Iron Sheik is, he was a legit Olympian. Like, he was a real athlete back in his day. And it's crazy to see, like, once he became, like, hobbled and he could, like, barely move. And it's like, this guy was once an Olympian. Like, he was a real athlete. Like, a real athlete.
I don't think this is a folk tale. I also think he was a bodyguard to the Shah of Iran.
There was something, because he did a lot. He actually did a lot of odd jobs before he became the Iron Sheik and became a wrestler. If you go look back in the day, Sheik was jacked. Like, he was a strong dude, like a real strong dude. He was a real strong man. Like, he actually could do a lot of, because the whole thing with the clubs, if you ever seen those things with the clubs, that's actually hard to do.
Like a bodybuilder. Yeah.
That's actually hard to do. You actually need to be very strong to actually do that, because those clubs are legit. Those clubs actually require huge physical strength.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah. He became, what's funny, technically he's a one-time WWE champion. But he was a transitional champion to get between Bob Backlund and Hogan. That was his job. It was to be the middle guy. He did his job. Yannick wants sleeper holes and beer hugs. Hogan. King Kong Bundy. He was different. Yep, Jake the Snake, absolutely. My dad went to wrestling match at the Omni. Started cheering for the bad guys, so as an old lady started beating my dad with her purse. Correctly so. I like it. Brutus the Barber was favored back in the day. Fair enough. The Bushwhackers and Hacksaw Jim Duggan would have a rough time today. Yeah, Hacksaw Jim Duggan is so generic. He's so one-dimensional. It's like, he would not work today. He would not work. Kurt Hennig, Mr. Perfect. Now, he was a wrestler who was smart enough where he could actually still be successful today. I could see that. 100%. Anyone on Chris McGill's minions attacking Ziggy? Nobody's attacking Ziggy. Ziggy's a pansy. He'll be fine. Coco Beware. Coco Beware is an interesting one. Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler was a great talker. I will say, as a commentator in his apex, he's also very good. But he also had an issue, so we'll see. It's one of those things. Let's see here.
That whole thing with Andy Kaufman was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. That was him at his apex, especially in Memphis. Like, he understood how to work that audience. So give me a comment was one video that he saw Josh, but not Chris. I'm sure. He's probably following them around. He's a little bit obsessed. Vinnie Mac is the GOAT. He's very important, but he also caused as much trouble as he started. AEW is not gaining much ground. They're a nothing burger. That is not true. But the gaining ground is true because they're two different audiences. A WWE audience isn't going to watch AEW. AEW has a better chance of capturing the audience that WWE threw away over the last 30 years.
And the wrestlers like Arn Anderson and Sting and other 60-somethings.
Yeah, but here's the thing: their job is to be managers and to be in the back. Sting will wrestle one match every couple of months and do a couple of spots, and that's it. They're not asking him to wrestle a 20-minute match. That's not his job. His job is to come in and do a couple of things, which is fine. The audience likes it. The problem with AEW is that AEW is trying to have its cake and eat it too. They're trying to be an alternative to WWE, which they can be, which is going to get you a certain audience. But the problem is you're not going to convert WWE people to that. So you're not going to win that audience. Your best bet is to try to get the audience that left the other one, because when WCW ended, WWE thought, okay, so now when WCW is gone, we're the only game in town, they're going to come over and watch us. Nope. They lost audience immediately. A bunch of that audience is like, screw you. We don't like WWE. Forget you. You get nothing. And they just went away. So let me go here. Worked as a bodyguard for Shaw. Yep. Bobby Heenan was good in commentary. As a commentator, absolutely. I don't understand the weird eye tears and scary
I'll
eye
be the
makeup on the
brain.
female wrestlers. That's their own thing. I can't answer that. A drug riddle Jake the Snake could cut a better promo than 99% of the current talent. Yeah. But in fairness, the current talent gets handed a script and their job is to read it. Jake the Snake today would be handed a script. And if he doesn't like it, he get fired. That's the thing. It's not about whether they could do it or they couldn't do it. They're not going to get a chance. Their job is to read the script. that's it.
And DR, if you're looking at the makeup, you're looking at the wrong thing.
I was going to say, that's a bit too much focus on that one. I think you're thinking, ho. 2x4. Oh, it's ho. Now, there was the Berserker. I think his thing was husk. Because he was just, if you go back and listen to the Berserker, he wouldn't say words. He'd be like, husk. And I'm like, what the hell are you saying? Is that a word? Are you saying one word?
I think George the Animal Steel did the same thing.
Yeah, well, yeah. His thing was literally he would eat the turnbuckle. So that was his deal. Yeah, that was his deal. Yeah,
That was cool.
I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody that left wrestling is coming back to nobody that left wrestling is coming back to wrestling. So what they always say. It's one of those things. You're going to have to provide the right kind of product because, like I said, WWE didn't get them.
A couple times. No,
Yeah.
I can't get it.
Here's the thing. If you go back and look at the Apex, WWE lost like 70 or 80% of its audience over time. They've actually lost like 70 or 80% of the audience over the last 15, 20 years. And those are the people that were loyal to WWE, but they just didn't like the product. So they said, screw you, we're going away. So AEW is unwatchable to a large segment of fans. I think that's true. But it's one of those things. You're not, right now, the AEW audience and the WWE audience are two different audiences. And if the idea is to try to take folks from one to the other, you're losing. You're not going to get, you have to come up with your own audience. You're going to have to figure it out. So the idea here is unwatchable to a large segment of fans. That could be, but it's one of those things like, so what do you want? Because WWE, to me, is unwatchable. I don't think AEW has done a perfect show. I think they've got a lot of bad segments. So it's one of those things where I still have more of that show that I can watch versus WWE where I can't watch 1 second. So it's like, if the comparison is the two, well, then fine. Look, put them both off the air then. You get to watch nothing. Have fun.
Well, there's certainly a lot of competition out there with other, shows and the internet and everything else that they're watching content. That's another thing too.
Yeah.
So too many choices. Whereas the 90s, you were kind of restricted. We only had so many things to do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's one of those things where unfortunately you're talking about entertainment. Entertainment is subjective. And whenever you end up with that, so honestly, probably some of the better products are ones that nobody's going to watch. They're just not. So it's one of those things, they're not going to watch it. So it's like, I actually think they produced a decent show, but no one's watching it. So the argument is like, oh, well, this version's better. Cool. No one's watching it. So obviously it's not better. so like, pick your point. The proof is in the pudding. The numbers don't lie. No one's watching it. So if you like it better, that's cool. So Husk is a word. I am aware Husk is a word. But the way he puts it, I'm not convinced he's actually trying to say husk. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like.
That's what it sounds like he's saying. I'm just not sure that's what he's actually trying to say.
It's a derivative of it, sure.
Yeah. Hogan said arf when he threw a punch. That could be. Yeah, Fuji and Saito, yep. Yeah. So you go. Tony Khan needs to hand over the book to somebody else. He's the kid of a billionaire. Vince McMahon should have handed over the book to somebody else 20 years ago. He didn't do that either. He basically needed a sex scandal to get thrown out. Otherwise, he'd keep doing it now. I thought AEW was third party greater. They might be. Why not both?
I just want to point out that we all know, listen, in a serious moment, the whole sex scandal stuff is bad, and we do not promote that.
I think that's a very bold statement by you. Sex scandals are bad.
But for entertainment purposes, I want to be 77 and be involved in a sex scandal.
Do you want to pay $14 million in hush money?
If you have,
I don't have.
if you win the lottery,
You're going to have to win that lottery, Eric. That's going to be step one is you got to win that lottery.
I have $14 in hush money.
Are you sure you have 14 full dollars?
might
You didn't
hush
buy a
the
chocolate stick, did you?
neighbor.
Because then you don't have $14 anymore.
that's what he's got
Well,
left from his
I
allowance.
broke 20, and now I have 14 left.
So you bought $6 worth of chocolate sticks?
And chocolate milk, too.
Interesting. How many
We've done
combos
seen
of
that
chocolate
brand.
milk and
Hey,
chocolate sticks do we
remember-
get for $6?
Probably 2.5.
Remember, guys, no one.
One? Really?
Yeah, they're very expensive.
Carl, no one is
Worth
watching
it.
Eric tonight. He's in charge of himself, right?
Okay.
Whoo, moving on. Okay.
Yes, please.
Uh,
Next.
Billy Corgan's NWA is the best. I didn't mind it, but again, no one's watching it. Like I actually agree with this. I've actually seen some of Billy Corgan's NWA. It's not bad, but again, no one's watching it, and it's not on real TV. You can watch it on YouTube. And by the way, it's half decent. It is old school, but here's the thing: it's very generic. It's very basic. A lot of it is straightforward. So if you want any kind of sophistication to it, there's nothing to it. But they've got some good matches. They've got some decent characters and stuff. If you enjoy it, but again, you and your 10 of your best friends are probably the only ones watching it. I'll catch it here and there, but that's about it. It's on YouTube. So it makes it kind of easy for me. Impact. I'll use an example. Impact. Nobody watches Impact really. I think their ratings on TV are like 100,000 viewers or 200,000 viewers. They complain about AEW here, but on a good week, AEW can get 1 million people to watch. WWE can get 1.5 million to 2 million to watch. We're far, far removed from the old days where 4, 5, 6 million people would watch a week. The two of them combined can't get to that. If I include NWA and Impact, we can't get to that. If I include them as separate people, I still don't get there. So it's like although professional wrestling's never been more profitable. WWE makes money hand over fist, even though their audience has dropped by 75%. But they've never been able to monetize better. They get Bloody Sud money to put together a mediocre show over there. It doesn't matter anymore. It's profitable. AEW, for the rating that it's getting and the audience that they say is not getting there, guess what? If there's a merger happening right now with that company, that merger could always torpedo what they're doing, but they were tracking where by the end of their TV deal, their next TV deal was going to be bigger than their last. And their next TV deal was probably going to be over 100 million prior to this merger. And that's for a show, because guess what? That show on cable is doing fine because today we're in the era of the PVR. Ratings are down across the board for everything. It's like music. Back in the day, they're like, oh, you can't sell 1 million albums today. It's very hard to sell 1 million albums. Very few people sell 1 million albums. The highest selling albums of all time were years ago, not now. It doesn't matter if you get a really good song or a really good album. It's like people are doing digital downloads. So you have to add those in to try to make up the difference. It's not the same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like Metallica in USSR in 91 had 1.6 million people there. It's like, that was something.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like you got to understand that that's part of it. So today, nobody is getting that big audience. So if you can have a consistent audience, so right now AEW has discovered that they have a base of 750, 800,000 to almost 1 million people almost every week for Dynamite. So that's their base. Can you still build more out of it? Yeah, you could, but you're going to have to do a product that appeals to more audience. And you're not going to steal people away from WWE because they're stuck watching WWE. I've made the argument that WWE fans are so conditioned to just watch the show, they could put 3 hours of test pattern and they would watch it. It's like there's test pattern. You're not watching anything. Oh, but it's Monday night. I got to watch WWE. It's test pattern. There's nothing on the screen. What are you doing?
Much music having a show called Test Pattern? No?
No. That one doesn't ring a bell.
You're not, okay. Maybe not old enough, sorry.
Yeah. That would have to be early days then. I know they actually experimented with a lot of shows. I know they did experiment with a lot of shows.
It was a big, heavy set host, blonde hair.
It was actually called Test Pattern?
It was.
Interesting. All right, like this Sunday where Ric Flair retires for the last time? Yes. I'm hoping it's a Ric Flair retirement tour. I'm hoping it's annual.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Ric Flair
yes.
has a wrestling match this Sunday.
Yeah.
And
this is Ric Flair's last match.
And, okay, again, who's he wrestling?
I don't actually know. I thought I caught it once. Hold on. Ric Flair's last match.
That's how important it is that a wrestling fan, such as Carlos, doesn't even know.
Dude, he should have stuck with the retirement after the Shawn Michaels match. It was actually a really good match for what he had left in the tank. It was actually a good match.
Right.
He should have just let it be. It was good.
That when like Shawn Michaels said, "I'm sorry," and kicked.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. Like it was really good.
Right. See, we remember that. Now it's who's he wrestling Sunday? No, I don't know.
I'm looking.
That's a problem, people.
Okay, hold on here. Oh, okay, so they're doing a tag team match apparently.
Yeah, he can't carry a whole match.
Yeah, he's doing it with his son-in-law Andrade. That makes sense. So Andrade will probably carry the match.
So this is down in Mexico? Because isn't his son-in-law like in a Mexican wrestling league?
Well, he has wrestled in Mexico, but he's actually with AEW.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but he can go. He goes to Mexico and wrestles matches because he does business with CMLL, and they can book matches and do stuff. It looks like not sure. I'll have to see.
So, Is
Maybe
he wrestling like pay-per-view, or is he wrestling?
it is a pay-per-view as far as I'm aware.
Oh my good God! And it's AEW.
Yeah, Starcast. In honor of his son Reed, Nick Reeves' last match retirement robe will be raffled. Blah blah blah. Yep, Sunday, July 31st. So there you go. So
He's gonna
there you go.
die. He's gonna have a heart attack and die.
Possible.
You probably have a crew on standby for him, buddy.
They're gonna need it. The gauge. Yep.
Adrenaline shot, everything. Done.
Yep. So let me go here.
You'll get up, you'll go, woo!
Because that's all he ever says.
Well, that's gonna have to be he's gonna have to really work off those woos because that's gonna be what he's gonna be doing. So here, I always like a hockey's our resident heel here. So Carl should do a Tony Khan and rotate panelists. Tony Khan doesn't rotate. That's the point. He needs to delegate. So apparently, Bobby, you're expendable, but he wants to keep Eric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Well.
Now AEW is running a show. AEW is actually running a show in Toronto in August. So I did hear about that. So I'm going to try to see if I can get tickets. Like I said, I enjoy the AEW product, so I'll support the show in Toronto. They're actually doing it at the old Rico Coliseum. I think they call it Coca-Cola something now. I think they changed the name again. Yeah, because it's not Rico anymore. It's the one.
Yeah.
It's the one their exhibition is. So the point
know.
is where exhibition is. They got the arena there. So yeah, I think they'll do well for that show because Canada usually is very good for wrestling. Mind you, that's a little bit. I'm actually kind of surprised, given that's the first run in Toronto. I'm surprised they didn't just go for the ACC, although it's not called ACC right now. It's Scotiabank. Scotiabank now, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they changed the name a bunch of times on me.
Not Air Canada standard, was it?
Yeah. But anyway, I think they'll that means I think they're only going to have about 8,000 seats for that one. They'll sell that out. So I'm curious. I'm hoping to get the tickets at actual retail price because the resale on that will be stupid. With only 8,000 seats, that won't be that. That'll be kind of crazy. George the Animal Steel was always yelling, "You." Yeah. No, George the Animal Steel was actually a very smart guy. Test pattern is war. I like that. Ric Flair's last match. Evening Bubbles. He wanted to wrestle Ricky Steamboat, which would have been okay, except, yeah, Steamboat has more sense than that. What's that?
Does Steamboat still wrestle?
Steamboat is actually a trainer, so he's actually in ring shape. So he actually, if Steamboat wanted to, he actually could wrestle. By comparison to Rick, Steamboat's in much better shape than Rick.
He was definitely one of my favorites growing up.
Yeah.
I loved that whole Steamboat Macho Man. Oh God, was that my favorite?
Yeah. No, but I'm saying though, like Steamboat is actually still doing training. So he's actually in the ring with pupils moving around. So if I was going to ask a guy, he can actually still wrestle a little bit. And he's a smart wrestler. He knows what he's doing. So he could all he would do, let's put it in comparison. There are a handful of guys, if you were going to do this, there's a handful of guys who are older guys who you would get in there that would make more sense. Steamboat could do it. Dustin Rhodes would actually make way more sense for that. Because Dustin Rhodes is in his early 50s, but Dustin Rhodes is still in the ring every single day training people. And he'll still wrestle a match here and there. So he can actually go in the ring. But he would slow down the match. He's a smart guy. He's not going to run around. He's not going to jump off the top rope and do a bunch of... He'll wrestle a smart wrestling match because Dustin Rhodes is like 6'5", 6'6". He's a big dude. He goes, I don't need to fly around the ring. I can if I want to, but I don't need to do that.
Does he still wear gold paint?
No, he switched up. He switched that up years ago. That's a Goldust thing. That's a WWE trademark. You can't do that.
Oh.
Yeah,
That was horrible.
as if you want to get sued.
So horrible.
But he made a lot of money during that time period. He made a lot of money. So Eric, a lot of people think he wants to die in the ring. Probably.
I'm one of them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle here. Good evening. How do I find Bobby on social media? It's Bobby. Is it Burrell VHC? Sorry, what is the correct verbiage for the Instagram?
Bobby BHC.
Bobby VHC. So it's Bobby VHC on Instagram. Is there any other social media?
Well, yeah, of course, we have Facebook. So it's, I'm a member on Bobby Burrell on Facebook, and I have a...
And it's spelled right there. It's spelled right there, Kyle. Same way it's spelled there. You can find him on Facebook there, or you can go with the Bobby VHC on Instagram. That's another thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. AEW is running Wednesday and Thursday night in Toronto. Yep, that's right. No, I'm going to try. I'm going to see what I can do. I would like to get a ticket because I think they'll put on a good show, especially for the first time in Canada. I think they'll put together a good show. I think it'll be fun.
What do you mean, Carlos? You'll get out of the house?
Yeah, for that one I'll do. I've actually watched a wrestling match in 2016. I watched Wrestling Puerto Rico. It's actually not a bad venue for it. It's actually a good venue for it. Steamboat had a match on TV a few years ago. He said he's done now. I believe it. He doesn't need to. Like if the guys took care of their money and they've got other stuff going on, they don't need to wrestle. He's fine. Steamboat's pretty good back in his TV matches back on TV. Then yeah, absolutely. Yep. All right, now we can keep it. Now we can keep it the way it is. The panel's second place to Barkley and Shaq. There you go. High praise. Sounds good.
I saw what's the dark spot? Not necessarily the dark side of the ring. I think the other show they had about wrestling in the last year or so, in that match that Steamboat had with Macho Man there.
Yeah.
It was something like over 260 moves or something that they had to coordinate and do. Like it was a whole dance, like he was saying, and both of them knew exactly when to move and do it and push the the envelope and stuff. So it was pretty cool actually to see him explaining now, like 30 years later, how that match happened.
Yeah, that was back in the day. Macho Man was meticulous with details. He cared about all the details. So he was the guy who really pushed to be like, we're going to drill this over and over and over. You need to know every single move, the sequencing, the order, the whole thing, and run through it again and again, because he was a taskmaster dedicated to his goal in life. And people forget that, like, at that time, Macho Man was probably the second biggest star to Hogan in that company as thing was growing. Because he was right there. Because the Intercontinental title at that point meant a lot. It meant a lot. So because if you do the house shows, Hogan would run one show as the main event, and the Intercontinental title would be at the other show. And they'd be running shows simultaneously, but the Intercontinental title would be the main event at the other show, because it was considered a title that was right up there on nearly on par with the world title, so it was treated with respect. So he took that seriously. And as a result of that, at WrestleMania 3, he became hell-bent on, I know there's a main event, we're going to do better than the main event. We're going to steal the show. They're going to talk about us. Forget about Hogan Andre. You're going to talk about our match, because it's going to be meticulously crafted.
Andre then could barely just stand. So.
Yeah. But the thing with Andre is that he was still an attraction. Andre still meant a lot. He was still a big name. He meant a lot.
Legit physically then, the guy could just barely stand, you know?
Correct. Yeah. Unfortunately, they couldn't get an Andre Hogan thing would have been really interesting in Andre's prime when he could actually move a little bit. Because Andre could do a lot of things for a guy that big. But at that point, like he was basically a statue. You basically had to wheel him around. He could barely move.
The Andre Big John Stud matches of the early 80s were fantastic.
Yes.
And
that's just it.
I'm pretty sure it was almost the first time they were wheeling, you know, like the little cart that wheels them to the ring then with him and Bobby Heenan in it.
Oh, well, that was like the first time they had to do that.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. You couldn't walk. So.
Hold on. That I don't believe that was because of Andre's disabilities.
No, that was for the whole show. It was because of the stadium. If you look, that stadium had a long runway.
It's the largest indoor sporting event of all time.
Oh,
and
that
from
one,
backstage,
which has been surpassed since then.
Okay, so from backstage to the ring was like a half-hour walk.
Yeah, with Andre, with how slow he was, it was practical for him, but it was also for everybody else. It was like, all of you get an escort to the ring. We'll put you on the platform. We'll drive you down. But could you imagine if Andre had to walk that whole distance? The show would still be on. The show would still be on today.
Yeah, they'd still be waiting for him.
Yeah. So let me scroll through here. Yeah, AEW Dynamite will tape live October 12th at Toronto's Coca-Cola Coliseum, followed by taping of AEW Rampage on the 13th. Yeah. That should be good. October should be okay. We'll see how that goes. And I think the tickets go on sale in August, so it's coming up a couple weeks from now, so we'll have to see. Did Brad buy Bobby Orr for Eric? He showed me a nice copy last night in the SGC slab. Who knows?
I don't want Brad's crap.
Well, Bobby Orr is kind of crappy. I agree.
You feel good, eh? He gets you a card or something. Eh?
Nah, screw him. I hate Brad.
All right, whatever you say, man.
We got it on video.
He's a big stupid.
Whatever he says. Is that really what you want to go with? Like, that's what you just said.
I said I don't want any of Brad's crap. I didn't.
He talked about a Bobby Orr rookie.
No, if it belongs to Brad, it's crap.
Yannick, did I mishear it? Like, I believe that's exactly.
You're right, Carlos. You heard it right. Everything I said.
That's what I heard. It was very clear.
Eric, I felt terrible, and I thought, like, look, I found this great Bobby Orr that just belongs in Eric's PC because you're such a great guy. But you know what? Go fuck yourself. So.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I'm hearing out here. I don't know, man. Like, jeez, you get this guy talking about Beckett at the beginning of the show. We talk about chocolate sticks for a minute. The man can't talk. He's got to stall there for a minute, and all of a sudden he's turned on Bobby Orr. Jeez, good lord. Yep, consider the greatest match of all time, WrestleMania 3. Yep. Maybe Eric's named him done talking about wrestling. No, we were still talking about wrestling. We're fine. We can switch to a different topic though. That's fine. But it was a valid discussion. Let me scroll here. Andre Hogan in the early 80s would have been great. Yeah, Hogan also was pretty mobile. Like if you go check out some of, you can still find it on YouTube. Go check out some of Hogan's matches earlier in his career in Japan, because they had a different expectation. So Hogan actually had to bring out the rest of the moves that in WWF suddenly disappeared. Suddenly he's got like 3 moves, but then go in Japan is like, wait, are you applying holds? Do you have like submissions and like leg locks? Like, what are you doing over there? It's like, well, he was trained to wrestle once upon a time. He actually had to be able to wrestle.
What year he did Rocky 3? Like he was
Rocky 3 was one. It was in 85.
83, I think.
Maybe.
That was,
yeah, I know it was like early mid 80s. Yeah. Hulkamania started in AWA. That's true. Yep, that started with Vern Gagne's promotion, AWA. That was early WrestleMania. That was Wembley, wasn't it? No, WrestleMania 3 was, I think, was it the Pontiac Silverdome?
Yes.
Something like that? Yeah.
Pontiac Silverdome, Detroit.
Yeah. Yep. If they ran Walk to the Ring at WrestleMania 3, if the Ultimate Warrior was on the show, he would have blown up halfway to the ring. That is true. Well, he basically did that at the Dome. And I'm surprised he didn't, like, collapse. Because it was a long run at WrestleMania 6. WrestleMania 6 at the Dome, the way they had it, they had a long runway too. Same idea. Because to get to the ring, you had a long distance to get there.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
It is. These are facts.
It's you running.
Yep. How has Fanatics been so quiet at this national? Seems odd. The largest company in the space is Crickets. Well, I don't think there really isn't much for them to say. I don't think they've got an acquisition over the horizon. Topps is doing what Topps is doing. They own Topps, so there's not much there to do. Yeah, I don't know. And honestly, like, what would they want to, unless they made an acquisition, what would they announce? They got a booth for Zero Cool. They got a booth for Topps. They got a booth for Fanatics. What else do you want? So we'll see. I don't know. Bobby is a savant. Nobody taught me more about how to sift through good vintage and bad vintage. Now he's being nice to you. Earlier he was trying to throw you out, and now he's sucking up. Jeez.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Sorry.
Yep. Dave here says Rocky 382. Thank you, Dave. I knew it was somewhere in that range, but thank you, Dave.
It was actually a little earlier than I thought.
The Pontiac Silverdome with 1 million Hulkamaniacs there, brother. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Every year that goes by, there's more people. Back in the day, they said 93,000. By the way, it was never 93,000. It's probably somewhere in the high 70s. But 93,000 is what they went with for years. And then every time you listen to Hogan, it's like in front of 137,000 people. They were not 137,000 people. Like Hogan, like, stop it. Give him a couple more years, it'll be like 557,000. No, there's not. No, they didn't fit there. No, it's not how that works. 8.7 billion people. It's not even that many people on Earth, Hogan. Not even that many people on Earth.
We shipped them in from other planets.
That's right. Came in from the Andromeda Galaxy.
It's a whole other force, Carlos. Like,
I know.
A whole other level.
Listen, Hogan comes up with the 2 numbers that go up every year that goes by is the amount of people that were there goes up every year, and Andre the Giant's weight. Every year that goes up because you see he basically he threw, it's like he threw him, and I think Andre is up to like 57 tons or something. Like I forget. Like every year goes by, it's a little bit more.
Yeah,
it's actually incredible.
57.
Yeah, so it's getting there. It's getting there. We'll see. But yep, I think that's good. And thank you all for the comments as always. All right, guys. So we're coming up on 3 hours. I'm not going to stretch it out just for the sake of stretching it out. So here's my question. We talked a little bit about the National. We had Bob and Rick earlier tonight give us a little feedback from it. Obviously, Bobbles was in a little earlier as well. So hopefully those guys are having a good time at that house because it's the Bobbles house. And we had Big Scott as well. What do you guys want to chat about? We've touched on a lot of the stuff. We made fun of Beckett. We can always circle back to making fun of Beckett for a couple more minutes, but it's really up to you guys. I leave the floor open. Either way, I'm going to get a refill first. So I leave suggestions open in the chat, or if any of you guys want to touch on anything, I'm welcome to it. I'm open to it. Any thoughts?
Oh, much new, basically.
The National.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are a couple. I've watched a couple of the vlogs. We touched on a couple of the themes coming out of it. We have seen a couple of the themes. Obviously, some of the dealers, we talked about it. Some of the dealers are not playing ball. I'll be curious to see if by the end of the weekend, some of them change their tune. maybe this would be kind of the question. Do you guys think that they change their tune by the end of the weekend? Because it's thousands of dollars to set up at those booths. It gets really troubling every day that goes by and you don't make those sales. At some point, you have to start recouping some of that money. Do you start seeing some movement on Saturday and Sunday? Would be my
You can
question.
see, you
You
can
would
see
have to.
both. You'll have to, and maybe you'll even see people disappointed. Let's say, "Well, screw this, I'm out of here," right? Or
I
and then
get-
the same time, the dealers basically now like being stuck with, like you said, they're packing up their van and bringing everything they brought with them because they didn't want to move it.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, that's
the way
the
that-
reason why I was asking if we're going to see any movement. Because at a certain point, look, you've got the built-in cost.
Who's gonna
The cost
kill
of
it?
travel, the cost of transportation, the cost of hotels, the cost of accommodation in general, eating out if you need to, getting dinner, whatever. You got all that stuff going on.
All the
So
above.
at a certain point, plus the cost of the tables. So
Yeah.
if you've got all that going on, then what? So then that's my question. That's what comes next after that. So it's like, what are you going to do with that?
I don't know. Maybe they're
Everyone-
holding out and seeing how the market's playing out, how people are reacting to the pricing. Like I know they're trying to hold strong because everything's down, and they want to keep it up at the highest price they can to maybe resurge the market. I can't know whatever research they're talking about in the industry is about, but maybe just by Saturday, by Sunday, yeah, they might drop the prices, might drop the pants because they got to do some deals. You can't spend $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 and not recoup some of it.
I agree. That's exactly that. But that's the reason why I posed the question that way. Is that like, look, at a certain point, financial reality is going to hit you. So if financial reality hits you, then what? Then what do you do?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know
your
what's
CC
that.
says Sunday will probably be a good buying day at the National, and that's really the question. That's kind of the
Yeah.
open question I have. So
is
Hockey
it
Barn
in
here
your-
talking about the great curator. Yep, the bots did find us. Yep, it happens. If you're in the evening, you're going to see the bots now quite a bit. Be interesting to see what the dealers say next week. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Maybe it's the best thing to come on Sunday and not the first day, maybe the last day.
It could be, man. Who knows?
That's a reversal of how things go because opportunity is usually there when you first show up, and you always want to be first in line, first to get whatever. If you're looking for a common PSA 8, 9, 10 of some other player that's always out there, then it doesn't matter when you show up, But
Well, I'll say for me, in the vlogs that I have seen, like I said, I expect to see more as we go through the rest of the weekend. There'll be a few more, as we'll definitely see. I have enjoyed watching people go by a couple of the tables because I do like seeing the stickers and just
I like
getting a
seeing the
sense of
stuff,
what the
yeah.
pricing is. Yeah, because I would see some of the dealer tables. Like there was a dealer that had like one entire set, like multiple showcases of Manuals, vintage Manuals, but like
yeah.
it'd be 60 tops and like 10 of them. And like 59 tops, like 10 of those, and like a whole stack of them at different price points. And I'd be sitting there like, okay, I'm kind of curious, and then I'll see like 57 tops, 56, and they would just go year by year. And you go one showcase to another, it's all Mantle. Like,
yeah,
okay,
it's amazing.
interesting.
I remember seeing that too.
Yeah, which
That
is
was exciting.
Gotta
it's fun. It's fun to look at. Like it's fun to window shop at that point. Like but it's interesting to see. Like, but at that point, somebody who has that many, it's like, okay, so what is the pricing? Like, what kind of movement do they have on it, or do they just like stick to that sticker and that's it? And all right, you plan to go home with all of them because you're filling up showcases full of them.
I think when the bloggers go too quick, they're trying to show you everything, but you can't really. Oh, what was that? And you got to back it up and go slow, and you're just wasting your time. Really.
My hope is that I don't mind the folks that try to do it live, but realistically, I prefer the ones that actually use a decent camera because then I can bump up the resolution and actually see what it
Yeah.
is. I can pause it and actually see, as opposed to the ones that record with a potato and it's like, well, I think that's a card.
Yeah.
That pixel looks like a
it
card.
looks like
there.
a card.
Looks like a mantle.
Yeah, it
Is
looks
it a
like one.
9. It
Yeah.
might be a 9.5.
Curator should be live soon with his nightly update. That's right. Yep, I can see the cards, but I can't see the sticker. It depends on the showcase, but yeah, for sure.
And Gary V's back. Huh. There you
I
go.
just think I know we've talked about this already, but I just think these dealers need to realize they're not going to make their money back. It's impossible. Look at it like a buying a new car off the lot.
It's only Friday.
You're not going to. You bought that card a year ago for $5,000. You're not getting $8,000 for it. You're gonna get $2,000. That's get it now.
You
Because-
do know that if you're a dealer who has resources, you can literally buy at the show and sell at the show, right?
Yeah.
You can buy at the new price and to just put a little extra on it to make money on the flip.
Sure.
You can't do that because some people want to cash out. It's the opposite side of the table, right? So if you can buy at the current price, at the correct price for a dealer, you can make money buying and selling the product through the show.
Mm-hmm.
So there is money to be made there if you have the resources to be able to do it. So maybe you're stuck on some of your current inventory. Maybe the play is to buy some. Maybe the play is to find people that'll come and sell to you and buy, and then sell that product and keep the price reasonable with comps, and then there you go, make some money.
Maybe.
Yeah. So it's possible. It's one of those things. At least you're gonna have people who are walking around. So here's a question for DR: how much money would you need to spend at a show like the National to make it personally worth it for you to go there, given each of your situations? I think it's a good open-ended question. I think it's a fair open-ended question. So let me do the refill here, and then if you guys want to touch on it. So hypothetically, if you were going to go to the National and you wanted to make it worth your while, so we're sticking hypothetical here. It can be back in Chicago, it can be whatever. How much would you need to spend to make it worth your while? We're forgetting about the side things because hanging out with folks obviously has its value. Maybe if you're going to see other attractions, that has its value. Just for the show part, how much would you want to theoretically purchase at the show to make it worth your time?
Mm.
So be right back.
Like on cards.
Cards or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Whatever you're spending on it, it's regardless. It's just how much you're willing to spend, or do you think you could spend that would make it worth your while?
Oh, let's say for a 4-day weekend, 5-day weekend like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you're going to go there and only buy one card for $10, like, wasn't worth the trip, obviously. So,
no, I guess it's like everybody says, it's not for the show; it's for the social aspect of the event, right?
yeah. The social expectations that everybody has are there. They're always going to be there. That happens by default. Finding the right cards, finding the right item, that's the key. That's what I would go for.
Depends, I guess.
I would like to spend at least $2,000 to $4,000 to make it worth my while. And that's picking up a variety of things, not $10 items, $50, $100, $200, $500, those kind of things. And that's what, I'd be happy to spend and recoup kind of back what I wanted to, get in value, I guess, for traveling.
Last November, basically, that was kind of like my budget in Toronto. Like about $1,500 to $2,000, let's say, on products, PC. That chair I bought, some actually weren't even expected expenses, but you have that little envelope back in your backpack that you're like, okay, if I ever need, that's the ATM machine, right? So
we all have them.
Yeah, I would say about that, to make it worth my while to. Some of it too, I got my money back by doing other trades or sales or sometimes.
Eric, did you are you allowed to talk about how much money you spent at the Toronto?
I'm glad we're finally on Eric. So Bougie Eric. So how many 8, 9, 10 figures? How many figures do we need for Bougie Eric?
Oh, for Bougie Eric?
Well, there is only Bougie Eric. That's it.
It's for Bougie Eric. It's a 10 to 15 to start. And then if you see something you really like, then you just you call your accountant and you just get some more money transferred. But for regular Eric, I'd have to agree with Yannick and Bobby. I'd say probably around $2,000. Be willing to spend that, and if you get what you want and come home with some money in your pocket, then it's a bonus.
Fun.
Yeah, I'd say
that kind of money you can play around.
We're assuming U.S. dollars right now, right?
Yeah.
We're talking U.S. dollars because national, right?
Either
I just want to make sure we're calibrating for what the price is. If I was going, part of the reason why it's so critical for me to plan ahead is that if I was going to bother going to the national, I'd probably want to have $3,000 or $4,000 with me, just because I want to have flexibility. If I come across something of interest, I don't want to then have to go and try to reach and find it somewhere. I want it available. I wouldn't necessarily bring it with me on the floor, but I would want it available within ease. I don't want to have to work too hard to go get it. Have it. Because even this past show,
PayPal. I got
that'll give you a little bit more flexibility. But
of the Toronto show in November through PayPal. I was out. I had no more cash. And I was at the very last table at the last day, and I hit the jackpot on a few things there. And I'm just like, "Do you take PayPal?" He's like, "Absolutely." I went, "Thank God."
Yeah. That the thing is that does
You
help.
can even direct transfer.
But remember what we
because
talked.
I didn't want to lend him the money. You know, it never
But remember, but remember though we talked about it that if this show is any indication, the problem with PayPal is if the Wi-Fi goes down, your whole plan gets torpedoed. It's like you literally, it's like it's right here. I can press a button, but it doesn't work,
I still like
and
that.
it wrecks the whole thing.
Cash.
just walk outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that basically it. Yeah, you'd have to.
That's when I go find the Bank of Bobby.
The back of Bobby Brow. That's right.
Just look at how things went sideways when Rogers went down 3 weeks ago.
That's
Can you
right.
imagine this happened on the show. You know, like
Yeah.
let's say you guys Verizon or something goes down. No one like.
Well, the thing though, Yannick,
half
is
the
that
people.
was a situation where if I made the joke when we did
You
the
can
we
even
did the stream
transfer
on
money,
Saturday.
nothing.
No, I'm with you. But that's why I made the joke on Saturday, because a couple of things was like, "Oh man, you guys don't have internet." It's like, no, some people don't have internet. It's like, oh, what should you do? It's like, if I needed internet, I could have literally walked down the street, gotten another SIM card, popped it in, and I'd have it in about 20 minutes. If I desperately need it, like if it was life or death, and I need it, I'm a SIM card, one quick conversation and a SIM card away, and they would have given it to me, no questions asked. 20 minutes, I'm back online. But it still obviously was inconvenient. But for one day, it was actually kind of nice, not having notifications go off. It was actually very relaxing. Like I said, I sat back, I chilled out, I listened to some music and read a book. For a day, it was very nice. Couldn't complain.
Yeah.
But it is different not having anything connected. It was very different. For the
I've gotten 17 calls in a row from Madagascar.
Important. Kyle, I'll get back to this. I like this question. Let me come back to it. Please remind me, but I will come back to this question. That's what CC2 does as far as the buying and selling, the flipping. 100% true. Albert here says 10 to 20 G's. Albert is balling.
Whoa.
Kevin Jones, I think I'll bring 2,500 with me. Sounds fair. I appreciate the honesty. No problem. Dear, assuming it costs 2,000 to go to national, I think one would have to transact. So when I gave my number, I'm not counting the travel accommodation.
No.
I'm talking cash money available for transactions.
Yeah.
I'm assuming hotel, accommodation, whatever.
Yeah.
That's already paid, because in a lot of cases we're already paying it. Yeah, in a lot of cases we're paying that stuff in advance anyway. I'm talking about available with me on the show floor if I want to. So that way, if I see a nice Juan Soto, I can buy it. If I see a nice vintage card and work in my set, I can buy that
every day, no matter what. So
Yes.
I don't count that.
That's right. Those are required expenses.
Yeah.
Even for 2 days after flight, transportation, hotel, food, your spending is at least 1,000. Just about cards, I think at least 10K. Dave's going on, nice, which might be why I'm at home. There you go. Fair enough, Dave. Fair enough, Dave. So Paul here says, disappointing part of content so far has been pre-national. Is, hey, you won't find this anywhere else. All content I see is basically a super large regional show with same inventory. Paul going for the jugular. I like it. It rains or rookies when Bougie Eric walks into the show. You damn right. Some of them are even real. Some.
Yeah.
I've been a consolidation of a large portion of what people collect through the hive mind. Yep, got a hashtag invest. I appreciate that you put in the hashtag. What are your thoughts on people that list well over recent accomplishments on their card being listed for sale indefinitely on eBay? It's allowed. Like I see some people get really worked up about it. Like, I understand the question, but it's like, it's your prerogative. You can list it at that price forever. I said before, I have one card that I have intentionally priced high, because if Vladdy Jr. starts playing a little bit better, then basically the market will come back up to it, or it won't. But it doesn't cost me anything to list it, so I don't care. Now, if somebody came to me with an interesting offer, there is room to make an offer on it. But if somebody wants to make an interesting offer, they'll see. Like, we'll see. But go ahead.
I think ComC has the worst place that price difference.
Oh yeah. Some people will just pick a price and it's like, this makes no sense at all.
Insane.
Yeah. But I will say that
ahead.
there is the reality that you don't actually have to pay for it, and it just keeps relisting. So it's one of those things, you can leave it indefinitely and just see if anybody ever tire kicks. I've had cards that have sat for a while, and then eventually somebody came back at nearly my price. So sometimes it's so I guess it depends on what you're talking about, like an obscene price that makes no sense in any stratosphere, or an aggressive price. An aggressive price, it's still possible for somebody to come up to you or close, if you're not being completely out of whack. But you're just saying, like, look, I'm not letting this go for a song. That's different than, it's $1,000 card and I'm asking for 50 grand. And nobody will ever pay it, like, no matter what happens. That's different.
I'd like to make an addendum to my answer with
Go ahead.
regards to how much I would like to spend at the National if I was to
Yeah.
go.
To make it worth your
Or
while. Sure.
wherever, to
Yeah.
make it worth my while.
Yeah.
I would have to buy something that I couldn't buy on the internet. So that would be the prerequisite for me. Is I'm looking for stuff that I can't find on the internet. Like anyone say 10 grand, I get it. That's fine. But
It's a
if you're
number.
looking for that card, it's a number. Yeah, I'll spend 10 grand on the internet tomorrow. I don't want to do it that way. I'm there for we're looking for deals and finds and stuff like that. Like Rick was on, and he knows the finite vintage little special cards, and he said he couldn't find anything. And that's very surprising. That's disheartening for me because I don't think I'd be able to even spend that from what I've seen from my friend who sent me all the pictures of the collectibles that I saw, and I'm just bobbleheads. Like they're just twice the price of they're going on the internet. Like $2,000. Like it's $1,000 for that one, and skate bottle openers and all these other different things. It's like, where are you guys getting these prices from? And are you trying to move them? They do have to pay the rent at the end of the month, or the end. Well, probably prior to the show.
Yeah.
And
I was actually
cheap
looking.
there.
I was actually looking it up, and I was kind of curious because somebody asked the question about how much the booths were, and I think I was able to find the little the paper because you got that multi-page like thing that you look at and sign and fill in the information.
1,500, isn't it, for one?
I think it's $12.95. I think it's $12.95 for one, the equivalent of whatever one is, for that, and then obviously the more space you get, you multiply it.
I was Canadian. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and then they add in, of course, then if you're renting showcases, that's an additional fee. If you're accessing this, they got a bunch of add-ons that can escalate it very quickly from there.
Electricity, all that other stuff.
Yeah, but just at a baseline, it's $12.95 US. I think for I want to say like
Size?
I think
Yeah.
10 by 15. I think is what they said. 10 by
Ours
15.
are 10 by 10 at the expo.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah.
You
So
get 2 tables, 10 by 15. That's about
give
it.
her. I think that's about it. Yeah, something like that.
They
Like I
throw
said,
in the
they
discount
publish it. Yeah, and this is for the 2023. What's interesting though is that I think the dealers for 2023 already had to commit. I think they already committed for 2023, and the show hasn't even ended. Yeah, I think the deadline to commit for 2023 was before the show started. So it's like you really have to commit well in advance. But anyway, to answer this question, it's like a lot of things in the hobby. I don't care. Do it. Like nobody has to buy it. It's their prerogative. I've never understood the idea of getting upset because somebody else chooses to do this. You don't have to partake. You don't have to participate. You don't have to buy it. But there's also no reason getting upset with it. It's their right. They can ask for whatever they want. It's like the garage sale thing. It's like, no, that is not worth $200. That is not worth $500. That is literally a $5 item.
Here's a quarter.
But you want to put that price tag on it? Knock yourself out. You'll get to keep it. You can put it back in the garage after the garage show's over. Okay, so let me go here. Will market movers sue the National for bad Wi-Fi? No. There's a lot of businesses there that that probably would want to, but no. What's the point of National pickup or gold videos? I don't care about people's collection, but you're in the minority. A lot of people do. They watch them. The National pickup videos and the gold videos, they watch them.
I like to watch other guys' collections sometimes because there's things that I appreciate, but I won't necessarily collect. So it kind of gets me like to enjoy.
I think some people like. I think some people.
The video, so that's how I see it.
I think people have a curiosity. They want to see what other people bought or spend money on, or what they're looking at or collecting or whatever, and they're just curious. They want a rubberneck. They're like, oh. And sometimes they'll be like, oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, I didn't even know that existed.
True.
And then they go down the rabbit hole and go look it up themselves. Or they're just like, oh, okay, so you collect that. I didn't realize that. A lot of them are just invested in the channel. They just want to see the cards. Yeah, so like here, Dave, it's nice to see the cards. Yeah. That's really it. Yeah. It's just they want to see the cards. It's curiosity. It's the same reason that people are interested in a bunch of these other things that really don't matter at the end of the day. At the end of the year, I do 3 year-end videos now. Pretty much I can lock in, there's 3 year-end videos. One of them is my pickups of the year. And I go back through all my pickup videos throughout the year and I find my favorites. And they're just my favorites. The criteria is not the most expensive, not the most valuable, not the rarest.
Your favorites.
My favorites, personally, throughout the course of the year. So I'll go back and people watch that video. And they comment on that video. Maybe they liked it, maybe they didn't like it, like whatever. But yeah, people watch them. It's just curiosity, mostly.
I like seeing other people's collections, even if they're not similar to mine, unless they collect like Montreal Expo stuff, and then that's stupid.
Mm.
You
What about
mean-
Roy?
you mean
How do you
the
feel
guy-
about Roy Face?
The guy wears the Boston hat. They play for Boston too. but-
Spaceman.
Spaceman.
But Yannick, the important question is how do you think he feels about Roy Face? This is important.
I don't really care what. Whatever.
Gross.
Eric's feelings, but it's okay.
Well, we don't generally, but
That's
look,
not true. Yeah, it's all good.
yeah, 5G for a booth and you have to overcharge. Yep. I like the caveat, Bobby. Yep. I usually go 100 to 250 show budget when I go to shows. I almost wonder the national type scene just really isn't for me.
I'm with DR on that one too.
I
Local
think-
show wouldn't be my same budget as the Toronto Expo show.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the key for this is look, it isn't about who can bring the most money to the show. That isn't what it's about. I think it's putting your expectations in a realistic place. Like being serious here for a second. I think it's about putting your expectations in a realistic place. Understand that the national is expensive. Look, if you really, it's got to be genuinely. Seriously, it has to be genuine. You have to want to go to the show for the experience of attending the show, for seeing people, for looking at the museum quality pieces, because there are legitimately museum quality pieces there. There are those items. But you have to be interested in that. Otherwise, go to a local show. Go to a regional show. You're going to get better bang for your buck. It'll be an easier trip, less hassle. All of it is better. So that's the thing is like, I've got the expo around me. That's easy for me. That's in my backyard. It's a hop, skip, and a jump. It's easy for me to attend twice a year. These other ones, I will have to plan it out. I'm willing to do it because it would be interesting to check it out. I can make content on it. Like I can do things to make it interesting and make it worth my while. But if you can't do that, then it would just be a waste of your money and a waste of your time.
I think it's a social thing too.
It
A
has
lot of
to be.
people I haven't met before,
Yeah.
so I think I'd like to meet them.
Yeah.
It cost me a bit, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you got to do it once in a while.
Amen.
Yeah, but it's just a matter. Like I said, there is a cost, right? Like at a certain point, there is a price point at which, like, yeah, I'd love to hang out and chat with you guys, but at a certain price point, it's not going to work. Like if they go, "Hey guys, we're all going to meet up in Abu Dhabi," no.
I've been there. Don't want to go back.
Yeah, but it's a time and a cost thing, Yannick. Like it's one of those things. Even if like, oh yeah, I'd be interested to check out. Like, but it's going to cost you to get there.
Hey, some people make
not a cheap
videos,
trip.
they'll tell you they don't care no matter what it costs, man.
True. And they're at a different level than we are.
And then you realize like, oh, how do I sound like? I don't know.
Exactly. Yep. Mojo does daily recap videos. Fair enough. Sounds good. Good evening, Brad. How's it going?
Let's let me end the show here.
We could. Brad, you want to curse at Eric? I'll give you a window.
No.
Come on.
Anyway.
Let's end the
Come
show.
on.
It's getting late.
10, 9, 8.
Listen, Brad, as you well know, like I said, Brad is out there brokering peace deals. What are you doing, Eric? All you're doing is saying Bobby Orr's crap.
I never said that. That's a lie.
You're burning bridges. Brad is out there mending fences, and you're burning bridges with your chocolate stick in your hand, like an evil Bond villain that's pushing on diabetes. How dare you? Stamp shows usually have exhibit where collectors show an interesting topic they collect. Nice exhibits are really good to go through. Yeah, that's fair, Dave. That's fair. But I've done the analogy with the coin shows and different things. Back in the day, the National used to have these little seminars where people would talk about different topics and stuff. So there was an educational element to it. You could actually go to the National and learn something. I almost feel like that would be a nice thing to have. That'd be kind of fun. So, but like obviously today the focus isn't there. Today the focus is on the trade night. The focus is on the rest of the show, and I get it. But it's like you do lose out on something. So it's unfortunate. So let me scroll here. Only Canadian who can afford to go to National is Mr. PSA Canada. This is probably true.
That's why he's there.
Yep. Brad's got a roomie that's snoozing or I would jump on. No, it's fair. I get you.
I don't believe you because no one likes you that much.
I don't know, man. I'm getting reviews. People seem to like him. I can't say the same for you. The reviews on you are a little less nice. I'm just saying. Just a little bit less nice. Your Yelp score is kind of low. That's all I'm trying to say. Carlos left card ladder for market movers. What?
Oh, no.
I'm not with card ladder, but I used it and then I don't. And then I did flip over to market movers for a bit to check out their latest. It's still a little expensive, although they did introduce a new rate. So that's all right. So I think that's decent. The bots are going crazy today. Got it. All right, cool. Let me scroll through here. Eric is an evil Augustus Gloop. Look at that.
Right.
Followed by Eric is the margarine of evil. I like it. I like it. All right. All right.
Jeez, a Willy Wonka.
I was thinking the Diet Coke of evil, but I like margarine of evil. I like that. I like that.
I cannot believe it's not.
It's a
butter.
Diet Pepsi, actually, but yeah.
Let's see here.
So I guess we better start saving for Chicago. What?
I might have to. I'll at least the interest rates are decent. So
Yes,
at least
I'll
at least
say
with the
that
savings
too.
account, at least we get a better interest rate these days.
In my budget and all that stuff, I'll tell you that though. If I'm
Yeah.
going somewhere that I said that I'm going, then I'm going. I'm not gonna start like, oh, I'm pinching pennies here and there, and not going crazy either. But usually, if I'm going somewhere that I've never been and I want to enjoy myself, I'm gonna put the budget in.
So
That's
you
just
see,
me.
Yannick will be firing up, picking up all the Bitcoin, buying the dip.
Ah,
Yeah, buying the dip big time right now.
I do like how hockey really tries to push this AIH one. It's like both are seeking validation. Does it count? Okay, so I have a serious question. Does it count as seeking validation if no one actually wants to give you validation? It's like, well, I don't want your approval. It's like no one was approving. You weren't getting it either way. So does that really count?
if you have to say it twice, yes.
Yeah. It's like if you have to convince me you're edgy, you're not edgy.
That's it.
Yeah, and I already made it clear. I'll take validation in the form of a check. If I check, if that's validation, I will take validation. I will accept Vanadix's validation all day long. Saudi blood money validation. I want to be validated. I need a lot of zeros in the validation, but we can make this happen.
Saudi signed.
That's right.
I just want to point out that Brad's out of his mind.
A lot of people are out of their mind. If Eric Zubroni hit the thumbs up button,
Freaking nuts.
thanks. Yeah. I can't believe it's not butter. Eric is the fake butter spray of evil. I like it. I like it.
Oh God.
Let's see here. So at this point, I'll be honest, both of them, I will say Market Movers has improved its product. I think the $9.99 price point is good. But again, this is where hockey again, I don't know where the struggle is on this. I haven't switched to Market Movers. I have used Market Movers, and I used it for a graph on the other video. But I think it's one of those things, you don't need it. If it's useful to you, use it. I used it for a month to give it a try. So it's like, well, we'll see, whatever. But I don't think there's value right now to either one of them if you're not buying and selling enough stuff. I think you can get by on 130 point and some other ones. And I think 130 point announced that they're doing the PWCC completed auctions as well. They've added that to their thing. And 130 point is free. So you can use that for comps and stuff. So it's useful for what it is. Market Movers has its uses sometimes, and you can do comparison with it, but you really got to be digging in the weeds. The $9.99 offering I think is okay, but I don't get a kickback from Market Movers, so it's not my job to promote them. And the card ladder product has stayed pretty stagnant for a while. They've added some features, but at the end of the day, I'm not satisfied with the number of profiles. What it really comes down to is I'm not satisfied with the number of profiles, so the value proposition isn't there. That's the answer to that.
Well,
And Market Movers at $9.99 is okay. I think that's fine. But again, you don't need it. So I don't think either one of them will be promoting me anytime soon.
What are the new ones? I remember, Eric, you were telling me now you're using
You mean the ones you can scan?
something or
The one you can scan the app one?
Center
I'm
stage.
not sure because I got nothing.
Yeah,
right
Center
now,
Stage
really.
is the one I got. Center Stage is the one I downloaded to try.
Yeah, we're using that at work all the time now.
It's decent. I think it's good.
Center stage.
You know, I don't know how real it is, but it seems to pop up pretty quickly, and it gives you a quick estimate of what a comp is. Because I mean, we just can't know every single card that's been made. What it's going for. So a lot of, I would say most everything at the store, it does have a sticker on it, but some don't. And they just whip this out, and next thing you know, we're able to give them a price. So
I appreciate that, and I think now it's time for more Eric comparisons because I'm seeing some good ones in the chat, and I want to read them. Eric is the Beckett of grading. I like it.
Oh,
Here's DR being nice to you. Have we heard an update on Eric's recovery? The people ask, what is the weekly update? How are we doing?
a weekly update.
You feasted on chocolate sticks, and that helped your recovery. What else?
Yeah.
And chocolate milk.
I'm still taking it pretty easy. The tear in my tendon in my hip groin area is still not healed, and it's still a little sore. So
What's a tear?
a tear? Is that
Tear.
how
That's
tear?
better.
A tear.
Chowder.
Chowder.
The tear was so bad it killed Yannick. What the hell?
So if you had a tear running down your eye and a tear in your like.
Yeah. So anyways, I have
Okay.
a torn tendon, and it's slow to heal. So, but I'm not walking with a limp anymore, so which is good.
There you go. Now back to mocking you.
Okay, go ahead and mock.
John, good evening. I agree with you, Cardinals. Stick to local regional shows. I skipped the national this year. May go again when it hits Cleveland. AC was of no interest to me this year. That's completely fair. You got to make sure whatever makes the most sense. Whatever makes the most sense. How can he come on and express himself? No. When does he come in the show? 7. Carlos, you just need to be careful either. That's because I'm a jerk.
There you go.
Eric is Molly McButter. Yes.
Ooh.
Eric is the GMA of evil. Eric is the BGS of evil.
Shut up, Bob.
Not enough cards in the card ladder? No, it's not enough. I'm not scholarly enough to figure out how to use the tool. Okay, jokes aside. Let me quickly do the card ladder thing. The card ladder and market movers thing.
Eric is the Molly of drugs. I just had to put that.
I agree with that. I think that's fair. I use card ladder because it was good enough for the purpose it was in at the price point it was at. And I was willing to use it as long as it met that criteria. Over time, they did not. They added certain features which were nice. The features they added were okay, and the little search thing that they would do in the completed auction thing was decent. I think they built it. It was reasonably robust, and it has some historical price and stuff. I thought that was good. But what happened eventually over time is I became very dissatisfied with the fact that they didn't really put enough focus on the additional profiles. The profiles are where you get the meat and potatoes. That's where you get like the full features, abilities. You can play around with the charts and see the longer time period and the whole thing. That's where the value is. All this stuff that you're supposedly doing. That is what you're supposed to be giving us, that is supposed to differentiate you. But they didn't put the focus on that. They were bought out by collectors and they're utilizing the stuff, but even though they have the opportunity to have more staff, train more people to do this stuff and whatever, it wasn't leading to more stuff in the profile at Fast and Freight. There's so much stuff still missing. And market movers, by comparison, kept increasing their numbers. They kept adding more and more stuff because they threw more people at it. Now, does that mean market movers is perfect? No. There's still a ton of stuff missing on that one too. And they've got their own problems. Elements of it are decent. At the $50 price point, not good. I did put it on for a month just to see what it looks like today because it had been probably a year and a half since I tried it. Better, but not good enough. So I basically ran it for a month. I've turned it off so that it won't renew. So I basically used it for a month, and my month will end in a couple of weeks. So it wasn't good enough for me to turn it over for a second month. And at the $9.99, maybe I'll look at it again because $9.99 is a reasonable enough price point. But yeah, I'm just not finding the value with it. So I turned one off, and then I tried the other one again just to see. I thought it was okay, but wasn't worth renewing. So it's not exactly a ring endorsement of either, is it? It's like one wasn't worth it anymore, even at $15, and the other one wasn't worth renewing for a second month. So what does that tell you? I don't think I'm getting a code from either, eh? Probably not. Yeah, not so much.
But with me, the reason I didn't purchase either one, especially in the beginning, was
Yannick, wave if you want me to put you on. Cool. I like that it's the top of your head. Now you're in darkness? Did your power go out? What happened there?
No, this is basically my sunroom.
Okay.
So there's windows all around, and it's the time of the night right now. It's nice. And
all right.
Well,
I was going to say we don't need to ask you to show us today's newspaper, do we? We don't need proof of life over there. You're not being held against your will. Blink if you're being held against your will. Exactly. This is all because of making fun of the chocolate stick. Eric sent his people. Bougie Eric sent his people after you, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Interesting. Interesting. All right.
Just change the location. That's all.
Gotcha. All right. Store PC. Where does Eric work? So, what's the name of the shop?
Sports World.
Where is that exactly in Massachusetts?
Saugus, Massachusetts. It is
Saugus.
It is the largest sports memorabilia and card shop in New England. It's been in business since 1986.
There you go. How have the influencers been portraying the show? So it's been dribs and drabs. There has been some. I've definitely seen some vlogs. It's been a little bit limited. That isn't to say that no one is going to release stuff. I feel like we're going to get it more later. Like, because it's one of those things. I really do think the lack of Wi-Fi on the show floor killed a lot of stuff. Honestly, I think there would have been a couple more lives. There would have been like a lot more walk around, because the first couple of days when there were less people around, some people were able to. Bobbles was able to do a live from the show floor. He was able to turn on his phone, do a quick live from there. But then as soon as so many people came into the room and suddenly everybody's jamming everybody's signal,
Yeah.
the Wi-Fi suddenly went to hell, and it's like, we're done. So I think that is a major issue, which I think hurt a lot of it. So it's like, okay, I see. All right, fair enough. So my view right now is tainted by the fact there have been enough videos. I want to see more from. I want to see more. Go ahead.
It's all recaps right now. It's all recaps you see, really, because like you said, people can get stuff from the floor. So.
Yeah, the Jeff Wilsons of the world have people, so they can video, send it over, get somebody to edit it, boom, turn it around, and immediately have it. So they'll be fine. But regular folks that have to do their own editing or whatever, well, what if they go take some footage, and then they go have dinner, hang out at an after party or whatever, and it's the middle of the night. So you're going to edit the video and then upload it with hotel Wi-Fi that might be slow? See, during the expo, I did that, but I'm a night owl. The Wi-Fi was slower. Like, the uploads were a struggle. But I'm up late anyway. So I was just watching something else and doing something else in the meantime while it was loading, and I was waiting, and some of those uploads took hours. So you better have a lot of patience, and you better be willing to do it. So I was able to get those videos out that same night. But that's only because I was willing to put up with it. It's not something that I would expect people to do. It's not their job. The pay isn't worth it. not for that much effort. Eric is secretly Brad's best friend. Facts.
I have no. Mm-mm.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
Didn't he visit you?
No, not
He
yet.
hasn't visited me,
No.
and I've known him for too long.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
He hasn't. No, he has
You're
not.
best buddies.
He has not visited me.
Interesting.
He's the chocolate stick. You're the chocolate milk. I know.
He shows up at my work and when I'm not there and buys stuff and then leaves.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Seems the card ladder people ignore the pleas of the people. Ignore the pleas of the people. He's secretly here with me in AC. Eric.
Oh.
Green screen lies. You sit upon a throne of lies, Sanderson Orr. The truth comes out. I feel like collectors bought card ladder justify the grading upcharges. No, the upcharges were going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. 130 in eBay is good enough for me. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. If you use it effectively, use 130 point effectively, you'll be fine. Like I said, that's why I said I've never tried to promote any of those tools. My statement was always very straightforward. Yeah, I said, look, I've used them when they've been useful to me, but if it's not useful, don't use it. That's my advice. Don't use it. If it doesn't make sense, don't. You don't need to pay for that.
I miss when you used to have all those comps from PWCC off eBay. Remember those?
That was
days?
useful.
Like,
Well, but Yannick, remember what I just said. Apparently, 130 point is going to start taking those. So
Nice.
130 point is going to start capturing those. So that's great, and that's free. That's fantastic. So that's great.
Yeah. If you do the work, it's not hard to figure it out at all. So
No.
even the
fine.
eBay comps right now, the little arrow on eBay, sometimes when you hit it, you know, like you can see like a little bit of because like they've been doing this for maybe last year or so since they kicked PWCC and they changed your app, your eBay app on your phone. There's a little arrow in the top right corner. When you click it, you see a chart, you see a diagram. You know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, repeat that.
On eBay, on your app, on your phone, on
Okay,
the top right corner, on the comp, or let's say like on your search, you'll see like a price wave, like you hit.
Oh
the
yeah.
arrow,
Well, remember eBay tried to get into that game temporarily. Like they've still got information. Like you can still do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. eBay's one is a little wonky though because it's dependent upon your search phrase. Your search phrase has to be good, otherwise you get a bunch of garbage in there.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
But it's there and it's free.
accurate,
And in fairness, it's free.
yeah.
And in fairness, it's free. So free is free. Can't complain too much about that.
I use the PSA sales too part reports sometimes, like just to look.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like on when you're on the port report itself, you can click on prices and you can see the last few sales or the average of what you would be paying for an 8 lower number in 1962 set type thing, right?
Yeah, for sure. So what about the inaccurate data of market movers? Market movers does have inaccurate data. They actually capture all kinds of stuff. There's a bunch of junk in there. There's really no, like I'm being serious. Like there's actually a bunch of junk in there. And one of my critiques early on with market movers was that if you really wanted to screw with one of the charts and make it dance and say whatever you wanted to say, you could just remove it. You could just remove a couple of comps and then completely mess it up. And I've played around with the search. If they didn't build a profile, although Market Movers has way more profiles than Card Ladder by quite a bit, if you do not have one of the profiles and you try to do a search, you actually get a bunch of junk. It'll pull the wrong year. It'll pull the wrong brand. You have to add a bunch of exclusions to fix it. You actually have to do a lot of extra work. Like I said, it's okay, but it's only as good as your search terms. Then it becomes a glorified eBay search. And you basically have to do the same thing you do on an eBay search, remove a bunch of phrases that mess up your thing. You have to do it yourself. There is no hockey on the ladder. Very little. You'll find like Ovechkin, Young Guns rookie, Crosby, a couple of the rookies. That's all you're going to find. Yeah, maybe a couple of McDavids. That's about it. Question for everyone. Good buy or bad buy? 2 fully autographed champagne bottles sealed from 2016-2018 Cleveland Indians. I assume you're saying the ALDS, so Division Series, I guess you're saying. From Roger Davis, not authenticated yet. Good buy or bad buy? I really don't know. The problem with is those teams didn't win. It's a cool thing. Like if you're a Cleveland fan, it's kind of cool, but it's very niche. Because if that had been like World Series teams, I think that would have added something to it. I think it hurts that team like fell short. Because I want to say the 2016 was the one where the Indians went to World Series and they lost to the Chicago Cubs. It was an epic series. It was 7 games. It was very interesting. It was a great series. If Cleveland had won, it'd be a different conversation, but they didn't. So I think it hurt it. Otherwise, it was kind of an interesting team. It was a fascinating playoff run. Like I said, playoff baseball I still enjoy. And I remember watching that 2016 World Series. It was a lot of fun for me as a baseball fan. I had no horse in the race, so it didn't matter to me who won. So I just enjoyed it as baseball, and I had fun with that series. It's Dramatic Yannick with his lighting up. Sports World sound is made up as Guelph. These are rumors. There's absolutely a ton of kids here, which is great to see. Good stuff, Brad. I like it. I was in Sports World a few years back for signing. I happened to be staying in Rockland a few days and went up there to signing with Richie Browning, creature from Black Lagoon. Nice.
Yeah, I wasn't working there then, but I still have. But I have found those pictures from that signing recently, actually.
There you go. Nice. Hockey nostalgically. Used to have an open link, yes. And it was a fun, but it was also a little bit dangerous. It did allow a lot of riffraff in. It was funny, but it was a little bit riffraffy. I like seeing YouTubers cry about having difficulties.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But your riffraffiness we're amused by. Dance for me! Dance for me, monkey! Brad and Eric are going for a Boston cheese sandwich tomorrow. Facts. Do you think the expo would be better if they're located in the convention center in downtown Toronto? No. no.
That tried once.
No. Couple issues. Number one, it would increase expense. Number two, accessibility to the airport would be worse. Well, but I'm also thinking like for international travel, accessibility to the airport would actually be worse. The international center is literally beside the airport. It's also literally beside a number of hotels at different price points that are accessible. Downtown Toronto, hotels are not accessible. They're very expensive. So staying there would be expensive. You'd have to go out to the suburbs, which means you'd have all these travel things in it. Way too difficult. It would increase expense across the board. Food, no, I agree. Better food options, but price up across the board. You want to go eat out with some folks after? I hope you enjoy not having a show budget tomorrow. It's like, because even as soon as you walk out, it's like, yeah, show food is expensive. I agree. But downtown Toronto, restaurant prices are not cheap either. So it's like, you'll be paying through the nose and through the teeth. Food will be good. There's a lot of great options, but you'll pay. There's a lot of things that would make it worse. Good location for those of us in the GTA. Like I could go train over every night. That'd be easy for me. But other than that, there's almost nothing about it that I like more. Almost nothing. Problem about moving expo downtown is parking, hotel costs. Absolutely, 100%. So let's see. What's the brand of champagne? Fair question. I think it's fair. Bobby looks sharper after his cat nap. Like it.
Yeah, I'll be going for it really soon.
Yeah, no worries.
Last
I think we'll wind-
sleep. Actually, I'm gonna kind of say goodnight to everybody now, and then we'll see you next week. And
Sounds good.
you know,
Bobby's got to
there we
get to
go.
finishing off. He's going to head out tomorrow and head over to the new locale. Got to work on the underwater
Big day
base
tomorrow.
that you can see from space.
Busy day tomorrow. Yeah, actually, probably one of the worst days. I can still outwork the 20-year-olds. I don't care.
There you go. No, Bobby, I'll let you go. Go do that
guys.
because you got packing. Have yourself a good
Take it
night.
easy,
But thanks for
Bobby.
popping on.
Good
Okay,
luck,
guys.
buddy.
Good night.
Catch you
Take
later.
care, buddy.
Have a good night. We'll catch you later. So we'll start winding it down shortly here in a little bit. This year was some of the best playoff hockey I've seen in a while. That's fair.
I enjoyed it.
Open link let too many Justins in. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so real quick, we'll touch on this one. How do you guys display your PC? So I've got a couple of different ways. You guys want to do it first? So display. Obviously, you've got some of the display behind you. Is there different categories? What do you got going on there?
The stuff on the shelves are all the 1972 Cup team ashtrays that came out.
Mhm.
And then there's an autographed puck in front of each one. So I got a puck for every ashtray. And then on the walls are just all autographed photos of different players. And then I got signed jerseys behind me, and I got more signed stuff over here. And on the desk, I have cards that I really like. They rotate. I get a new card in. I put it on the desk, stays there for a week or two, and then another card comes in and replaces it. You can't show it all, unfortunately. When your collection gets so big, it's hard to show it off.
I'm running out of walls.
Yeah, I got stuff in closets and in boxes in the garage, and
That's my problem.
it's good stuff. I wish I could have it out and see it more often.
I have a couple display cases on my walls, and I'll put all my my prize, let's say, cards, mostly autograph stuff. Like that's the ones that I like to display the most. Let's say that they're out and visible. I have type 1 photographies that I'll display and frame stuff. I have some crests, pennants. Those stuff are out. The cards, everything else, it's more kind of like a big bookcase, I guess, in a way, with little like 12 by, not 12 by 12, but let's say 8 by 8 cubby holes, I guess,
Yeah,
and
I
everything
got
else is nice in there and neatly, and I can always just reference to them or grab them, watch them. So that's mostly all. And everything is kind of upstairs in my kind of corner in my office.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I usually stick to binders for sets, Z folios predominantly for the player collection because that's made it easier. Now, for memorabilia stuff, obviously Z folios don't make a lot of sense. Not good. That one I started doing shoe boxes, occasionally double shoes and stuff like that. I did a picture on Instagram, so that was basically like a 3,200 count box, and that one was just upper deck, and not all the upper deck. That was the upper deck that wasn't the cup or UD Black or Exquisite, because I have a separate shoe box. So that's just for the player collection. I have a 3,200 count box full of cards. It was full to the brim, basically, just upper deck. And then another shoe box of more upper deck, high end stuff. And then I've got other ones for like Pacific and for, the other brands over the years as they've gone in. So I've used those to sort the memorabilia stuff that's in the thicker, either one touches or top loaders or whatever the case may be. So that tends to be the nicer stuff. But there's some nice stuff in the Z folios that I've had here on the channel before. So that's the player collection stuff. Sets, binders, and then everything else goes into some relative shoebox. Now I do have some stuff that I'll put here just for regular day-to-day display. There's some good stuff actually right here that I keep, and sometimes I rotate it. And then I've got bobbleheads and stuff up there. Occasional stuff here and there, and I've gotten better at it. I've got these little wired racks that hold the different shoe boxes and stuff. And then for graded cards, I've got the large shoebox that is designed for those, the tall ones. You didn't used to have very many, but now I've got enough graded cards where I've got a couple of those and to hold the different stuff. And I've got one that is only for Be a Player Ultimate. Only Be a Player Ultimate, only Medano, and almost filled up 2 complete rows of just that. All different.
Wow.
So at this point, part of the organization effort is I can do a showcase video where I just focus on a theme. I can go back and do Be a Player Ultimate again. Just grab the box and just start going through it again. Over the years, I've accumulated a lot of it. I have almost 2,400 cards just Medano. And the goal by the end of the year is 2,600. And honestly, I could probably get there if I really wanted to badly enough. But it's like when you're getting almost 3,000 unique cards, at that point you have to be like, I'm just glad I've started sorting it at all, because I've literally put it off basically for 20 years. I've been so lazy about it. My recommendation, if you're a player collector, start sorting at the beginning. At the beginning. Don't wait until you're 2,000 cards deep, and then it's misery. Just misery.
That's what I like about collecting like Bobby Orr, because there's only 3 cards I don't have.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I don't have his 2 rookies, and I don't have a second year base card. I got everything else.
I think it's fair.
And I'm hoping to get a second year base card this November.
Nice. I like it. I think that's a fair percentage by Brad. What percentage will be hung over in the morning? 70%. I like it, Brad. I like it. Eric, where's the Joe Thornton section? You got a Joe Thornton section?
I do not have a Joe Thornton section.
Jumbo Joe, where's the love?
I have very few cards of him.
Didn't play long enough for them.
I just think
he played a decent amount of time for them.
I mean, he was the
No,
captain.
I'm just thinking in
Yeah,
Eric's
he's the captain
definition
of
of
the
being a Bruins.
Well, I'm just trying to think. Like his rookie year was what, 97, 98? Thereabouts?
Something like that.
97,
And
I would
what
say.
year did he get traded?
He was,
2000.
he was
No,
around
wasn't
for,
that soon.
I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I don't know. He just
Hang on.
he didn't
It was
play
more
up
than
his
that.
potential, and his Jumbo Joe. This guy had the ability to just dominate at times, but then he wanted to be like Adam Oates and just pass the puck, and didn't want to go down and get dirty, even though he's bigger than everybody, and he just didn't last in Boston because we just turned on him, and then they finally traded him away.
So what you're saying is the people of Boston turned people. I see how
Yeah.
it is. I see how it is.
'cause
Yeah, Bob's got it right. It's 0506. So about 7 or 8 years. Like, that's
he
not
was-
terrible.
He was the
It's not
captain,
terrible.
but he was supposed to be the second coming. I mean, there's one photo they did that they had Orr, Esposito, Cheevers, Busick, and a couple of other Bruins greats, Bork, Neely, and then Jumbo Joe. And it's like, he doesn't belong in that photo. But they were pushing that he was going to be this next great thing. And I'm sorry, it's not the case.
All because you guys turned on him. It's just terrible. Champagne is Armand de Brignac. Gold bottles. Ace of Spade bottles. Fair enough. Sounds good. Yeah, I stand by what I said earlier. I'd be curious. Like I said, I think it hurt it that Cleveland didn't go further. I think if it had been a World Series, year, it doesn't have to be specifically for the World Series, but if it had been during a World Series run where they win, I think it would have elevated it. I have no idea where to even begin on the pricing that. No idea. But it's interesting. It's a unique piece, no doubt. With hockey cards,
Spades bottles, something to do with Motorhead, or
no, these are the champagne. These are the champagne bottles. I think Ace of Spades, I think, is on the label somewhere. I'm familiar with what he's talking about. I think I've seen them before. Would hockey cards be more popular if Panini or Topps had the license? They did. Both of them had the license at different times. Topps had it in the late 90s and early 2000s, and then in the early 90s as well. Didn't matter. Panini had the license for a couple of years and made some nice product. But no, didn't matter. No one cared. Later on, they cared because they're like, oh, actually, these are pretty nice. There's actually some really nice Panini hockey that was licensed, and it was pretty good. Like I said, they made some nice stuff. Some of that prime hockey, really good stuff. Very impressive. There you go, Ken Reed. We got a reference there. Brad knows Ken Reed. What percentage will still be drunk in the morning? Facts. He's a shark. He is. What happened to Bobby? You killed him. You bastard. Shipping is about $300. Yeah, that seems right. Who is a bigger disappointment, Joe or Samsonov? Ooh,
Joe.
I like that.
I think Samsonov played to the expectations. I think
But I don't think his expectations were as crazy. I think he was more reasonable, relatively speaking.
it was 20 goal scorer here and there or whatever, and he played. He was a smaller player. Joe was just like supposed to be the next Lemieux. I mean, he was just big. He could just go anywhere, do anything he wanted, dominate, and he just didn't want to.
I think that's fair.
Like getting hit. He didn't like going in the crease.
And that's the problem with a big guy, because you really want to take advantage of it. That was one of the things that Jamie Benn had earlier in his career. He was a big enough guy to be a little bit physical. He was able to kind of push his way around a little bit. He could scrap for some goals. It wasn't necessarily a finesse game. He could fight his way around a little bit if he needed to, and it helped. It helped his game, and it gave him a little bit of another dimension, which is always good. We always like that. So now one of those top ship ballers, overpriced sounds fair, but it's tough to sell. I agree. He also said it wasn't authenticated yet. I would run away from that personally. No, that's fair. I think the assumption is he'll get it authenticated. I just think that there's nothing wrong with it. I think the champagne bottle thing is cool. I just think it's very niche. It's got to require a very specific. I think it's going to be one of those deals where you could probably get the price you want if you find the right buyer. But finding the right buyer is tricky. You need a very specific buyer who wants that kind of thing. And if they're into it, like, there's stuff that I know for a fact that you could sell a certain player collector or a team collector that you would struggle to sell to anybody else. But it's got to hit the nail right on the head for them. Maybe somebody grew up and that was the team they liked and that was the team they got there. I'll give you an example. Yannick showed that card that was the Jose Bautista bat flip card. Technically speaking, that team went nowhere. But it was an extremely memorable moment. It's a moment that gets replayed. It's a moment that gets shown. And it was a memorable moment for Toronto Blue Jays fans because it had been so long since the team was relevant. And it was part of a relevant playoff run where that team actually, all the pieces came together for 1 year. And the fans will remember that team fondly. And they will remember that moment fondly. So it holds a lot more water. Yeah, it holds a lot more water. So you present somebody with an autograph 8x10 of the bat flip to like a hardcore Blue Jay fan that was enthralled during that run, that is way more valuable. Jose Bautista, as an overall player, never going to go anywhere. He's never going to go Hall of Fame. He's nowhere near any of it. But there was a moment in time where he was one of the scariest power hitters in the game. And that was at the apex of his power in a playoff game where he hit a gigantic hit that was memorable. It never happened again like that, but it was a very impressive moment, and it made him a folk hero locally.
The hit was big, was huge, but the bat flip, I think, is what kind of like
elevated to another level.
Like,
yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it's the flip.
But that's the point. That is a moment.
Yeah.
The moment has value. For the fans that watched it, that was a moment. Because I remember leading into that playoff series, Eric, and I'll tell you this. Blue Jay fans are loyal, but they'll also have streaks of apathy. They'll kind of just sit back and just passively watch. The Jays get decent ratings on TV because a lot of the fans are quite willing to watch it on TV, but they won't necessarily go out to the dome. But when they were hot and they were having that playoff run, people were packing the dome again for the first time in a long time. All of a sudden, you could tell because as they were in the stretch run, that year they won the division. As they were in the stretch run, all of a sudden they were getting 1 million viewers a night for regular season baseball. A middle of a 3-game series, they were getting 1 million, 1.2 million, and it just kept going up and up and up. And it was holding.
I just want to make sure Eric sees it and stares at it.
Okay. and with the BGS 9.5 especially as well.
Yeah.
That's critical.
Not just a 9.5. It's a true gem.
Oh, look at this guy. He's got the subgrades as well. Look at this guy. But yeah, the bottom line, though, is that for that moment in time. Yeah.
I see it.
For that moment in time. Yeah. For that moment in time, as that rating kept going up, you got to remember. Put it into perspective. Think about it this way. U.S. has 10 times the population of Canada. Okay? The equivalent would be if the Red Sox were in a playoff run and they're headed towards the playoffs and they're running towards it. What do you think it would look like if the Red Sox were getting 10 million viewers a night? That's the equivalent. They're getting 10 or 12 or 13, 14 million viewers a night. That's the equivalent. That number would pop off the page. Everybody would be like, what the hell's going on? What percentage of the population is watching? That's a lot of people watching. What the heck?
Yeah.
And it was national because around the country, people were tuning in and watching for that playoff run as they got into, and then they got to the playoffs, and then they won a round, and then they were actually very competitive in that round. And in the ALCS, they had a chance to win, and if they had won, they go to the World Series for the first time since 1993. And I gave the story. I said the Blue Jays won their last World Series in 1993. I was 10. I watched it on TV, and I was 10 years old. I finished elementary school. Got to high school, finished high school, got to university, finished university, went to the working world. The Blue Jays did not make the playoffs again. Forget World Series. They did not make the playoffs again until I was 32. I watched them win the World Series at 10, and I lived 22 more years without watching them make the playoffs.
Yeah, see, all I hear in that story is You were 10 and I was in college.
You're old, I know. I did want to make sure you understood that. That's important.
I don't like this show anymore.
I think we all like the show, especially when we acknowledge.
This show's stupid.
I think Yannick, you're right. You understand me here, right? It's important that we all understand that. Second here.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
The important thing
So
is that we all
dirty.
understand. I understand.
Right.
It's important. People need to know
Older
this.
than freaking dirt.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dirt wasn't even invented when Eric was around. Holy crap. Eric is like, what's this newfangled dirt?
Just
What are you
wrong.
supposed to do with that?
The wheel was still a square freaking thing.
Oh, not even
Wasn't around yet.
not even a vision yet, Yannick. Not even a vision. Wasn't even a thing. So the bottles are from Roger Davis, who now works for MLB Fund Offices. Full team models on each bottle. I'm mulling over purchasing these. Girls and boys have knowledge, so I thought I'd ask. No, that's fair. I appreciate it. It's what I would
I
say.
think it's neat.
Like I said, I agree. I agree with Yannick. It is intriguing, but it is super niche.
Like,
There is a buyer for it. There really is. There is a buyer for it, but it is so specific. It has got to be that specific person who is into that specific niche, and they'd be into it. I just don't know what their price would be. I don't know how deep their pockets would be.
don't you even have to keep that a certain, I mean, it's alcohol, right? Like,
Well,
you
here's the
have to
thing,
try
though.
to-
If you buy that, you're not going to drink it. Not with team
No, of
autographs on
course
it and stuff.
not,
You're not
but
going to drink it.
you want to still try to keep that the cork doesn't go bad or anything like this, right? Have you ever had one of those bottles that you protect?
Yeah. You definitely you would want to keep it in basically the right temperature, basically in a basically equivalent of one. So yeah.
You could care less, but it's like anything else, right?
But here's the thing, though. Here's the contrary to that. If you've got autographs on it, you also have to make sure you don't end up with condensation on the bottle, because the last thing in the world that you need is condensation on the label of the bottle, and it wrecks the autograph.
It's something tricky to keep.
It would be a maintenance nightmare. A maintenance nightmare. All right, what'd you study in college, Eric?
I was a criminal justice major. My goal was to become a police officer after graduation.
So Eric was trying to figure out how to commit murders and get away with them.
And you were too smart for police academy, right? No.
I passed.
That's why you didn't go in the service, right?
I passed the police exam of flying colors. Like, I called in, had to sign some paperwork saying I'd accept a job, and I decided kind of at the last minute that I didn't want to be a police officer. I wanted to work with kids and help kids with issues, and then I wanted to get into.
And then go home and eat a chocolate stick and have some more and chocolate milk and move on with your day.
That's how I helped all the troubled kids. We just went to Dunkin' Donuts every day.
And gave them a chocolate stick?
I just said, hey, life's not that bad. And I gave them all chocolate.
There's a chocolate stick.
And they're like, I'm going to stop doing drugs, and I'm going to stop, vandalizing my school and, all these other horrible things that I'm really not.
So now they're all diabetics.
I was gonna say it's like I'm removing you from a life of crime and giving you a debilitating disease you must manage for the rest of your lives.
And they can't cause trouble when they're attached to their couch.
Eric was supposed to be helping these children, and he's like, "This is a job for sugar."
Yeah, I said, I know you have had a bad life, and you're acting out, but
it's a plan that works over a 40-year window span, but it finally works that eventually.
It's the long con, Yannick. This is the long con defined. This is a very long con.
I figure I saved a lot of children. They probably
and then eventually killed them.
Yeah, they probably made 40.
That's good, buddy.
This took a dark and hilarious turn. Both a dark and hilarious turn.
Probably all had heart attacks.
So if you're that old now, basically you're a grandpa. Like, they all have like grandkids. These kids, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I think it sounds about right. Checks out.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, guys. So what we'll do is we'll start winding her down now. We're just shy of 4 hours. We'll get across that line. But anything else that you guys want to touch on that we haven't already touched on tonight? We did. I think we did. We not? No. You know what? I didn't ask the question. Let me actually pose a question, and I'll open it up. If anybody in the chat wants to throw anything in there, throw it in. Predictions on the final price on the 52 Mantle that we talked about earlier tonight, the SGC 95. Predictions on what the final strike price is.
Predictions?
Yeah, predictions. Right now it's 6-5. Right now it's sitting at 6-5. So what do you got?
Well, I just went back to the.
I know, Mr. T. I got it. Go.
Yeah,
Go.
'cause
What's the
you
prediction?
said Rocky 3 earlier, so I thought I'd go back to it.
No, I appreciate it, but I still want a number. All right, we're at 6-5 right now. 29 days left. What do you got?
I'm gonna go with 13.
13. All right. All right. Still some room there, so we're about halfway there. All right. I think it's reasonable. All right, Yannick, what are you feeling? This does have Provenance. It's an intriguing card. It's a quality card. It's got good eye appeal. I like the card. It's at 6.5 million right now with the buyer's premium. So we're saying the total with the buyer's premium. So what are you feeling?
That's 20% by his premium, right?
Yep. It's like 5.5 or whatever, and it got it up to 6.5 with the buyer's premium currently. So it's already accounted for. So we're at 6.5 right now, buyer's premium total.
I'll say double that. I'll say 13.
So exactly the same as Eric.
Oh, that's what you said. Sorry.
It's literally
I thought you said 11.
Hey,
Sorry.
hold on. Let me say it in French. 13. There you go.
13, yeah.
You should have put
No,
"la."
sorry,
You should have
I
put
thought
"la"
you
in
said-
front of it.
La 13. How about that?
Okay, we'll go higher then. I'll say 15.
All right, fair enough. So Mark here says 11.5. Paul says it goes just a little bit more at about 10 flat. So that's all right. I think that's reasonable.
9.5 since it's a 9.5. So there you go.
Yeah. So John here, someone will pay 18 to 24, which would be interesting. Which would be very interesting. By the way, incidentally, if that was to come to pass, I think it would be interesting, doubly interesting, because then somebody would pose the question, okay, so what should the 10 go for?
Oh, that's it, right?
Yeah. Right? This is an SGC 9.5. By the way, I think the 9.5 is nicer than 10s, in fairness. But, PSA 10 is PSA 10. It's a strong brand, so who knows?
You work, where was your video this week again?
I was inspired this week, so I had 3 videos in a row. Can you
The
be more
one
specific?
about the price differences between SGCs and
Oh, yeah,
PSAs, right?
Yeah.
That you can take advantage of. So there you go.
Yeah, of course. Look. We talked about it earlier tonight. I said if money's no object, that 9.5 is a quality card. That is a quality card. If you're going to pay a ridiculous amount of money, an ungodly amount of money, that's the card you pay an ungodly amount of money for. It's an icon.
So
That's
is
a
it
legit
like
card.
is it buying like a block of gold basically?
Oh, it'll appreciate more than a block of gold. Gold has its own issues, but it's there. But yeah, right now, look, if you're going to try to bank on the iconic status of the card, that is the best one that you can do.
That's the one.
Yeah, the Wagner, of course, is iconic in its own way, and it'll be up there. There's no doubt the Wagner will always be up there. But
Is there
52
a
mana is 52.
crazier? Is there a crazy mirror maybe like Cobb, Ruth, or Garrick that would top that off? No
No,
way.
here's the thing: there are rarer cards, but it's not just about the rare. It's not just about the rare.
The iconic. Yeah.
It's the iconic. Yeah, that's what puts it over the top.
So listen to this opinion, because I think that this card should sell for less, not because it's a 9.5, not because it's SGC. Think of it this way: if a card was pulled, and wait a minute, what year is the card? Like a 50?
That's a 52 tops.
52, right? If the card was actually pulled in 1952 and has made it to 2022 and is still in mint condition, that card, in my opinion, should be worth more than the same card that was pulled in 1980 something and went right into protective holding and is now in 2022. Back in 1952, kids were putting these in their bike spokes. Gum companies were still putting cards in with their gum to sell gum.
Yeah.
So a card that survived from 52 to 22, I think should be more valuable than a card that survived from 1982 to 22.
Now, does it change your calculus that this one came from a 1985 find of sealed boxes?
Well, no, that's I understand. I understand.
Yeah. So it did stay preserved in the box for about 30 years or so.
Right, but it stayed. It never saw the light of day. It never saw the kids on the playground. It never saw a bike spoke.
Yep. It avoided that entire thing. Yes.
Right. It avoided all the things that make these cards special.
Mhm.
To have something survive from 1952 to 22 and still be in mint condition, that's where the value is at.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
agree.
It's not so much. Now, please take from what I'm trying to say. It's not so much that it's a Mickey Mantle card. It's how did a card from 1952 go from then to 2022 and still be in mint condition? That is freaking amazing.
Oh no, I agree. But the thing is, if it was a common card, it wouldn't get anywhere near the money.
I
The fact it is the Mickey Mantle, the fact it is the high number, the fact that it's got that particular one has a certain provenance and a certain story. The card itself has had articles written about it. It has lore, it has history, it has an iconic status. And it was the biggest iconic player of the 50s, which is the golden era of baseball. So it's got like all the pieces in place. Early Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle was one of the top guys of the 50s. He was the star in the biggest market in the country, in the biggest team, the team that won World Series that was iconic. All those things, plus the history of the card, plus the history of the find, all together in one package on this incredibly high condition version of this card.
I have unlimited money. I can buy whatever I want. I would rather have a card that survived from 1952 rather than one that survived from 85.
Yep. So right here, what's the most expensive card now? I think it's right around 6 and change. I think it was a Wagner, and I want to say it's like 6.5 or 6.6. So this one is already right on its
Yeah.
heels.
Not actually
Right on
that
its
long
heels.
ago the Wagner
Yeah.
went for.
The most recent record right now, I think is 6.6 or so. This Mantle is right now about 6.5 and change. So it's right there. They're right knocking on the door. We'll have to see because it'll be very interesting. I think it'll surpass that. It'll become the biggest. The question is where that number falls. And there were a couple of different guesses. And Paul bid himself up. He's doing Price is Right rules. He's adjusting up. So fair enough. It's already increased $3 million. $3 million $1.
It's pulling the prices right. Yes.
Yep. John says it'll be bought with Saudi money. Not before I'm bought with Saudi money, God damn it! I want to be bought with Saudi money.
Yeah, we should come first.
I know. What the hell? And it won't cost him nearly as much. It still costs him. Let's be fair. I'm not selling myself short. I understand. It's like, regardless, you have look, I'll knock a couple of dollars off for that. But give us a break. Give us a break. We still deserve a pretty good check here. Come on. Jab's saying, like, Yannick needs lighting. Be reasonable. Be reasonable. We need the help.
lighting ain't free.
I know. Our Jabs family put on a credit card to try to auction up the viewers. I think that'd be funny. PSA supporters will buy and crack it. Yeah, exactly. That'd be funny. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's one of those things. It's kind of interesting. Weird because when you look at the Jordan SGC and PSA, there's no comparison. I agree with that, but here's the thing. When you're getting into 50s baseball, I don't think people care. The holder matters less. Now, if it was in an HGA holder, I think all of us would stare at it and go, I don't know about... Is it printed on both sides? Are you sure? Can we double check that? But if it's a reputable
Why
third-party
is it
grader...
shiny?
Yeah, it's like... But if it's a reputable third-party grader, they're more willing to... yeah, okay. SGC is a... Look, we can make fun of resale on SGC till we're blue in the face, and we can. But it's a reputable third-party grader. And for vintage, they know what they're doing. Nobody's concerned. Their reputation is solid. So they're not going to get punished for being SGC on that one. If it was a modern card, it would get punished. But on a vintage card of that caliber, you just take one look at it. We took a look at it. It's quality. It's a good-looking example of that card. It's solid.
I think actually, personally, I think that 52 Mantle looks better in the tuxedo than the PSA.
Well, with the white borders, it looks clean. It comes off clean.
So,
yeah, price-wise, absolutely. Wasn't the LeBron logo man supposed to be the card, and if cards in top 10? Yeah, but that's the thing. The LeBron logo man's a modern card. It's not an attractive card. A lot of the basketball money is struggling right now. I think that LeBron logo man would have sold for much more if it had been pulled a year earlier.
Oh, God.
The same card.
Oh, yeah.
The same card. Because the
Big
buyers
time.
were there. They're not there now. But for this card, there's some rich guys who are like, look, I'll buy this card. Like, these don't grow on trees. They don't come up every weekend.
there's another one right now. It's actually, I think it's Kobe, Jordan, and LeBron. Like signed, and actually
Yeah,
it's a
I'm not sure
nicer
about
patch or something like that. I don't necessarily like those. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
I think that one is actually nicer than the triple logo bronze. The
That's fair.
LeBron
Yeah,
logo.
that's fair. I'm with you. I get it. I think that's reasonable. $13 million and $2. Look at you guys playing Price is Right rules. I like it. I like what you did there. Gotcha. Yep, the gap's closer. Yeah. For that kind of card, it's good. It's fine. Now posted a 52 Maze PSA 10 on IG today. Love it. Nice. Cracking a submitted HG and get the custom flip. Custom
Oh
flip.
man.
You'd have the greatest coaster of all time.
Have either one of you two ever cracked a card?
No,
I don't-
but that thing I showed you earlier, it's probably gonna be the first one. I'm doing that tomorrow, I think.
I'm scared.
I don't have the right I don't have the right tools to attempt it. Mind you, I could go to Carlos Senior's garage. He definitely has the right tools to attempt
Yeah, I
it. He
got
has
what it
tools that I don't
means.
even know what they do.
Yeah.
So there would be no doubt I could walk into that garage and find the right equipment to make it happen.
I
I think
can't.
I think
can't put
tile
myself
pliers
there.
are the best. Like those tile pliers.
I'd agree with that. Yeah. Now don't
Those
forget,
are
it
the
also
best
depends
of
on the type of slabs. Some of them are a little bit better. Some of them are a little bit better for that
Of
for
course.
that job. But I will say this: you can definitely, if you know what you're doing, be careful. You can definitely do it. The only ones that I had cracked out, actually, Brad did me a favor when I submitted at the expo. I gave him some BGS cards. I showed you the picture. He liberated them for me. So he did me a favor. Again, yeah, I asked nicely. I asked, and they were nice enough to do it for me and send me the picture, and it was done. And then submitted that way, cracked out.
Have you seen the video? I think I've seen a couple guys doing it. They actually use the chop saw. Like, they put it like, no
Maybe
problem.
what they
Gets it
should
out of there, like everything is fine. I was like,
maybe what they
man,
should have
so
done is use the slap chop.
It's
Yeah.
yes. That's a way to do it, right?
Look, I've been told that they're good for almost everything. You guys know this.
Hi, it's Fitz with Slap Chop. You're gonna be in a great mood all day because you're gonna be slapping your troubles away with a.
See, I feel better already.
I used to have one, man. That was the shit.
Just saying.
Oh no, I think there's still one in my house somewhere.
There you go.
Uses it.
It might
Alright,
be,
so-
it might not be a legit slap shot, but the same,
Yeah, good enough,
Above
man.
the-
Whatever.
above the
As seen on TV, there were as seen on TV stores all over the place. It's the same crap. Whatever. It's the same thing. So Big Unit says, "Nice cat." There you go. Cameo for
Thank
your
you.
cat.
Thank you.
Bob here says, "Send it to tag and hope you get a 1952 card." Oh, look at you! Look at what you did. But it's only a 1,000-point scale, bro. It's only a 1,000-point scale.
I would be
but
curious to see
first-
how that mantle would come up, like a 973 or.
Yeah, it'd be something silly. I cracked 2 KSA. Yeah. Well, that situation, you're literally liberating them. Locklate this. I guarantee the 86 Jordans and SGC holders are on average better quality than PSA. It could be. Yeah. Centering to SGC tends to be more stringent on centering. That's a big thing for them. Lots of arbitrage opportunity out there. Yep. Been snapping SGC holders aggressive for a year now, and that's fair. Yeah.
Aren't you like worried that you're going to damage an expensive card? I would just be absolutely terrified. And the higher worth of the card, the more terrified I'd be.
Well, I think you have to look. You have to trust. You really do. You have to be very comfortable. Like, look, we talked about this before. Like, I'm serious when I say this. I don't wade in big waters. I've got 4-figure cards, but I don't have 5-figure cards. I don't own any 5-figure cards, and I don't really think I'd want to. Like, in all honesty, and if a card that I had suddenly became 5 figures, I'd seriously consider selling it. Honestly, because I don't need that in my life. I just don't.
You need a better place to lock it up too.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't even, like, at that point, if it's that expensive, I didn't pay that much. I guarantee if it's a 5-figure card, I didn't pay 5 figures. So it's probably appreciated ridiculously. And at that point, honestly, I'd rather have the cash. Sorry. Now, because I could do more things with it, and honestly, I'd be better off. I could definitely do that. But that said, 4-figure cards are still decent quality cards for most people. Like, there's still a lot of money. So you have to be very comfortable and very careful. I had when the run up happened, I bought a lot of different Juan Soto cards before that big run up happened, and some of them became 4-figure cards during that time. I bought them; they were not cheap cards; they were $500 and $600 cards. But then they became $1,000, $1,300, $1,500 cards, and that's kind of what. So when you've got something in a BGS holder, then it becomes really interesting because then it's like, so what do you do? Now, the one that I had in BGS holders, one of them had like dust on it. And honestly, a BGS 9 is not really worth, it's actually worth more in a PSA 9. So a BGS 9 is actually okay cracking out. We'll see what happens. One of the cards I submitted was that. I did a
There's-
vintage card.
there's hair and fuzz in that corner there. I saw that earlier today.
Yeah, they need to do a better job. They need to use a little air compressor. You could use a little air
Yeah,
compressor
you
and
would
blow it.
tell,
Like,
like
just that's
just
what you
before
got to
it goes
Yeah.
down, it will go.
Yeah, just clean it up. Like, it's not that hard. You can hand crack most cases. I agree with that.
I thought about you, Eric. As soon as I saw the hair in there, I was like, nice.
Yeah. I thought tag went to 10,000. Too bad. Yep. Well, Eric, use your hands, not your feet. I think that's fair. Fair point. Do you ever see the slap guy mugshot?
Yeah.
Yep. We never said Vince Offer was a good man. We just said he was a good salesman. Look, he does his job. He sells things. It happens.
You should get the sham one too. It's the same guy.
The ShamWow? Yeah, the ShamWow is the same guy. That's right. There you go. Rip and list. Is this live? No!
Absolutely
No.
not.
Oh,
This is
Pre-
pre-recorded in front of a live
Merry
studio
Christmas,
audience.
everyone.
Pre-tape, you bastard, and never ask again. I'm watching you. Never again. Snapping out a 62 tops, Bob Euchre, rookie 6'5". Bob Euchre! Just a little bit outside.
Bit outside.
Just a little bit outside.
Just a little bit.
Facts. All right, guys, it's been fun. So this was kind of our national, not national. We did have guys from the national live, from a house nearby in the national. We had some national folks in the chat, so thank you for that as well. Thank you. You guys have been good with the like button tonight. I really appreciate it. It's actually been really good. Eric's sponsorship tonight has really paid off.
Paid off.
This has been a good one.
Week in hobby history.
I believe
I think
your
Eric pumped the chocolate sticks, so
I think your impassioned plea at the beginning of the show against Beckett put us over the top. Between that and the $1 Million Man, we were off for the races, man.
Yeah.
It was good, strong.
I don't think I'm going to sleep for another couple of days. I'm still so excited that Beckett is just heading right down the toilet. I'm just enjoying it too much.
I like it. I appreciate it. We felt the passion. We felt it. I think that's important.
I had it.
I think that's important. Guys, it's been wonderful. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll be back next week. August. We're finished. We're basically done with July. We're heading into August now. We're rolling forward, and now it's going to be interesting to see. And by next week, we'll be post-national. We'll find out the fallout from the national and see where we really went. Did the dealers adjust finally? Did they finally make some deals and sales? We did the trade night. Now we're post-trade night. Now what? That's going to be part of what we're going to see.
Who's unhappy?
Yeah.
We'll hear it all.
And are there any announcements left? Because I'm curious if anybody is holding anything that they want to throw out tonight, Saturday night. I wouldn't wait until Sunday. If you got any announcement left, I would do it on Saturday if you're going to do it. At this point,
we need another vault system. One more.
Yeah, you could have a vault. Why not?
I got a closet right here. We could store some stuff in there.
We could get you one of those school locks. You could.
I have a 150-year-old home, man. My walls are like 3 feet thick. 3 foot thick.
I like it. All right, good stuff. So, Bob Jackson asking the proper question: are you live? Correct. Have a good one. Absolutely, Eric. Hope you recover well. Bob, some kind words to finish off the evening.
Thanks, Bob.
Got to get ready for the Raccoon rematch. It's true. We got to train.
Yes.
We got to train hard.
Yeah.
We got to get you the Rocky montage.
Dude, Rocky 4 against Drago up in the mountains. Beard.
That was a great montage.
That's gonna be me.
Thank you, Big Unit. Appreciate it. Hobby Champs, let's start the stream. Agreed. We're about to start. They need a vault for vaults. Ooh, I like that. So, Hobby Champs, I'll leave you with the last word. Let's start the stream. Absolutely. So I'm going to hit the button now, and we're going to get her going. Thank you all. Have yourselves a great weekend. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. If you got a long weekend, in Canada we do. So if you got a long weekend over here on this side of it, I think it might be just an Ontario thing, Yannick. I don't know if you got the Monday or not. You got the Monday off or no?
Sorry, the bus came behind. Yeah, we do actually.
Okay, so it is in some other provinces. Good stuff. Albert says, take care of your new hip. Love it. Hobby Champ said, let's start the stream. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to start it. Have yourselves a great rest of the weekend. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of the national coverage, whatever we end up seeing. We'll see what happens. Take it easy. Have a good one.